Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Tuesday, November 29th, taking a Live Now look from the United States Capitol building. On the left-hand side of your screen, here's a preview of our upcoming stories on this Tuesday. Beginning at 10 a.m., we will have the Consumer Confidence Index. We will report that for you all, bringing you a first-hand look at everyday prices for consumers, including gas and groceries. We know inflation is still impacting everyday Americans. We're also following the World Cup happening today at 2 p.m. The United States is facing off against Iran. You can stream it on Fox and on Fox Sports. We're also following a number of top stories, but for one, Houston schools are closed for a second day due to water issues. We are keeping in touch with our Fox 26 Houston colleagues, and we'll be sure to bring you all the most recent developments as we receive them here on Live Now from Fox. But let's begin our 5 a.m. hour with the most recent political news. Congress is back to work this morning. The lame duck session will feature Democrats trying to ram through a last-minute legislation before losing control of the House. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergam tells us exactly what's on the agenda.
The lame duck Congress takes flight.
There's a lot we must do before the end of the calendar year.
We have many challenges ahead of us.
A daunting docket. Lawmakers face a mid-December fiscal fiasco.
Failure to act by then will result in a pointless and painful government shutdown, right as the holiday season kicks into high gear.
There's pressure by Democrats and some Republicans to hitch aid for Ukraine to the spending bill. A few Republicans oppose the U.S. spending any more money on Ukraine. Others are more cautious.
We don't need to pass $40 billion large Democrat bills that have been being passed to send $8 billion to Ukraine. We're going to make certain they get what they need.
President Biden rekindled efforts to pass an assault weapons ban, but it's doubtful that plan could overcome a filibuster.
Does it have 60 votes in the Senate right now? Probably not.
In fact, an assault weapons ban may not even muster 50 votes, enough to force a tie-breaking vote by Vice President Harris. House Democrats formalized their new leadership team this week. Some liberals are skeptical of incoming Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries because of his previous career as a corporate lawyer.
I want to make sure that we have a really strong relationship so that he understands progressives need to have a seat at the table and be consulted on things as we go forward.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy still lacks the votes to become Speaker. 5 Republicans vow they won't back McCarthy. They demand more control over the House agenda.
They're not going to be persuaded otherwise. They're going to hold the line.
McCarthy is scrambling. He's promising to restore committee assignments for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar and planning to dump Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, and Ilhan Omar from their committees. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And here's more from the Hill. The end of the year to-do list for Congress is long, expensive, and full of potentially hot button issues. Fox's Lauren Blanchard reports on what lawmakers will need to agree on and what they may be taxed with.
Congress is headed back to Washington, D.C. this week. Lawmakers need to avert a government shutdown mid-December by either passing a spending bill or giving themselves an extension.
The last thing we can afford right now is to turn government funding into another political tit-for-tat.
Following a deadly November with multiple mass shootings, President Biden is again calling for a ban on high-powered weapons, but he would need at least 60 votes in the Senate, which is unlikely.
We understand it's an uphill battle. We understand that this is not easy. He gets that, but doesn't mean that he's going to stop fighting for it or that he's going to stop talking about it.
And at the end of next week, a rail strike is possible if negotiators can't find a deal with rail labor unions. It could cost $2 billion a day. The White House and Congress say a strike is unacceptable and Congress could step in and force contract terms.
We cannot have our transportation system responsible for 1/3 of our products being transported throughout our country shut down. That's not an option.
The unions say their workers need paid sick time.
We have no desire to go on strike. We have no desire to interrupt anybody's holidays. We really would not like Congress to intervene.
Waiting until the strike deadline could still hurt the U.S. economy. Some food and chemical producers will have to start to pull their products from rail cars this week to make sure they don't get stuck. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And in other news, while Black Friday and Cyber Monday are about getting the best deals, Giving Tuesday encourages everyone to be generous this holiday season. Today is Giving Tuesday, the day that encourages people to help others in their community. The movement has helped raise billions of dollars for nonprofit organizations in the past 10 years. So those looking to participate can perform simple acts such as paying for coffee of someone behind them in line, or donating to your local food pantry. The time is now 5:07. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are learning more information when it comes to the gunman who killed 6 co-workers at the Virginia Walmart last Tuesday night before taking his own life. We're also hearing from local officials, including Governor Glenn Youngkin. Here's more.
Good evening. Mayor West, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Bishop, thank you for the amazing prayer. Chris, that was an amazing rendition of Amazing Grace. Thank you. Thank you. Today, as we grapple with the shocking, horrific act of violence in Chesapeake last week, I'm reminded of the words that the Lord spoke unto us in John 14:27. My peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. As we gather in a time like this, when yet another act of senseless violence fills our hearts with unspeakable sadness, shock, and anger. To move forward without fear, without trouble, has become for many an arduous task. 6 victims, with 5 more injured, each a child of God, created in His image. So yes, following this tragedy, these senseless murders, we are facing a sense of anger, a sense of fear, a sense of immense loss, a sense of deep, deep grief. Among the fallen were Lorenzo Gamble, father of 2 sons, a man of few words, a man of strength who loved and worked hard for his family. Fernando Chavez Barron, just 16 years old, a son, a brother, a student who was eager to work, to learn, and to grow. Randall Blevins, a devoted son, a kind friend, father, and a dedicated employee, described as soft-spoken and kind-hearted, whose memory will live on in eternal love. Kelly Pyle, a mother, a grandmother, a fiance, described by those that knew her as a generous and kind person, loved dearly by family and friends and co-workers. Brian Pendleton, an outgoing friend, a loving son, and a hardworking and loyal employee who arrived early for work nearly every day. And Tanika Johnson, a daughter, a student, a friend, described as a light in a dim room, ambitious and kind to all. As Suzanne and I stood yesterday morning at the memorials at Walmart, those memorials there for these 6 brothers and sisters, we were overcome. We were overcome by the scripture from Matthew written on each one of the extraordinary tributes that had been signed by so many people, expressing loss, support, and love. Jesus says, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted." To the families and friends here tonight, we mourn with you, we grieve with you, and we pray that our Lord's peace will comfort you. Across Virginia, as we struggle to come to grips with these heinous acts here in Chesapeake, just a few weeks ago in Charlottesville, we must not evolve into a sense of national despair and personal despondence. Rather, we must mend our wounds of grief with an unyielding determination to change the conditions of our society that have increasingly bred a culture of despair, of disillusion, and a lack of respect for human life. We must move forward with a purpose. And each of us has a role, a critical role, each of us to play. Not just government, not just law enforcement, but all of us must come together. Individuals, families, schools, churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, companies, nonprofits, hospitals, all of us have a role. You see, I'm not alone in concluding that we have a mental health and a behavioral health crisis in the United States and in Virginia, a crisis that shows up in all facets of our society, in our homes and our schools and our workplace, at times tragically manifesting itself in violence, in murder, and in suicides. So I pledge that our administration will work across party lines. We will work with all of you, with families, with doctors, with faith leaders, with educators, with law enforcement heroes, with counselors, with business and nonprofit leaders. We will work together to chart a path forward for better mental and behavioral health so that we can serve all Virginians and so that we can love one another. Above all, we must act in the image of God, holding close to our hearts His cry to love our brothers and our sisters, to bring peace to our communities, to dispel evil, to venerate love. There's nothing that we can do to bring back these 6 extraordinary Virginians. Nothing that we can do to ease the unthinkable grief that families now face. And yet we must look forward to another day, a day of common love for each other. We're grateful to the teams of first responders who acted in love as they rushed towards danger to quickly and professionally address this unimaginable scene on Tuesday night last week. Our local, state, and federal authorities have been working to respond and provide support and resources to families and victims. There were substantial efforts put in place to make sure that Walmart was secured that night and that an investigation could start immediately. It's humbling to see the Chesapeake community come together in such a way tonight. I wish you could all see what I see from here. What I see is community. What I see is love. And what I see is resolve to move forward with purpose. As we memorialize the fallen, let me share with you something that my Christian faith says to give me hope in times such as these. When I question why terrible, horrific things happen, when I question why we lose innocent loved ones, I pray that you may find comfort in the words of our Lord to Job in the Old Testament, who despite his profound suffering, never lost hope. John, who in the New Testament helps us understand Jesus' words that now is your time of grief, but I will see you again, and you will rejoice, and no one will take away your joy. And finally, we are called in Romans to, yes, rejoice with those who rejoice. We're also directed to weep with those who weep. Our hearts break. Our hearts break for, our hearts break with families and friends who are grieving because of the unthinkable. We are here to support you. We are here to love you. We are grateful for the outpouring of love that has been shown by this extraordinary Chesapeake community. And we pray that those who were injured will see full recovery. And we pray that Lorenzo, Fernando, Randall, Kelly, Brian, and Tanika will be blessed in paradise.
For 16 years, Demisha Moore has...
All right, and we do have a live press conference coming to our Live Now from Fox desk. We have an update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He's speaking on Russia's war in Ukraine. Let's listen in. Live, raw, and unfiltered.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Ukraine. As you know, Russia is massively bombing Ukrainians' critical infrastructure, and 97% of Russian bombs hit Ukrainian civil infrastructure. Millions of Ukrainians are now without power, heating, water, and every day of delayed support causes more suffering. So what practical results can Ukrainians expect for this meeting? Maybe more air defense systems, weapons?
It is painful to see the destruction that the air and missiles attacks by Russia are causing on Ukrainians, on Ukrainian cities, on critical infrastructure. And that's also the reason why allies have stepped up, but also why I expect that here in Bucharest at the foreign ministerial meeting, the message from all allies will be that we need to do more, both to help Ukraine repair the destroyed critical infrastructure, including power and gas grid, but also to, of course, address the attacks itself by providing more air defense systems. This is partly providing more air defense weapons systems, but also, of course, to ensuring that those systems that we have already provided, and many of them are actually modern NATO standard air defense system, including NASAMS and others, that they are functioning, meaning that we need to provide spare parts and we need to provide ammunition. So this is not only about adding more weapons, but also ensuring that the weapons that are already being provided by NATO allies can be used to shoot down incoming Russian missiles and drones.
Secretary General, yesterday you mentioned that we might expect more attacks on critical infrastructure in Ukraine. How many more attacks can we expect, given that Russia's stockpiles are running low?
We can expect more attacks because President Putin is failing. Fundamentally, the fact that they have to give up ground, that Russia has been pushed out of the territories around Kiev, around in the east around Kharkiv, and then in the south that they had to give up Kherson. That's a sign of weakness. That's the sign that Russia is actually failing on the battlefield. In response to that, they are now attacking civilian targets, cities, because they're not able to win territory and to in a way avoid Ukraine slowly liberating more and more territory. So yes, we can expect more attacks. I think no one can say exactly how many, but President Putin and Russia has demonstrated a willingness to inflict suffering and to a level of brutality that we haven't seen in Europe since the Second World War. We know that Russia is running low on ammunition. That's also the reason why they have reached out to, for instance, Iran to try to get more. We are saying very clearly that no country should support Russia's illegal war. And therefore Iran and no other country should provide Russia with missiles, drones or anything else that can help them to continue this brutal war of aggression against Ukraine.
German television here, please.
2008, NATO declared here in Bucharest that someday Ukraine would be a member of NATO. Where stands NATO now today on behalf of this declaration?
You are right that we made decisions on Ukraine, Georgia, on membership here at the NATO summit in 2008. I was here myself as, at that time, a Norwegian Prime Minister, so I remember that meeting very well. First of all, I welcome that since then we have strengthened significantly our partnership with Georgia and with Ukraine, something that has not least been demonstrated since 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea, and since then NATO allies have delivered a lot of support to Ukraine, and therefore also the Ukrainian armed forces were much stronger much better equipped, much better led, and much bigger than they were in 2014, and that's very much because of the support they have received from NATO allies over these years, and we were prepared when the invasion happened in February, and then allies stepped up further, now with unprecedented level of support to Ukraine. I expect that foreign ministers will, at the meeting here in Bucharest today and tomorrow, reiterate that NATO's door is open. And we have demonstrated that over the last years by allowing North Macedonia, Montenegro to become members, and now also Finland and Sweden. So we have demonstrated that the decision in Bucharest that NATO's door is open is something we live up to, not only in words but also in deeds, by actually allowing more members to come into the alliance. On Ukrainian membership, we stated that Ukraine will become a member. I expect allies to reiterate also that position. However, the main focus now is on supporting Ukraine. We are in the midst of a war, and therefore we should do nothing that can undermine the unity of allies to provide military, humanitarian, financial support to Ukraine, because we must prevent President Putin from winning, and we need to ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent nation.
Secretary.
It now faces critical energy issues, including recent blackouts with Russian strikes in Ukraine. Allies talk about supporting Moldova, but what concrete measures can NATO take and is taken to help the country from further destabilisation?
Moldova is a partner of NATO. Moldova also receives support from NATO allies individually and from the European Union. And we see the brutality of this war, not only for Ukrainians, but also for people all around the world, caused by increased food prices. But in Moldova in particular, they have suffered also because of the blackouts of their energy grid, which is a direct consequence of the war going on in Ukraine. So this is about stepping up practical support to Ukraine, to Moldova, and also sending a very clear message that this war must not escalate beyond Ukraine. And I had recently a meeting with the Moldovan president, and I expressed my solidarity and also the strong message from many NATO allies that they are ready also to provide practical support.
Secretary General Pablo Gutierrez with Feature Story News for CGTN. My question is in relation to your statement about winter becoming a weapon for Russia. We have already seen mass exodus of Ukrainians over the last 10 months. Is there a concern that we will see a second, perhaps a greater wave of migration towards Europe? And what is NATO doing to support the people of the Ukraine in the event of a second wave of Ukrainian migration?
We have seen millions of people being forced to flee Ukraine already. Many of them have crossed the border into Romania, close to 3 million. And that just demonstrates how timely and important it is that we meet here in Romania, border of Ukraine. And of course we have to be prepared for more refugees crossing into the rest of Europe. This is a war, this is a brutal war, and there is a deliberate attack on critical services, heating, light, water, gas. And of course the purpose of that is to inflict as much suffering as possible on Ukrainian civilians, to try to break their commitment, their unity in standing up against the Russian invasion. I'm absolutely certain that President Putin will not succeed, that the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian armed forces, the Ukrainian leadership will not bend, but will just mobilize even more in fighting back. And if anything, these brutal attacks against critical civilian infrastructure is only encouraging NATO allies to do even more, because we need to ensure that Russia doesn't win, because if President Putin wins this war, the message will be that when authoritarian leaders use brutal force, when they invade another country, when they violate international law, they can achieve their goals. That will be a tragedy for Ukraine, but it will also make the whole world more dangerous and us more vulnerable, because the lesson learned for authoritarian leaders is that they can use force. So that's the reason why it is in our security interest to continue to support Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you later. All right, that was the latest from NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg addressing the ongoing war in Ukraine. We do know that many civilian deaths have been reported recently. The attacks are focused largely on infrastructure, especially in the city of Kherson, where people are still trying to restore heat, electricity, and water, basic services that were damaged in those recent shelters. The time is now 5:32. We'll have more right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. President Biden now says that Congress should get involved to avert a rail strike next week. The last-minute decision to get involved only highlights how devastating a strike would be on the United States economy, to the tune of $2 billion a day. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
President Biden is tasking Congress with ending the threat of a rail worker strike next week. It comes after the president said his labor, agriculture, and transportation secretaries said they see no way forward in negotiations between labor leaders and rail management.
It seems like President Biden was hoping to get something done that ultimately he could not get done, and the labor unions are not going to be happy about this.
In a statement Monday night, the president writing, "In this case, where the economic impact of a shutdown would hurt millions of other working people and families, I believe Congress must use its powers to adopt this deal." If a strike happens, the economic impact is expected to be $2 billion a day.
This is just going to make inflation worse, and it couldn't come at a worse time for consumers who are and families who are going to try to get those gifts under the Christmas tree.
Back in September, President Biden and his team celebrated a tentative deal. It has a 24% pay raise, bonuses, and improved health care benefits. But in early November, 4 of the unions expressed concern with the lack of paid sick leave. Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she was reluctant to bypass the unions, but that the House would take up the legislation with the original tentative agreement. Quote, "We must act to prevent a catastrophic nationwide rail strike, which would grind our economy to a halt."
The deadline for a deal or congressional action to avoid a strike is December 9th. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
The man who opened fire on a Buffalo supermarket and killed 10 people Friday pleads guilty. Families of the victims say that it's the first step to getting justice. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more.
The teenager police say fatally shot 10 black people at a Top supermarket in Buffalo, New York, pled guilty to murder and hate-motivated terrorism charges on Monday. Prosecutors say 19-year-old Peyton Gendron targeted victims in that May shooting because of their skin color. Erie County District Attorney John Flynn calling the guilty plea swift justice.
Justice has been done today. But while justice has been accomplished, nothing will ever bring back the 10 beautiful people who lost their lives on that day.
The victims ranged in age from 32 to 86 years old. Among them, store customers, a top security guard, and a church deacon. In court on Monday, community leaders and victims' family members cried as the judge referred to each victim by name.
It was just gut-wrenching. And it made you angry all over again.
That was a hard pill to swallow because it just brings back that day all over again.
Prosecutors say the evidence against Gendron was overwhelming. It included video footage from a helmet camera that he live streamed from during the attack, as well as an online document where he posted his views about white supremacy. Gendron will be sentenced on February 15th. The domestic terror charge automatically carries life in prison without parole.
This critical step represents a condemnation of the racist ideology that fueled his horrific actions on May 14th.
Gendron faces separate federal hate crimes charges that could carry the death penalty. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Got a few minutes, hang on. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. I am District Attorney John Flynn, the District Attorney of Erie County. And today I'm joined by a number of members of my team, along with 2 of my closest, not only friends, but partners in government. I'm joined this morning by the mayor of our great city, Mayor Byron Brown, and the equally great police commissioner of the city of Buffalo, Joe Gramaglia. In addition to the mayor and the commissioner, I have assembled my team here that was responsible for the prosecution of this racist murder that occurred this morning. This investigation and prosecution was led by my first deputy district attorney, Michael Kane. The lead prosecutor was my homicide prosecutor, the bureau chief of my homicide prosecution unit, Gary Hackbush, along with a number of other assistant district attorneys, John Ferraletto, who is my bureau chief of my major crimes bureau, Noha Elnakib, who is an assistant district attorney in my office, Ryan Haggerty, and Justin Caldwell. I am also joined by Danielle Diabati, who is the bureau chief of my community prosecution bureau, and my senior victim advocate, Kim Rapp. Danielle and Kim were instrumental in guiding the families and the victims through this process. And they were instrumental in working with all of our federal, state, and local partners in building up all of these support services that have come to fruition over the past 6 months here in the city of Buffalo. And I can't thank Danielle and Kim enough for all that they have done on behalf of this community, on behalf of the victims, and on behalf of the families of this tragedy. The Buffalo Police Department, led by the mayor and Commissioner Gamalia, I could take all day to talk about what they did in this investigation and how their leadership ensured swift justice. And that is what we got today, which was swift justice. I also want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, the New York State Police, the Erie County Sheriffs, the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Attorney's Office. Again, I don't mean to leave anyone out, but all of our federal, state, and local partners in the law enforcement world brought us to where we are today. And again, I can't thank them enough. As you all know, there were no cameras allowed in the courtroom. There were no recordings allowed in the courtroom. Obviously, some of you were in the courtroom and were able to take notes about what happened, but our community did not hear or see what happened. And our community needs to learn and see what happened today. First of all, and most importantly, the defendant pled guilty to the indictment. And I'm careful, I use the word indictment and not the word the entire indictment. And let me explain. I indicted the defendant on obviously the highest count, which is the domestic terrorism charge, along with 10 counts of murder in the first degree and 10 counts of murder in the second degree. I did both the murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree basically to cover all my bases. In case something went awry, I had a fallback, I had an either-or position. You can't be found guilty of both murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. You can't legally have both. So with the defendant pleading to the highest, the higher of the two, the murder in the first degree, the murder in the second degree was a moot point. And so the murder in the second degree charges by operation of law just went away. And like I said, the defendant pleaded to the indictment, to all of the highest counts. He pled guilty to the domestic state terrorism charge motivated by hate. That is a relatively new statute in our penal law that was enacted within the past 10 years. It has never been used before in the state of New York. No individual in the history of the state of New York has been found guilty of that domestic terrorism charge motivated by hate until today. And he pled guilty to that highest charge today. He also pled guilty to all of the first degree murder charges, all 10 counts. I felt that it was important that all 10 individual names were listed. I could have legally just had one count with 2 or more people that were murdered, but I felt it important not only to the families, but this community, that every name be listed in the indictment and that he plead guilty to every single name that he murdered. And therefore, he pled guilty to all 10 counts of the murder in the first degree. In addition, he pled to the 3 attempted murder charges. As we all know, there were 3 individuals who survived the attack, and he pled guilty to all 3 of those attempted murder charges, and he pled guilty to the gun charge. and I'll explain exactly what the gun charge was so you have a better idea. By pleading guilty to the state terrorism charge, there is an automatic sentence for that. That automatic sentence is life without parole. There is nothing higher than that in New York State. We do not have a death penalty in New York State, so the life without parole is in fact the highest charge we have. And he got that automatically by pleading guilty to that. So in reality, there's really no need from a legal standpoint, a technical legal standpoint, for a future sentencing date. There is one scheduled, obviously, but again, by being found guilty of the domestic terrorism charge, that is per se automatic life without parole, which he will now obviously get. As I stated, you know, there were no cameras in a courtroom.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. We're taking a listen in as the district attorney speaks on the man who committed a mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo. He will be sentenced to life without parole after pleading guilty to multiple charges connected to this shooting. 19-year-old Peyton Gendron committed the mass shooting on May 14th, and Erie County District Attorney John Flynn spoke about the guilty pleas on Monday. We also heard from the family members and community members who were all saying that this is the first step towards justice. Moving right along with other top stories this morning. We want to bring you all this story that's coming from Orlando, Florida. We're checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando colleague, Amanda McKenzie, as we have new details this morning after a crash started a fire in a Florida fireworks shop. One person was killed when their SUV hit a truck and then crashed into the fireworks store. Fox 35 Amanda McKenzie is joining us now. She's on the scene. Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning. Well, the fire trucks have now left the scene, but you can really see what's left of this shell of a fireworks store, still smoldering at times, but the roof is gone and it's really just been carved out from those explosions. Now, the Florida Highway Patrol just released their report saying a 53-year-old man in an SUV rear-ended a pickup truck and continued pushing through the intersection until crashing through a window of phantom fireworks. That man was pronounced dead at the scene. The other driver in the truck was not injured, and it was a very dangerous situation for firefighters as fireworks shot out in every direction. The smoke could be seen for miles. Witnesses who saw the chain of events shared their videos with us.
The SUV just kept going right into the building. There was another car behind the SUV, tried to go in and help, but the fireworks immediately started to go off and they ran away.
Two workers in the fireworks shop were able to make it out unharmed. Brevard County's fire chief says strict safety rules with escape routes helped save them. Now, the state fire marshal is investigating the building fire, and state troopers are continuing to investigate the deadly crash. Reporting live in Melbourne, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
Huge thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando colleagues for bringing us that report. The time is now 5:49 a.m. on the East Coast. You're streaming live now from Fox, and we'll have more top stories in just 2 minutes.
6 o'clock.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The city of Houston canceling school again over a boil water notice for the city's 2.3 million residents. Houston has experienced 3 boil water notices in the past 2 years. So we are in touch with our Fox 26 Houston colleagues to see if and when water will resume today, or if the boil water notice will end today, and when these Houston Independent School District students will return to school. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and listen into the most recent update from the mayor, Sylvester Turner.
The East Water Purification Plants 1 and 2 lost power. At 10:50, Plant 3 lost power. And these are the 3 plants located inside the East Water Purification Plant. Just before 11 a.m., the water pressure dipped below the regulatory levels of 35 psi at 21 water pressure monitoring sites. So they dipped below 35 at 11 a.m. At 11 a.m., pressure at 16 of those 21 sites dropped below the emergency regulatory level of 20 psi. So that was at 11 a.m. 16 of the 21 sites dropped below the emergency regulatory level of 20 psi. Pressure rebounded above 20 psi in less than 2 minutes at 14 of the 16 locations. So I want us to kind of make sure we understand the timeline and what was happening here. So at 14 of those 16, where it fell below 20 psi, they remained below 20 psi for less than 2 minutes. The remaining 2 locations of that 16 rose above the 20 psi at 11:30. So 14 were below 20 psi for less than 2 minutes. 2 of the sensors rebounded above the 20 psi in 30 minutes. For 5 of the 21 sensors, they never fell below 20 psi. Okay. A plant electrician arrived at the East Water Purification Plant at 11 a.m. to troubleshoot the problem. Further investigation by the Houston Water found that 2 transformers at Plant 1 went offline due to a ground trip and current overload. The electrical feeder from Plant 3 also experienced a ground fault trip. Both Sabre, that's S-A-B-E-R, B as in boy, E-R, the electrical contractor, and CenterPoint Energy were on site to investigate how not one transformer faulted, but the redundant transformer also failed. And what I'm being told, even when you have the grid providing power and you have your generators to step in, when these 2 transformers failed, it prevented the power to the system. Power was restored to plants 1 and 2 at 12:15 p.m. Sunday. I'm sorry, p.m. Yes. At 12:15 p.m. on Sunday, and power was restored to Plant 3 at 12:30. So in terms of the power disruption, 2 hours, from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. 21 sensors. 16 of them fell below 20 psi. 14 of the 16 stayed below for less than 2 minutes, and 2 stayed below for 30 minutes. Power was restored at 12:30 p.m. Full water pressure was restored to all 3 plants by 3:30 p.m., and all locations were back at 35 psi's. Further investigation and testing on the breakers, transformers, motors, and feeders found a bad cell in Plant 1 transformer. And I have asked for a complete diagnostic review of this system to further verify and to identify how we make sure it does not happen again. The Houston Water field staff verified all pressures across the system. Houston Water, in communication with TCEQ, determined a boil water notice needed to be issued on Sunday evening, and that was somewhere around 6 p.m., 6:40 is when that decision was made. Conversations with TCEQ were taking place from 2:43 p.m. up to 6:40. And it was at that point, based on the data, based on the sensors, that it was a decision was made that a boil water notice was to be issued. And one of the reasons why it took that long, because as you can see, for 14 of the sensors, they remain below 20 psi for less than 2 minutes. And for 2 sensors, they remain below 20 psi for 30. So there were questions as to whether or not even a boil water notice needed to be issued. A decision was made out of an abundance of caution to issue the boil water notice, and it was done. Notice was sent to the public at 6:44 p.m. Sunday night. And here's where we stand right now. The TCEQ approved our water sampling plan at 10:41 p.m. Sunday night. And I want to thank TDM, Texas Department of Emergency Management, and TCEQ for working with the Houston Public Works Department. They approved the water sampling plan at 10:41 p.m. Sunday night. Samples were pulled from 29 locations at 6 a.m. and 9:30 this morning. 2 locations, and out of, again, abundance of caution, just in case if the first sample didn't pan out, then we had another sample ready to go. All the samples arrived at Houston Water Labs by 9:45 this morning. The samples will then sit and incubate for at least 18 hours per state regulations, and the first reads of the samples will be taken at 3, that should be 3 p.m.
Well, we'll review it, but the first official read that we can do is at 3 a.m.
At 3 a.m. to determine if the water is free from contamination. Those results will be sent to the TCEQ for verification and to determine if the city can rescind the boil water notice. Although there'll be various readings throughout the day that will give us some indication as to whether or not we anticipate the end result to be a very positive one. We are optimistic the results will come back clean. The TCEQ will notify the city once we can rescind the boil water notice, and it's our hope that we can get a positive word at least late tonight or early on tomorrow morning, because we would love to see schools resume, businesses continue to function and open up if they have had to close, and if there are any surgeries that are having to be postponed, hopefully they can proceed on tomorrow. So that's where we are, okay? And I will take at this point any questions that you may have. One at a time.
Mr. Mayor, people who live in, say, West Houston, in the 4th largest city, wonder, a plant goes down on the east side, why do I have to abide by this notice? Can someone explain the logistics of the water system here?
The East Water Purification Plant provides water to pretty much the city as a whole, with the exception of Kingwood and those who receive service from the Clear Lake Water Authority. They have their own sort of systems. But the East Water Purification provides water to the entire city, in addition to some muds that are adjacent, they're very much adjacent. And that's the reason. And even though we don't have any evidence of contamination, and even though the PSI fell below.
All right, the time is now 6 a.m. We're listening into this update from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner. Houston Public Works has issued a boil water notice for a large part of Harris County and the Houston area. Now, this is coming after city officials issued a boil water notice on Sunday for Houston's main water system. Now, according to this notice, the water pressure dropped below the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality's required minimum of 20 psi during a power outage at the East Water Purification Plant around 10:30 a.m. on Sunday. And a boil water notice has been issued for 2.3 Houston residents ever since. And school has been canceled in the Houston area as a result of this. So in just a bit, we'll have a conversation with our Fox 26 Houston colleagues on exactly why this is happening and when we could possibly see water resumed in the city of Houston. At this time, let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are getting this live update into our desk. We have here Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He's being joined by his Romanian counterpart, the two discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine. Let's listen in. All right, guys, it looks as though we lost that press conference. We'll work on getting a better one for you all, but let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Live Now from
Thank
Fox.
you.
It looks as though we do have that live press conference coming back to our desk. United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken is joined by his Romanian counterpart. The two are discussing Russia's war in Ukraine.
A lot of weight on the strategic importance of the Black Sea region, from when Russia launched its multiple aggression against Ukraine since 2014 and now from February 24. Last year, when you received Foreign Minister Aurescu at the State Department, you discussed about the U.S. strategy for the Black Sea. What is the current state of play within the administration and the Congress of this document, and what role do you see Romania playing in this strategy, given that Romania advocates for more NATO troops and also for more military equipment? And also for Foreign Minister Aurescu, if you want to add Romania's view on the matter, since you earlier mentioned that you handed to your U.S. counterpart Romania's evaluation on the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. When it comes to the Black Sea region, this is an area of vital strategic importance to us and to NATO. We have three allies that are literal states, as our close partners, Ukraine and Georgia. Russia has turned parts of the Black Sea into a war zone. We've seen missiles from warships coming into Ukrainian cities and towns. Russian forces, of course, have blocked Ukrainian ports, causing what has been the worst food security crisis in years. And thankfully, because of important efforts by the United Nations and Turkey, we were able to get the Black Sea corridor moving. And of course, Romania has been playing a critical role in the export of grain and other foodstuffs from Ukraine to help feed the world. So we're not going to be deterred going forward. We're going to be reinforcing NATO's presence from the Black to the Baltic Seas. And in that effort, we are working constantly between each other as well as with NATO to effectively inform and reinforce our Black Sea strategy. Romania is a vital contributor to that effort and, of course, to the broader effort of making sure that we have the strongest possible defensive alliance when it comes to NATO, as you've heard, contributing 2.5% of GDP, above the 2% Wales pledge to defense. And, of course, Romania in its own right is a key contributor to Black Sea security. We are committed, as we move forward, to building a modern, interoperable military, and that will have benefits across the entire NATO space, including when it comes to the Black Sea. As I've noted, Romania hosts the NATO Multinational Division Headquarters Southeast, which is NATO's regional command and control node. This is a critical institution. A NATO force integration unit, a fully operational multinational brigade. And we have, at present, well over 3,000 U.S. forces here in Romania. So in all of this, simply put, the Black Sea region is a critical component of NATO's defense, NATO's strategy, but it is not static. It's one that we continue to work on, both directly together between us as well as in the context of NATO. It's something I intend on bringing up later today when we meet with all of the NATO foreign ministers.
Well, thank you so much for the question. As I mentioned, last year in November, when I visited Washington, we discussed about the project of creating a U.S. strategy for the Black Sea. We consider that it's very important to bring also Romania's contribution, and at that time I've forwarded a comprehensive document with the vision of Romania on how this Black Sea strategy should look like in our view. And the vision was of a comprehensive strategy to go beyond the security dimension, the plastic security dimension, and to add dimensions related to the freedom of navigation, to the resilience of the countries around the Black Sea, which needs to be consolidated. And I've also included there ideas regarding the development of the economies in the Black Sea region, and consolidating the Black Sea as a hub and a transit point between Europe and Caucasus and Central Asia, because indeed Black Sea has a lot of potential. After the war started in Ukraine, we consider that it is extremely relevant to think again in the new context what would be the, let's say, main parameters of this U.S. strategy on the Black Sea. which is not just a U.S. strategy. It is far more than that, going beyond the vision of the United States, because I very much appreciated the openness of the United States to bring within this strategy the ideas and the vision of the riparian states, including of Romania. So today I forwarded another updated version of that vision of Romania on this strategy, consolidating the approach, which was a comprehensive one that was included in the document forwarded last November. And I hope that this will be of some interest and help for the new U.S. strategy, taking into account the current context. And I want to say that it is not just the interest of the U.S. administration, it is also the interest of the U.S. Congress that passed a piece of legislation regarding the creation of a U.S. strategy. I have met the initiators of that bill in the margins of the Madrid summit, but also in Constanza on the 1st of July, when the U.S. Helsinki Commission held its first ever meeting on the shores of the Black Sea, immediately after the Madrid summit. And I think there is a lot of potential in this U.S. Strategy, and I do believe that the vision of Romania will be included and taken into account in that.
Thank you. And France Press?
Yes, I'm back here in this jungle. Get a little bit of a little bit of space. Hi there, Léon Bruno, Agence France Presse. Apologize for moving to another region, but I do have questions for both of you. First, Mr. Secretary, there is a major showdown in a couple of hours, I think it is, between Iran and the United States at the World Cup in Doha. This against the backdrop of protest, massive protest for a couple of months, and women and human rights and what have you. There are major geopolitical connotations to this game and a whole bunch of facets. The U.S. Soccer Federation was criticized because it played around with the Iranian flag. What are your thoughts on this game? And I'm talking here soccer diplomacy, as you mentioned in Doha yourself. What are the geopolitical implications of this very important game, which I assume you'll be watching? If I could also ask a question on China. Very quick question, simple question. Does the United States support the protests in China that are ongoing now? And what are your thoughts on the crackdown that is apparently happening? And a question for the foreign minister. Thank you very much for hosting us here for this NATO meeting. I was wondering, your country is on the front line of this war in Ukraine, at least in the impact, regarding the impact of that war. The United States and NATO and others say that they will support the Ukraine as long as it takes. And my question to you, to Romania, is how long can you sustain that? And further, do you think NATO and the United States are doing enough? And lastly, does Romania want a permanent U.S. military presence in your country? And thank you very much.
Thank you. When it comes to soccer or to football, as it's sometimes more properly known, let's let the athletes do their thing. I'm looking forward to a very competitive match between the United States and Iran. I will be cheering on Team USA. I plan to watch the match later tonight. And having seen them play in Doha in their first game against Wales, I'm certainly confident in their abilities to do well on the field. And look, I don't think there are any particular geopolitical aspects to this, other than that we have what should be a competitive game, and let's let the game speak for itself. When it comes to protests that we're seeing in China, protests that we're seeing for different reasons in Iran, in other places, our position is the same everywhere, which is that we support the right of people everywhere to peacefully protest, to make known their views, their concerns, and their frustrations.
Well, thank you so much for the question on Ukraine. We have supported Ukraine from day one of the war. And this support was in terms of humanitarian support, in terms of support for the transfer of grain that I have already mentioned. So 8.4 million tons of agricultural products, out of which 7.1 million tons of grain. This means a lot compared to solidarity lanes within the European Union, which amounts to about 16 million tons of grain and other products which were transported, and compared also to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which managed to facilitate the transfer of 11.1 million tons of grain and other agricultural products of Ukraine. So it was a huge effort, and I think this huge effort will continue, because I do think that we need to support Ukraine as long as it takes. So there is no fatigue here about supporting Ukraine, and we will continue with the same effort, because we think that supporting Ukraine means in fact supporting the security of Romania, the security of the Romanian citizens, the security of the European Union, the security of the Euro-Atlantic area. Because the war against Ukraine, the war unleashed by Russia, is not just a war about Ukraine or against Ukraine. It is not just an attack on the security of our neighbor. It is an attack of the security of the region. It's an attack of the security of Europe, an attack of the Euro-Atlantic security. It's about changing, or the attempt to change, the parameters of the Euro-Atlantic security architecture. And we have to respond in a resolute manner in order to protect these parameters and to ensure that the rules-based international order is ensured. And this is the mission that we have here in the front line of the response of the international community to what happens in Ukraine. That's why we are meeting here on the shores of the Black Sea, because this speaks about not only the role of Romania in this international context and the work that we have done and we will continue to do. It is also about the strategic importance of the Black Sea in this context. And that's why we are meeting today with Minister Kuleba in a session which is dedicated to listening to the needs of Ukraine in order to better support Ukraine, to coagulate our support in terms of supporting the defense capacities of Ukraine. We will have another session among ourselves dedicated to how to increase the support within the comprehensive assistance package that NATO designed in order to support non-lethal aid for Ukraine. And this effort will continue. About the permanent US presence in Romania, well, we have advocated for quite a long time for more US and NATO presence in Romania. We discussed this last year. We have discussed this over the previous years, but now I think we have a very robust US presence in Romania, a very robust NATO presence in Romania, but we have, of course, to continue to implement the decisions of the Madrid summit, which are speaking about transforming the level of the battle group in Romania from the battalion level to the brigade level. We are speaking about assigning specific reinforcement forces from various allies to the various battle groups on the eastern flank, including the battle group in Romania. We are discussing about how to implement the decision of the Madrid summit in terms of pre-positioning equipment, and we are working on these issues. So, on the road to the Vilnius summit next year, we will work a lot on these aspects related to the implementation in concrete terms of the Madrid summit decisions. Do you think NATO or US have done enough? No, there is not enough anytime. No time there is enough support, but we will continue with that because this is about our security and it is about our values, our common values.
Thank you. The press conference is over. Thank you very much.
Right, there you have it, a live update from United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken. We'll have more international news in just 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, it's holiday season, and the United States Postal Service is announcing its deadlines for this season. USPS officials say that items should be sent as soon as possible in order to make it to its destination by Christmas Eve. The retail ground service deadline is December 17th, while priority mail service is December 19th, and Priority Mail Express is December 22nd. For more information on deadlines, you can visit the USPS website. But through the rain, snow, sleet, or hail, mail carriers will be working very hard to get your holiday cards and packages to their destinations in time. Fox's Dandy Maston has more on how these workers are staying positive during the very busy season.
Postal Service.
It's priceless. It makes you feel good.
She says though Christmas is the busiest time of the year for her, it's still her favorite time to deliver mail.
Because the satisfaction that you get when you go to the door and deliver that package to that customer that they've been waiting for and to get it on time.
Every year, Demisha gets to pick up Operation Santa letters and says doing this is most rewarding.
I just love the joy that I get to see the kids bring me letters to get to Santa, because some kids are less fortunate. They're not able to get a lot of things. So that Dear Santa letter, the Operation Santa, it means the world to me and the kids.
In 2020, during the pandemic, USPS reps tell me more and more people decided not to gather for the holidays. Because of this, there was an uptick in shipping gifts that still remains to this day. Demisha tells me she does her best to handle the demand.
You just pace yourself and you just go with the flow, and eventually it becomes second nature. I've been doing it so long.
Demisha says if you see a mail carrier out in your neighborhood this holiday season,
just wave. We're doing the best we can. Be happy, be cheerful, and be safe.
If you ship gifts at the last minute, like on December 23rd, Demisha, along with other carriers, will work hard to make sure it arrives by Christmas Day. I'm Danny Maston, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas.
Taking a live now look from the United States Capitol building, the end of the year to-do list for Congress is long, expensive, and full of potentially hot button issues. Fox's Lauren Blanchard reports on what lawmakers will need to agree on and what they may be taxed with.
Congress is headed back to Washington, D.C. this week. Lawmakers need to avert a government shutdown mid-December by either passing a spending bill or giving themselves an extension.
The last thing we can afford right now is to turn government funding into another political tit-for-tat.
Following a deadly November with multiple mass shootings, President Biden is again calling for a ban on high-powered weapons, but he would need at least 60 votes in the Senate, which is unlikely.
We understand it's an uphill battle. We understand that this is not easy. He gets that, but doesn't mean that he's going to stop fighting for it or that he's going to stop talking about it.
And at the end of next week, a rail strike is possible if negotiators can't find a deal with rail labor unions. It could cost $2 billion a day. The White House and Congress say a strike is unacceptable, and Congress could step in and force contract terms.
We cannot have our transportation system responsible for 1/3 of our products being transported throughout our country shut down. That's not an option.
The unions say their workers need paid sick time.
We have no desire to go on strike. We have no desire to interrupt anybody's holidays. We really would not like Congress to intervene.
Waiting until the strike deadline could still hurt the U.S. economy. Some food and chemical producers will have to start to pull their products from rail cars this week to make sure they don't get stuck. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Protests continue in China over the government's zero-tolerance COVID-19 policies. A small protest took place in Hong Kong's central business district on Monday, sparked by President Xi Jinping's strict COVID rules. Now, many demonstrators held up blank sheets of white paper, that's what you see on your screens there, in a silent protest. And this is a tactic used to evade censorship or arrest. They also paid tribute at a makeshift memorial for victims of last week's apartment fire in the city of Urumqi, which has come to symbolize the plight of residents grappling with years of forced isolation. Mass demonstrations took place over the weekend in several cities, including Shanghai and Beijing, where protesters confronted police and called for President Jinping to step down. We're also hearing more from the White House, who is encouraging peaceful protest. We'll have that for you all in just 2 minutes after this quick commercial break.
And our message to peaceful protesters around the world is the same and consistent. People should be allowed the right to assemble and to peacefully protest policies or laws or dictates that they take issue with.
Does the White House support their efforts to sort of regain personal freedoms in light of these lockdowns?
The White House supports the right of peaceful protest.
And then on a different topic,
this is, I think, a moment to reassert what we believe in when it comes to free assembly and peaceful protest, and we've done that, and we'll continue to do that, whether it's people protesting in Iran or China or anywhere else around the world. Nothing's changed about the president's firm belief in the power of democracy and democratic institutions and how important that is. But this is really a moment, to put it back into your words, this is a moment for the Chinese people and the Chinese government to speak to. We have been nothing but clear and consistent, and I think you'll see that going forward.
Right, that was the latest from the United States, offering its sentiments when it comes to protests that we are seeing in China in results to its zero COVID-19 policy, which has led to delays in responding to fires and medical emergencies, which has unfortunately cost people their lives. So we see here John Kirby, the spokesperson for the National Security Council, saying that the United States does support the right for people to peacefully protest. Now, frustration is continuing to boil in China over their severe COVID-19 restrictions, which again have shut down businesses and other essential services. So we'll continue to report on this and other international news topics here at Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, let's revisit a story that we have been following for the past week. We are learning more information about that gunman who did kill 6 co-workers at that Virginia Walmart late last Tuesday night before taking his own life. And we are learning more and hearing more from community members, officials, and the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. Here are a few words from the governor.
Good evening. Mayor West, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Bishop, thank you for the amazing prayer. Chris, that was an amazing rendition of Amazing Grace. Thank you. Thank you. Today, as we grapple with the shocking, horrific act of violence in Chesapeake last week, I'm reminded of the words that the Lord spoke unto us in John 14:27. My peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. As we gather in a time like this, when yet another act of senseless violence fills our hearts with unspeakable sadness, shock, and anger, to move forward without fear, without trouble, has become for many an arduous task. 6 victims, with 5 more injured, each a child of God, created in His image. So yes, following this tragedy, these senseless murders, we are facing a sense of anger, a sense of fear, a sense of immense loss, a sense of deep, deep grief. Among the fallen were Lorenzo Gamble, father of 2 sons, a man of few words, a man of strength who loved and worked hard for his family. Fernando Chavez Barron, just 16 years old, a son, a brother, a student who was eager to work, to learn, and to grow. Randall Blevins, a devoted son, a kind friend, father, and a dedicated employee, described as soft-spoken and kind-hearted, whose memory will live on in eternal love. Kelly Pyle, a mother, a grandmother, a fiance, described by those that knew her as a generous and kind person, loved dearly by family and friends and co-workers. Brian Pendleton, an outgoing friend, a loving son, and a hard-working and loyal employee who arrived early for work nearly every day. And Tanika Johnson, a daughter, a student, a friend, described as a light in a dim room, ambitious and kind to all. As Suzanne and I stood yesterday morning at the memorials at Walmart, those memorials there for these 6 brothers and sisters, we were overcome. We were overcome by the scripture from Matthew written on each one of the extraordinary tributes that had been signed by so many people, expressing loss, support, and love. Jesus says, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted." To the families and friends here tonight, we mourn with you, we grieve with you, and we pray that our Lord's peace will comfort you. Across Virginia, as we struggle to come to grips with these heinous acts here in Chesapeake, just a few weeks ago in Charlottesville, we must not evolve into a sense of national despair and personal despondence. Rather, we must mend our wounds of grief with an unyielding determination to change the conditions of our society that have increasingly bred a culture of despair, of disillusion, and a lack of respect for human life. We must move forward with a purpose. And each of us has a role, a critical role, each of us to play. Not just government, not just law enforcement, but all of us must come together. Individuals, families, schools, churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, companies, nonprofits, hospitals, all of us have a role. You see, I'm not alone in concluding that we have a mental health and a behavioral health crisis in the United States and in Virginia, a crisis that shows up in all facets of our society, in our homes, in our schools, in our workplace, at times tragically manifesting itself in violence, in murder, and in suicides. So I pledge that our administration will work across party lines. We will work with all of you, with families, with doctors, with faith leaders, with educators, with law enforcement heroes, with counselors, with business and nonprofit leaders. We will work together to chart a path forward for better mental and behavioral health so that we can serve all Virginians and so that we can love one another. Above all, we must act in the image of God, holding close to our hearts His cry to love our brothers and our sisters, to bring peace to our communities, to dispel evil, to venerate love. There's nothing that we can do to bring back these 6 extraordinary Virginians. Nothing that we can do to ease the unthinkable grief that families now face. And yet we must look forward to another day, a day of common love for each other. We're grateful to the teams of first responders who acted in love as they rushed towards danger to quickly and professionally address this unimaginable scene on Tuesday night last week. Our local, state, and federal authorities have been working to respond and provide support and resources to families and victims. There were substantial efforts put in place to make sure that Walmart was secured that night and that an investigation could start immediately. It's humbling to see the Chesapeake community come together in such a way tonight. I wish you could all see what I see from here. What I see is community. What I see is love. And what I see is resolve to move forward with purpose. As we memorialize the fallen, let me share with you something that my Christian faith says to give me hope in times such as these, when I question why terrible, horrific things happen, when I question why we lose innocent loved ones. I pray that you may find comfort in the words of our Lord to Job in the Old Testament, who despite his profound suffering never lost hope. John, who in the New Testament helps us understand Jesus' words that now is your time of grief, but I will see you again, and you will rejoice, and no one will take away your joy. And finally, we are called in Romans to, yes, rejoice with those who rejoice. But we're also directed to weep with those who weep. Our hearts break. Our hearts break for, our hearts break with families and friends who are grieving who are grieving because of the unthinkable. We are here to support you. We are here to love you. We are grateful for the outpouring of love that has been shown by this extraordinary Chesapeake community. And we pray that those who were injured will see full recovery. And we pray that Lorenzo, Fernando, Randall, Kelly, Brian, and Tanika will be blessed in paradise. We stand with you, Chesapeake. May God bless you. Thank you. Good evening. Mayor West, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Bishop, thank you for the amazing prayer. Chris, that was an amazing rendition of Amazing Grace. Thank you. Thank you. Today, as we grapple with the shocking, horrific act of violence in Chesapeake last week, I'm reminded of the words that the Lord spoke unto us in John 14:27. My peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. As we gather in a time like this, when yet another act of senseless violence fills our hearts with unspeakable sadness, shock, and anger, to move forward without fear, without trouble, has become for many an arduous task. 6 victims, with 5 more injured, each a child of God, created in His image. So yes, following this tragedy, these senseless murders, we are facing a sense of anger, a sense of fear, a sense of immense loss, a sense of deep, deep grief. Among the fallen were Lorenzo Gamble, father of 2 sons, a man of few words, a man of strength who loved.
All right, that was the latest from the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, speaking at a Walmart shooting vigil honoring the victims who lost their lives. Let's switch gears and bring you all the latest on another national story that we're paying very much attention to. A railway strike could possibly disrupt the nation's water supply, passenger travel, and the United States supply chain, prompting negotiations to take place in Washington, D.C. Joining us now live from Washington, D.C. is Fox 5's Bob Barnard. Bob, good morning. A lot to unpack here.
There is rain, and it not only is going to potentially affect freight, the shipment of drinking water, coal, and what have you, but passengers. We're outside Union Station, and this could impact Amtrak and other rail systems across the country. What is looming is a December 9th deadline that the rail workers' unions have set for some kind of agreement, a new contract, or they will strike. And basically, the White House got involved over the summer to avert a September deadline, and a tentative agreement was reached between a number of the unions. There's something like a dozen rail workers' unions in the country, and I believe 7 of them tentatively agreed to that deal, that contract, back in September. But there are 4 or 5 that have not, and say, look, this is about their quality of life, their mental and physical well-being, that working through the pandemic, many of them not getting paid sick time, is just untenable. So they want a raise, and what was put on the table was a 24% raise over the next couple of years, which analysts say would be the biggest raise in this industry, the rail workers industry, in some 40 years, but that they also want more flexible sick time. That is part of the deal that is, out there. Some movement on that in the tentative agreement back in September. Those rail unions that are still balking want better and more flexible sick time. And so that is what the White House is asking Congress to get involved and to settle. There's a law that goes back almost 100 years that says Congress can intervene and avert a strike, force mediation and an agreement. And that's where it stands right now. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, at least for the time being, says she is willing to make this happen, or at least to try to avert that December 9th deadline. And that's where it stands. The White House wants Congress to act. There seems to be, both on the Republican side and with the Democrat House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, some willingness to get involved. And we'll see what happens. I mean, these unions are pretty steadfast in what they want, and the union memberships that have approved the tentative agreement did so by just a slim majority. So a critical time here. The bottom line, Rain, analysts say that if there is a nationwide rail workers strike, the hit to our economy at a tough time to begin with could be $2 billion a day.
$2 billion. Yes, that's the number we've been reporting on. All right, Fox 5 BC's Bob Barnard. A lot of information there. We'll touch base with you as we continue to follow this story. Thank you.
Absolutely,
All right, guys,
you bet.
The time is now 6:52 a.m. We'll have more top stories in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Lava from Hawaii's Mauna Loa volcano is currently not posing a threat to any nearby communities. Now, the governor, along with other numerous departments, updated the public just yesterday, saying that there are no evacuation orders in place, but ask people with respiratory sensitivities to be very cautious of any smoke exposure. Here's more.
Visits to the island at this point in time. And certainly Mauna Loa eruptions are very different than Mauna Kea eruptions. And we certainly would encourage everyone to stay tuned to Hawaii County Civil Defense as they will be monitoring and providing information very, very in a timely way. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, aloha. Major General Ken Hara, Adjutant General for the State of Hawaii Department of Defense. Although the flows currently aren't threatening lives or property, Mauna Loa eruptions can be very dynamic. So to ensure that we remain responsive and ready, the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency activated their Emergency Operations Center this morning at 1 a.m., so they're fully activated, and they're in close coordination with Hawaii County, the Hawaii County Civil Defense, other state and federal agencies, and the Hawaii Volcanoes Observatory, and our other federal partners. So additionally, the Hawaii National Guard is on standby, but no one is activated at this time. Typical requests for assistance for this type of emergency would be incident awareness and assessment type missions, air and ground evacuation, security, logistics, and communications. And also we have 2 guardsmen embedded in the Hawaii County EOC. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to turn it over to Mayor Mitch Roth on Hawaii Island. We're having some audio difficulties. Can you hear us, Mayor Roth? Yeah. Okay, I can hear him on my cell phone, but I can't hear him on the television either. Okay, now we can hear you, Mayor. Yep, we can hear you now. Go ahead, Mayor.
All right. Aloha, everybody. We've, hang on, I gotta turn off my phone over here. Sorry, we're having some audio difficulty over here. So on our side, we have activated our civil defense, our EOC. We feel pretty comfortable with the situation. I think we hear from Ken Hahn from USGS in a few moments here. Right now, it seems like the lava is going to a positive place. As far as keeping away from the public and everything like that, away from property. We have, like I said, certified civil defense. We feel very confident and ready for the situation. And again, sorry, I'm having problems hearing any of the audio on the other side.
Okay, thanks so much, Mayor Roth. We'll give him a call back.
I'm not sure if you guys are able to hear me. Sorry, I can't hear you on this side.
Yeah, we heard you just fine. So thank you very much, and we'll call you back if we have any more questions.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay, next I'd like to turn it over to Luke Myers at Haima.
I can actually hear you guys. Okay. I can hear you, but I wasn't able to hear anything from the podium.
Okay. Well, thanks for bearing with us, everyone.
I can hear you, Mayor Roth.
Okay.
But I cannot hear the podium either.
Okay, Luke, nobody can hear the podium. Okay. Well, that'll make it difficult to call on the next speaker. So we don't have anyone else in person yet. So I don't know, Luke.
Yeah,
Can the USGS folks hear us? No one cares. Does everyone have a sign that says, "You go next, Luke"?
Please stand by.
All right, well, if anyone from the Zoom wants to go next.
Go ahead, you're on right now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let Luke know he can go.
Do you have any statement?
Okay, Luke, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Apologies for the technical difficulties here from Berkheimer. We've worked in the last half day with supporting Hawaii County, with our federal partners and state partners to pre-position some resources and work on overall situational awareness. Obviously, as the mayor mentioned, we're fortunate at this point in time that the lava has went in a bit better direction for impacts to people and property. We almost understand that this type of incident can be very dynamic and things can change. We challenge the public over there on the Big Island, visitors and those that live there, to keep their guard up as we move the rest of this incident. We're going to look for questions. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Cyrus with Mayor Roth's office who's going to go let USGS and Volcano Observatory folks know that they're up next. So hopefully we'll get them.
Normally you guys have to drop this way.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we go busy. What do you need me to do?
Please ask them to go ahead if they're up. They're alive.
Yeah, just like talking. What are we talking to?
Oh, they're speaking to the media about giving their portion of the briefing. Sorry about the audio.
So, yeah, I'm Ken Hunt from the USGS Hawaii Volcano Observatory. I'm here with Talmadge Magno from Hawaii County Civil Defense. And this eruption started late last night and on into early this morning. It began at the summit of Mauna Loa, as most people know now, in Makua caldera. It covered almost the entire floor of Makua with lava. Fissure ran from the north to the south end of there. The fissure did, as we can see this morning, did actually leave the actual big caldera, but stayed in what we consider the summit area and produced some lava flows that were visible from Kona last night that appeared to be heading to the south and west, which they were. They only made it a couple kilometers from the caldera. Early this morning, around 5 a.m., we started to pick up lava flows moving to the northeast, and the locus of seismic activity also moved in that direction. And we confirmed at 6:30 this morning with overflights that lava flows were moving from fissures that had opened up on the northeast rift zone. So what this means is that the volcanic activity progressed from a summit eruption to a rift zone eruption, and Mauna Loa chose the northeast rift zone to be the locus of eruptive activity. This means that, as far as we know in any historic precedents, that there has never been a eruption of Mauna Loa that activated both rift zones at the same time or during the same eruption. So we presume at this point that all of the future activity is going to be on the northeast rift zone of Mauna Loa and not on the southwest rift zone. So those residents in that area do not have to worry about lava flows. And currently, right now, because the northeast rift zone empties into the saddle area, there's no real habitation up there. Pohakaloa training area, their facilities are outside of where we consider any initial lava flows to go. And the only real facility up there is the Mauna Loa Weather Observatory, which is not directly threatened, but there's a chance its road could perhaps be cut by these lava flows. In the long term, eventually this kind of lava flow is very similar to what happened in 1984 and potentially could threaten populated areas around Hilo. But we're looking at somewhere around a week before we expect lava to get anywhere near in that direction. We're hoping that it will parallel the 1984 eruption in becoming more viscous as time goes on, and hitting flatter slopes around the saddle that slow it down. And this actually prevented the lava from getting into Hilo. And historically, this has been the case. Only a couple of eruptions have made it into the outskirts of what is current Hilo. So we're hoping that this lava flow, while it will be a big, spectacular event, it occupies a fairly small proportion of the island, and hopefully it will have relatively minor effect on the residents and visitors to the island.
Okay. Okay, well, why don't we open up to questions to folks that are in the room right now? Would anyone like to ask the governor or General Hara or Director Char anything?
For questions for people in the room.
Yep.
Hi, Mahealani from Hawaii News Now. This question is for Governor Ige. You mentioned no visits to Hawaii Island. Are you asking people to cancel their travel plans to Hawaii Island?
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said that no one should change their current plans to travel to the island. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Talmadge just started talking there. Let's see. Talmadge, could we ask you to start your statement over again, please?
There we go.
Okay, go ahead, Talmadge.
Okay. You should be able to hear me now. I'm Talmadge Magno, Civil Defense Administrator. Since September this year, when HBO alerted us of an escalation of status of monologue and signs, seismicity, and inflation, we've been working with the community and our partners to get ready. And now we're into the active volcano. As things progress from the probably threatening the life safety issues on the southwest portion of the volcano has moved to the north side. So, we continue to monitor and urge the public to receive our messaging, go to our website for information, and access to the HBO websites and products so that they are kept abreast as to what the volcano is doing. And then, as always, we operate a call center if there's other questions that aren't answered by our website.
Okay, thanks so much. Are there any more questions for anybody in the room? We can ask the questions now to the folks on the Zoom, because I'm on Zoom. Any more questions?
Yeah. Actually, I do have a question for Governor Ige. I'm just kind of curious if you could share more information about the conversations going on with the governor-elect. Obviously, this event is happening as your administration is getting ready to transition. We have administration coming in. So I guess, what kind of work are you guys doing together to for him to, officially step in?
Certainly, Governor-elect Green was on the status call that we had earlier today. And so certainly his administration is being included in the briefings as we prepare for the transition of authority on December 5th.
Okay, thanks, Governor. Okay, let's open it up to some questions on Zoom. We have KTV Island News. KTV, are you there?
Yes, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Question for Thomas and Ken as well. You talked a little bit about being similar or could be similar to 1984. So just wondering what kind of development, what's changed since 1984 as far as population, homes around Hilo? How much is that spread out to closer to where we were, where those flows went in 1984? And then for Ken, too, while I have you both there, just if you could describe what it looks like. I heard there was some fountaining of there at the fissures this morning. So wondering what you could describe what it looks like as far as the actual eruption.
Sure. The eruption actually is taking place from 3 different fissures as of noon today. And they're offset a little bit from north to south as we go down the rip zone. They're about, they extend from about 3/4 of the way towards the summit to about halfway to the summit on the rip zone. And they go for probably somewhere between 1 and 2 miles. I don't have an exact distance on the length of them right now. The fountaining is relatively low, 100 to 200 feet along the fissures, and they're putting off gas but not much ash. And then the lava flows are coming out of the fissures as that lava that goes up in the air comes back down. It produces lava flows that are flowing away from the fissures. Both those lava flows are moving off to the north side of the rift zone. There's one that's moving a little bit to the southeast side of the rift zone. Currently, there's nothing threatened by any of the lava flows that are being produced by these geysers at the moment.
Yeah, Mayor Ross, this is just having flown over there this morning. I can say between 1984 and now, the area that we're talking about has no homes or anything like that. So it's, you know, there wasn't any homes in 1984 and there's no homes anywhere near where the lava is fountaining right now as well.
Yeah, and that's true. You know, the 1984 eruption got close to the Kalmana subdevelopment, which really hasn't expanded greatly up on the kind of upper west side of Hilo.
Okay, thank you. Our next question is going to be from Jennifer Kelleher from the Associated Press.
Hi. At what point would civil defense recommend that schools close, and what would prompt officials to do that?
As we monitor the situation, the progress of the movement of the flow and the activity level of the volcano, if we, working with HVO, see any possibility of threat based upon, you know, the direction of the flow forecast, in conjunction with, you know, what the schools and their locations, we'll work with DOE, and as we have been planning, and, you know, plan accordingly. They have been working up their plans as far as working with the other areas, the other districts on the island. So, you know, they have their plan as far as, you know, whether under some kind of threat, do they hold school or they don't hold school. We don't want to get a situation where the school's in place, kids that are there, and we have to evacuate them. So, you know, we monitor every aspect of the volcano to make sure we don't get in that kind of situation and communicate daily with DOE.
Okay, thank you so much. Our next question is from Michelle Broder Van Dyke from Spectrum News Hawaii.
Hi, thank you. It sounds like homes are under threat, so how long will the Ka'au and Kailua Kona shelters remain open?
Well, we did keep them open because we did have a few families from the South Kona area at our Kona shelters, and we will probably review what the population is in the shelters this afternoon and make a determination of what needs to be open or what needs to be closed down.
Thank you. I see KITV4 has their hand up. Do you have another question?
Yes, another one for Ken. With Kilauea eruption, I guess the start of it, there was some old magma, old lava that was coming up at first. I don't know if you know what we're seeing with this particular one, and do we typically...
You're streaming live now from Fox. If you are just now joining us, we're listening into the latest from officials in Hawaii. Lava from Hawaii's Big Island, Mauna Loa volcano is currently not posing a threat to nearby community. That's what this update is for. The governor, along with numerous departments as well, updating the public, saying that right now there are no evacuations orders in place, but they're asking people with respiratory severities or sensitivities to be cautious of any smoke. Let's go ahead and switch gears and follow another top story that we have been covering here at Live Now from Fox. This story coming from Houston, Texas. The city of Houston is still under a boil water notice after a power outage at a water purification plant caused pressure to drop dangerously low on Sunday morning. Schools now making the decision to cancel classes for the second day in a row. Joining us now is Fox 26 Houston's Shelby Rose. Shelby, we know that this is impacting more than 2 million residents there in the city of Houston. So what is the city's plan moving forward?
Here from the city, we were told yesterday that the results of those water testing plans should have come back by 3 o'clock Central Time. So it's been 3 hours, and we're still waiting to hear if we can get that boil water notice lifted. But all day yesterday, Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner insisted that this was only out of an abundance of caution and that he had no indication that the water here was any sort of contaminated whatsoever. But what exactly happened for us to get here? We're told that power outage struck the city's main water purification plant around 10:30 Sunday morning, which caused 2 transformers to quit working. Almost immediately, 16 sensors showed PSI levels below that required minimum of 20. Mayor Turner says only within 2 minutes, 14 of those 16 sensors went back to normal, but those other 2 sat below 20 PSI for 30 minutes, and full water pressure was finally restored by 3:30 in the afternoon. But what about backup generators? We're told they were unable to connect as soon as those transformers stopped working. Also, Mayor Turner says not long ago, CenterPoint Energy told the city nothing more needed to be done to back up the system at the water plant. However, questions were raised about why the city did not issue the boil water notice until many hours after the fact, some not receiving that alert until late Sunday night. The Director of Public Works explaining these decisions are not immediate and it takes collaboration with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to assess the situation before that decision is ultimately made. Regardless, this is a situation that us here in this city never want to be in again. Mayor Turner telling us that they will be doing a complete diagnostic test, even consulting with experts in the field. So hopefully this will never happen again. Rain?
All right, Fox 26 Houston's Shelby Rose, thank you so much for joining us for that update. And we do have that announcement from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner. Let's listen in.
Notice with 2 caveats. This does not apply to Kingwood, and neither does it apply to those who are serviced by the Clear Lake Water Authority. Okay, so Kingwood and those who are serviced by the Clear Lake Water Authority are not impacted by the boil water notice. And let me kind of go over the timeline of events that triggered the boil water notice. At 10:30 a.m. Sunday morning, the East Water Purification Plants 1 and 2 lost power. At 10:50, Plant 3 lost power. And these are the 3 plants located inside the East Water Purification Plant. Just before 11 a.m., the water pressure dipped below the regulatory levels of 35 psi at 21 water pressure monitoring sites. So they dipped below 35 at 11 a.m. At 11 a.m., pressure at 16 of those 21 sites dropped below the emergency regulatory level of 20 psi. So that was at 11 a.m. 16 of the 21 sites dropped below the emergency regulatory level of 20 psi. Pressure rebounded above 20 psi in less than 2 minutes at 14 of the 16 locations. So I want us to kind of make sure we understand the timeline and what was happening here. So at 14 of those 16, where it fell below 20 psi, they remained below 20 psi for less than 2 minutes. The remaining 2 locations of that 16 rose above the 20 psi at 11:30. So 14 were below 20 psi for less than 2 minutes. 2 of the sensors rebounded above the 20 psi in 30 minutes. For 5 of the 21 sensors, they never fell below 20 psi. Okay. A plant electrician arrived at the East Water Purification Plant at 11 a.m. to troubleshoot the problem. Further investigation by the Houston Water found that 2 transformers at Plant 1 went offline due to a ground trip and current overload. The electrical feeder from Plant 3 also experienced a ground fault trip. Both Sabre, that's S-A-B-E-R, B as in boy, E-R, the electrical contractor, and CenterPoint Energy were on site to investigate how not one transformer faulted, but the redundant transformer also failed. And what I'm being told, even when you have the grid providing power and you have your generators to step in, when these two transformers failed, it prevented the power to the system. Power was restored to plants 1 and 2 at 12:15 p.m. Sunday. I'm sorry,
PM. Yes.
at 12:15 p.m. on Sunday, and power was restored to Plant 3 at 12:30. So in terms of the power disruption, 2 hours from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. 21 sensors, 16 of them fell below 20 psi. 14 of the 16 stayed below for less than 2 minutes, and 2 stayed below for 30 minutes. Power was restored at 12:30 p.m. Full water pressure was restored to all 3 plants by 3:30 p.m., and all locations were back at 35 psi's. Further investigation and testing on the breakers, transformers, motors, and feeders found a bad cell in Plant 1 transformer, and I have asked for a complete diagnostic review of this system to further verify and to identify how we make sure it does not happen again. The Houston Water field staff verified all pressures across the system. Houston Water, in communication with TCEQ, determined a boil water notice needed to be issued on Sunday evening, and that was somewhere around 6 p.m., 6:40 is when that decision was made. Conversations with TCEQ were taking place from 2:43 p.m. up to 6:40. And it was at that point, based on the data, based on the sensors, that it was a decision was made that a boil water notice was to be issued. And one of the reasons why it took that long, because as you can see, for 14 of the sensors, they remain below 20 psi for less than 2 minutes, and for 2 sensors, they remain below 20 psi for 30. So there were questions as to whether or not even a boil water notice needed to be issued. A decision was made out of abundance of caution to issue the boil water notice, and it was done. Notice was sent to the public at 6:44 p.m. Sunday night. And here's where we stand right now. The TCEQ approved our water sampling plan at 10:41 p.m. Sunday night. And I want to thank TDM, Texas Department of Emergency Management, and TCEQ for working with the Houston Public Works Department. They approved the water sampling plan at 10:41 p.m. Sunday night. Samples were pulled from 29 locations at 6 a.m. and 9:30 this morning. 2 locations, and out of, again, abundance of caution, just in case if the first sample didn't pan out, then we had another sample ready to go. All the samples arrived at Houston Water Labs by 9:45 this morning. The samples will then sit and incubate for at least 18 hours per state regulations, and the first reads of the samples will be taken at 3, that should be 3 p.m.
Well, we'll review it, but the first official read that we can do is at 3 a.m.
At 3 a.m. to determine if the water is free from contamination. Those results will be sent to the TCEQ for verification and to determine if the city can rescind the boil water notice. Although there'll be various readings throughout the day that will give us some indication as to whether or not we anticipate the end result to be a very positive one. We are optimistic the results will come back clean. The TCEQ will notify the city once we can rescind the boil water notice, and it's our hope that we can get a positive word at least late tonight or early on tomorrow morning, because we would love to see schools resume, businesses continue to function and open up if they have had to close, and if there are any surgeries that are having to be postponed, hopefully they can proceed on tomorrow. So that's where we are, okay? And I will take at this point any questions that you may have. One at a time.
Mr. Mayor, people who live in, say, West Houston, in the fourth largest city wonder, a plant goes down on the east side, why do I have to abide by this notice? Can someone explain the logistics of the water system here?
The East Water Purification Plant provides water to pretty much the city as a whole, with the exception of Kingwood and those who receive service from the Clear Lake Water Authority. They have their own sort of systems. But the East Water Purification provides water to the entire city, in addition to some muds that are adjacent. They're very much adjacent. And that's the reason. And even though we don't have any evidence of contamination, and even though the PSI fell below, let's say for 14 of them less than 2 minutes, and for 2 of them about 30 minutes, out of abundance of caution, that's why the notice was given to everybody. Yes.
You said you possibly want to make a decision on the boil water notice late tonight. Can you make that decision before the 3 a.m. read of the samples?
Only we're working in collaboration with TCEQ. They know that the samples have been collected. They're in the incubation stage right now. During the course of the day, we'll take a look to see whether or not there's any contamination of any kind. We'll continue to work very closely with the TCEQ. In the end, it will be their call. So at the latest, we anticipate clean report coming, let's say 3 a.m. at the latest. Could it be before? Possibly, depending on how TCEQ read the data. Okay? Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate on why redundancies did not take over when a transformer failed?
Two transformers
When
failed.
Transformers failed, or is there a need for an additional redundancy that does not exist in the system?
The first transformer failed, and then the redundant one was the second transformer, which coincidentally and uniquely also failed. So there were 2 transformers. One was the backup to the first. They both failed. And then you do have backup generation. But when you have the 2, and Carol, you tell me if I'm misstating anything, when you have the 2 transformers that fail, one was the backup, and you can't connect to the grid where the power is running, and you can't connect to your generators, then you have a very unique and unfortunate situation. Now, I have instructed Public Works to do an overall review of our system, a diagnostic review, to see how we prevent this from happening again. I will tell you we had a similar problem last year, I believe, at the HEC Center, where on a nice day, the power also failed. So that occurred before. This is not the first. It's the first in this particular situation, but the backup was the second transformer for the system. For whatever reason, and I'm not the technical person, I can't tell you why both failed. But stuff, I will say stuff does happen. It's unfortunate. A lot of people were impacted and are impacted. Certainly apologize for that. But we'll do a diagnostic review and work with all of our partners to assess the situation and to mitigate a future occurrence of this kind. Yes.
People all around Houston are obviously very angry.
Houston Mayor Sylvester Turning addressing many questions and concerns that reporters were raising, including why the city did not issue a boil water notice until many hours after the fact, some not receiving the alert until very late Sunday night. The Director of Public Works explaining that these decisions are not immediate and it takes collaboration with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to assess the situation before the decision is ultimately made. We are still waiting for that next update when it comes to the boil water notice impacting 2.3 million Houston residents. That should come within the next hour or so. The time is now 7:29. Let's take a quick break. 7:30 a.m. Eastern. We'll be right back after 2 minutes. Welcome back. The end of the year to-do list for Congress is long, expensive, and full of potentially hot-button issues. Lawmakers will need to agree on most, but here's what they will be taxed with.
Year. We have many challenges ahead of us.
A daunting docket. Lawmakers face a mid-December fiscal fiasco.
Failure to act by then will result in a pointless and painful government shutdown, right as the holiday season kicks into high gear.
There's pressure by Democrats and some Republicans to hitch aid for Ukraine to the spending bill. A few Republicans oppose the U.S. spending any more money on Ukraine. Others are more cautious.
We don't need to pass $40 billion large Democrat bills that have been being passed to send $8 billion to Ukraine. We're going to make certain they get what they need.
President Biden rekindled efforts to pass an assault weapons ban, but it's doubtful that plan could overcome a filibuster.
Does it have 60 votes in the Senate right now? Probably not.
In fact, an assault weapons ban may not even muster 50 votes, enough to force a tie-breaking vote by Vice President Harris. House Democrats formalized their new leadership team this week. Some liberals are skeptical of incoming Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries because of his previous career as a corporate lawyer.
I want to make sure that we have a really strong relationship so that he understands progressives need to have a seat at the table and be consulted on things as we go forward.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy still lacks the votes to become Speaker. 5 Republicans vow they won't back McCarthy. They demand more control over the House agenda.
They're not going to be persuaded otherwise. They're going to hold the line.
McCarthy is scrambling. He's promising to restore committee assignments for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar and planning to dump Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, and Ilhan Omar from their committees. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Protests continue in China over the government's zero-tolerance COVID-19 policies. A small protest took place in Hong Kong's Central Business District just yesterday, sparked by President Xi Jinping's strict COVID rules. Many demonstrators held up blank sheets of paper in silence to protest, which is a tactic used in part to evade censorship or arrest. They also paid tribute to a makeshift memorial for victims of last week's apartment fire in the city of Urumqi, which has come to symbolize the plight of residents grappling with years of forced isolation. Mass demonstrations just like this one are taking place throughout several cities, including Shanghai, Beijing, where protesters are being confronted by police and are calling for the president to step down. Now, John Kirby, the spokesperson for the United States National Security Council, says that the United States supports the rights of people to peacefully protest.
Our message to peaceful protesters around the world is the same and consistent. People should be allowed the right to assemble and to peacefully protest policies or laws or dictates that they take issue with.
Does the White House support their effort to sort of regain personal freedoms in light of these lockdowns?
The White House supports the right of peaceful protest.
And then on a different topic,
this is, I think, a moment to reassert what we believe in when it comes to free assembly and peaceful protest, and we've done that, and we'll continue to do that, whether it's people protesting in Iran or China or anywhere else around the world. Nothing's changed about the president's firm belief in the power of democracy and democratic institutions and how important that is. But this is really a moment, to put it back into your words, this is a moment for the Chinese people and the Chinese government to speak to. We have been nothing but clear and consistent, and I think you'll see that going forward.
And in other news, the National Postal Service is announcing its shipping deadlines for the rest of the holiday season. USPS officials say that items should be sent as soon as possible in order to make it to its destination by Christmas Eve. The retail ground service deadline is December 17th. While Priority Mail Service is December 19th and Priority Mail Express is December 22nd. More information can be found on the USPS website.
For 16 years, Demisha Moore has been delivering mail for the United States Postal Service.
It's priceless. Makes you feel good.
She says though Christmas is the busiest time of the year for her, it's still her favorite time to deliver mail.
Because the satisfaction that you get when you go to the door and deliver that package to that customer that they've been waiting for and to get it on time.
Every year, Demisha gets to pick up Operation Santa letters and says doing this is most rewarding.
I just love the joy that I get to see the kids bring me letters to get to Santa, because some kids are less fortunate. They're not able to get a lot of things. So that Dear Santa letter, the Operation Santa, it means the world to me and the kids.
In 2020, during the pandemic, USPS reps tell me more and more people decided not to gather for the holidays. Because of this, there was an uptick in shipping gifts that still remains to this day. Demisha tells me she does her best to handle the demand.
You just pace yourself and you just go with the flow, and eventually it becomes second nature. I've been doing this so long.
Demisha says if you see a mail carrier out in your neighborhood this holiday season,
just wave. We're doing the best we can. Be happy, be cheerful, and be safe.
If you ship gifts at the last minute, like on December 23rd, Demisha, along with other carriers, will work hard to make sure it arrives by Christmas Day. I'm Danny Maston, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas.
While Black Friday and Cyber Monday are about getting the best deals, Giving Tuesday, which is today, encourages everyone to be generous this holiday season. The day encourages people to help others in their community, and the movement has helped raise billions of dollars for nonprofit organizations within the past 10 years. Those looking to participate can perform simple acts such as paying for the coffee of someone behind them in line or donating to a local food pantry. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, Will Smith sat down with Fox Entertainment to discuss his new movie, Emancipation, which will be released on Friday. And the two also discussed the slap. Smith says that he wishes, he is hopeful that his audience will forgive him and possibly move on from that incident that took place at the Oscars. Let's listen into the full interview.
I'm Fox Entertainment All-Star Jake Hamilton. 7 months ago, Will Smith walked onto the stage at the Academy Awards and with one slap changed the course of his career forever. But now he's back with a new movie, a movie with Oscar aspirations, leading many to wonder, is it too soon and will audiences forgive him? Well, in one of his very first interviews since the Academy Awards, Will Smith sat down to talk with me about his new film, Emancipation, and how the last 7 months changed his life forever.
Mr. Smith, how are you today?
Good pleasure, Jay. How you doing, buddy?
All right, let's just go ahead and get it out of the way. Yes, I asked Will Smith about the Oscars.
You know, it certainly has been a difficult last few months.
Less than a year after the slap heard round the world, audiences wondered how long it would be before we saw Will Smith on the big screen again. And the answer is 7 months.
They beat me. They whip me. They break the bones.
The buzzed about new drama Emancipation tells the true story of a runaway slave named Peter and his death-defying escape through the Louisiana swamps on a journey to freedom. Quite frankly, it's one of the best performances of Smith's career. But, and this is the big question, will audiences even care? Mr. Smith, an actor's job is to disappear, to ensure that we no longer see them, that we see the character that they're playing. There are audience members out there who are saying that the film is coming out too soon following what happened at the Oscars, that they're going to have a difficult time seeing the character and maybe not seeing you, not thinking about what happened that night. To those people who feel that way, you would say what?
I feel like that's the type of thing that, you would say before you sit in the movie theater. I would hope that the importance of the story and the importance of Peter rise above those feelings and emotions. It certainly has been a difficult last few months, and I would just hope that these spectacular artists who have come together on this project, I would hope that they would not be penalized for a few horrific moments of indiscretion on my part.
A few horrific moments that threatened to cloud Smith's career forever. But if the past few months and this new character have taught him anything, it's that the secret to moving on is to open your heart.
It was interesting that the playing of Peter, led into this last few months of my life. And there was a new idea that came through, the ability to have an open heart in hell is the only way to be here. Like, that is the giant spiritual lesson that I took away from Peter. It's the lesson of all of our holy books. It's, can we have an open heart in hell? And for me, when I look at Peter and when I see humans who have learned how to do that, that is the North Star for me. I will purify my heart and I will purify my mind and purify my actions to the point that I can sit comfortably with my heart wide open in hell.
Emancipation hits theaters December 2nd and starts streaming on Apple TV Plus on December 9th. For the Fox Entertainment All-Stars, I'm Jake Hamilton.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. In case you missed it, let's revisit this news update coming from United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He's being joined by his Romanian counterpart. The two are discussing Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine.
Remember that day as if it were yesterday. The tens of thousands of Romanians who packed University Square under the bright sun. The tricolor flag that President Clinton unfurled. And the pledge that he made. As you proceed down democracy's long road, America will be by your side. So it's a particular pleasure to return now to Bucharest, 25 years later, as we mark the launch of that partnership, but even more, as we work together to build it out for the next 25 years. When you do think about the 25 years that have just passed, it is remarkable the extent to which the relationship between Romania and the United States has flourished. It's a partnership bolstered by a robust and growing economic tie, energy ties, and investments that expand opportunities for Romanians and Americans alike. A partnership that's strengthened by our cooperation in international organizations and initiatives like the 3 Cs, which Romania will be hosting in 2023. A partnership rooted in personal ties, dating back decades, but enriched every single day by the thousands of students, workers, entrepreneurs, and tourists who are traveling between our countries. And it's It's fundamentally a partnership that is rooted in shared democratic values, in international law, in our joint commitment to a rules-based order. The United States will continue to support Romania's work to build robust democratic institutions, to combat corruption, to strengthen even more the rule of law. In Romania, the United States could not wish for a more stalwart or more committed ally. Romania hosts thousands of U.S. and NATO troops at air and naval bases in service of our NATO alliance. We collaborate closely together on Black Sea operations, which are and will continue to be an important strategic focus for NATO. And we stand united in the face of President Putin's brutal war against Ukraine. Since February, working hand in hand with dozens of allies and partners around the world, we have acted with speed, with coordination, with determination to support Ukraine in the face of this Russian aggression. We've served security assistance to Ukraine that has helped tilt the battlefield in Ukraine's direction. We choked off the engine of the Russian war economy with unprecedented sanctions and export controls. We provided economic, humanitarian, and now energy assistance to Ukrainians as President Putin targets the infrastructure that provides heat, electricity, and clean water to civilians with water sensitive. In each of these efforts, Romania's leadership has been critical. And Romanians have opened their doors and opened their hearts to millions of innocent civilians, mostly women and children, fleeing Putin's violence, tens of thousands of whom remain here in Romania. Romanians have delivered food, water, medical supplies, and fuel to Ukrainians in need. Romanians facilitated the export of more than 6 million tons of Ukrainian grain, helping prevent millions of people around the world from going hungry. And of course, Romania is hosting NATO's multinational division headquarters Southeast and other key command centers that will help strengthen NATO's defenses on its eastern flank. Romania not only meets, but it exceeds the commitments that allies made to spend 2% of GDP on defense by 2024. Now, we know that Romania's leadership in all these efforts has come with costs to the Romanian, as it has for people across Europe and indeed around the world. Has raised the cost of energy, food, and other essentials for Romanian households as they head into winter. And the Romanian government has been subject to threats and cyber attacks from Russian groups. But I think it's fair to say that few nations understand better than Romania why it is so important to stand up for the right of all nations, big and small, to have their sovereignty, their territorial integrity respected, to insist that one country can't simply seize the land of another by force, erase its borders, destroy its identity. Having proceeded down its own long road to democracy, and now standing up for democracy everywhere, Romania can count on America to continue to be by its side. When then Vice President Biden visited Romania back in 2014, he said, NATO nations never stand alone. That was true then. It's true now. We will defend every inch of NATO territory.
All right, it does appear we did lose that feed there. That was Secretary of State Antony Blinken. It should possibly come back here in just a few seconds. I know this did happen earlier. This is a LiveNOW replay of those comments. Looks like his mouth just started moving, but then it froze again. All right, he is speaking there with his counterpart, and we are going to step away right now for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your coverage here on LiveNOW from Fox. Live now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As always, a lot of business news going on, so I do want to get to the latest here in this Fox Means Business report.
Drivers returning from the holiday break still getting a break at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gasoline dropping again over the weekend. A gallon now at $3.54. That's down more than 30 cents in the past month and nearly $1.50 from the all-time high set back in June. Meantime, it was a roller coaster day for oil prices, and COVID lockdowns and protests in China are sparking worries over the global economy and fuel demand. A barrel did end higher by around 1%. To Wall Street and a sluggish start to the week for your money. The Dow, the Nasdaq, the S&P 500 all lower on Monday. And it looks like many high schools aren't making the grade when it comes to getting students ready for the next step. According to a new survey from college prep company UScience, 3 out of 4 high schoolers don't feel prepared to make college or career decisions after graduating. That's business. I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
All right, thank you so much for that report. We will get to the latest economic news coming up in just a bit, but I do want to get back to the headlines and a story that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It has now been 2 weeks since 4 University of Idaho students were found stabbed to death in their rooms. While police and federal agents have said they are following up on hundreds of leads, no suspects at this point have been named, and there are so many questions in this ongoing investigation. I do want to bring in Joseph Jackalone to discuss the case. He is an adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, as well as a retired NYPD sergeant. Hey, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so it has been 2 weeks since all of this unfolded. Still so many questions here. You are, of course, a retired NYPD sergeant. What are your thoughts on this case overall?
Well, just from the amount of evidence that you probably have at this crime scene, lots of blood, lots of hair, lots of fiber, things that are going to be an issue for investigators. For instance, you might have a lot of mixture in DNA. So those test results are going to take a while to come back. And that's generally a problem. So we're also waiting on toxicology reports, which takes a while to come back. So investigators have to cull through all this information and all these types of evidence and continue to also look for surveillance video, cell phone, internet records, all those things that they have to wait on. And it's a very important aspect that they go through this with a fine-tooth comb just because of the fact that there's so many people that had access to that.
All right, so my other question, we did talk about this a short time ago, but what about the fact that no reward has been offered in this case? It seems kind of strange considering we're talking about such a high-profile case.
Yeah, this is extremely strange that you don't have a reward out for it because of the fact that usually rewards kind of generate those people closest to the suspect, so to speak. So, let's, for instance, you had an individual that used a knife, up close and personal weapon. Violent means being, stabbing 4 different people. The chances of him stabbing himself or cutting himself extremely high. Plus, they've already said that there was defensive wounds on the victim, so they might have even scratched him. So here's where somebody comes home from school for the weekend and they have lots of scratches on their face, or they've sought medical attention for some injuries that really don't match up to the story. These are the kind of things that a reward might be able to prompt. I'd like to see them put out a reward for that kind of information for sure. I know they're getting a lot of tips and they're getting a lot of information, and unfortunately, probably most of it is going to be, they're just chasing their tail on some of these things because of this is such a high media profile case.
Why do you think so many people are paying so close attention? You did mention that it's a high-profile case. A lot of eyes are on it. What is causing people to pay this close attention to this case?
Well, if you look back in the timeline, so to speak, true crime books were always the #1 bestsellers in many bookstores. Now that true crime community has gone to the social media sites, and there have been all kinds of true crime communities that have popped up, podcasts. So there's an extreme amount of information out there, and there are a lot of people that enjoy doing this stuff. Unfortunately, though, it sometimes could hinder police departments, especially in a high-profile case like this, because you end up getting a lot of information that you need to you have to go through anyway because you got the phone call. But it actually can lead to you wasting personnel power on this kind of situation.
So Moscow police said that they have seen a significant increase in the number of calls to 911 as the search is underway for this killer or killers. Is that surprising to hear?
No, you're dealing with a very small community here where fortunately nothing like this generally has happened before. So this is something that you kind of expect that kind of fear, especially when you're dealing with a lot of teenagers and young adults in that respect. So they really haven't. The police department really hasn't been adamant about that. The community is in danger. So I mean, they've tossed this idea around a little bit. They kind of touched on it, but they really haven't come out and said, lock your doors, those kind of things in regards to it. I still think that just because of the nature and the violence of this, that it's somebody that knew the victims, and I believe the police are on that type of tail too, so to speak. Because they have been very quiet. They're trying to keep things close to the vest. In the beginning, I think they made some mistakes, especially the coroner coming on TV and talking about locations of stab wounds and all those other things. If I was the police chief, I would have been very upset over that for sure.
And I'm sure he probably was upset. I know that I did see a lot of people kind of pressuring police to release more information. But as you mentioned, they are holding a lot of that very close to the vest. Why might that be?
Well, you have to. There's only certain things that the killer would know. And if that information gets out into the public, then it becomes a problem because you actually have people out there who will try to take credit for a high-profile case. And this has happened before, so this is something that I'm not just speculating on. People have come forward and said, oh, I'm responsible, this and that, and then you have to waste your time trying to prove that they had nothing to do with it. So it is very important that they keep certain details. We used to refer to it as operational security or OPSEC. Only certain things that you can do. Now, I know the family is upset that the police aren't really communicating some of the steps with them too. I can understand them being upset, but they also need to be patient. This isn't television where you solve a quadruple homicide in 45 minutes with 3 commercials. I mean, this has a lot of information. This has a lot of DNA technology, I'm sure, that is going to be used. And I always said you need to look at the main motives of a lot of these things, and love, money, and drugs, which we used to refer to as the homicide triangle. You start with those motives first. You start with the people closest to the victims first, and then you expand out as the evidence in the investigation proves otherwise. But until then, you start close, and then you work your way out.
Something we hear a lot, you were talking about crime dramas and true crime podcasts, that sort of thing. Something you hear is that the first 24 hours, 48 hours are so important, and now we're talking 2 weeks later. Can a case like this still be solved when you are talking about these 2 weeks that have passed?
Absolutely. I mean, I was a former commanding officer of the Bronx Cold Case Squad, so we were closing cases that were 30 years old. And we didn't have the DNA and the technology and the cell phone records and the internet records that they have today. So I'm still remaining positive on this. The FBI is involved. They're bringing, all of their tools and technology to help with this. The state is involved. This is just not a situation where you have, a small department without the resources. You have all the resources of the federal government at your disposal. And I think that, providing that they have able to find this DNA evidence, which I think they can because of the fact that the violent nature of this crime. And I think that that will be probably the issue that really puts somebody in handcuffs.
Would you be surprised if police were to come out in the next day, 2 days, and say, we have a suspect, we've made an arrest?
No, I wouldn't. Spending as much time in law enforcement as I have, I'm not really surprised by anything. If you told me there was a pink elephant in the lobby right now, I'd say, let's go see it. So this is something where this is exactly how police departments do work. It looks like they don't know what's going on, don't know, who the suspect is, and then they pull the rabbit out of the hat. And that's the part where quietness, that operational security plays a big role in this, especially since so many people in the true crime community have really latched onto this. You need to make sure that you keep things even tighter, because if anything leaks out or anything goes out, then it kind of ruins that whole aspect of it. The true crime community plays a big role in a lot of cases. We know that they help uncover a lot of things. I think it's great, but there are certain things, from the police perspective, that it could give you a huge headache.
Right, for sure. And you were talking about the fact that some people might take credit for a crime. If there was some more information released, they might say, I did it, and take that credit. Why is that?
It's probably a question better answered for a psychologist, right? But there have been instances where people have come forward and say, yes, I'm responsible for it. Well, listen, I mean, look at the notoriety that people get. The cameras and the videos and the stories and the online chat, it makes people, famous, and that's part of, the issue that drives a lot of people to social media, is because people become famous and they become a household name. And sometimes people who are not of their right mind will think that this is the way to do it.
All right, Joseph Jackalone, retired NYPD Sergeant, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
No, I think this, the public and the victims' families need to be patient and let the police and the FBI, continue their work. And I'm sure they're working on this 24 hours a day, and that, hopefully everything will come together for them and they can bring somebody to justice for this heinous crime.
Yeah, so many questions do remain. We'll keep on top of that, and I'm sure we'll be back in touch with you in the coming days. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. 8:05 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 5:05 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back here in just a few with a live look at all of your top stories again from across the country and the world. That, of course, does include the latest here on the World Cup. Don't forget that there is a pretty big matchup coming up today, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. That is when the U.S. and Iran will go head-to-head. We'll have everything you need to know coming up here in just a few minutes. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:08 if you are joining us on the East Coast and 5:08 on the West Coast. The City of Waukesha Chamber of Commerce expects thousands of people to line the streets for the Christmas parade on Sunday. It will be the first Christmas parade since last year's heinous attack. Darrell Brooks drove an SUV through the route, killing 6 people and hurting more than 60 others. A jury did find him guilty on all counts last month, and he was sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison. We were covering that, of course, here on Live Now. Organizers of this year's parade say it will be safe. Police will use traffic barricades to prevent vehicles from entering. The parade will start and end over at Cutler Park and will have added security. Judge Jennifer Duro became a household name during the trial for that man who attacked Waukesha's Christmas parade, and now she's thinking about a Wisconsin Supreme Court run. She sat down with our affiliate Mary Stoker Smith to talk more about that.
They really felt drawn to First Amendment religious liberty law, if you can imagine that. And but when I went to law school, I fell in love with criminal law and was a research assistant for one of my professors. And then by that time, Brian and I were very serious, and I'm like, so I wanted to come back home and I wanted to be a prosecutor. And that's kind of some of the path. But then also fell in love with the rule of law and intrigued by what judges do, and kind of always kind of kept that in the back of my head. And as they say, you know, one thing led to the other.
I can't help but ask about the state Supreme Court.
It's been so wonderful and amazing, the support that people have shown and the encouragement, and certainly something that I'm taking to heart, and will need to decide pretty quickly if that's something I want to pursue.
So you're still mulling it over, you're saying?
Definitely.
Why do you think there is a lack of female representation, in particularly African American females, in the courtroom and on the bench?
You know, I don't know that I can answer that, other than we are seeing a lot more women. I mean, as far as I understand the numbers, right, a lot more women. It's about a 50-50. It's not always that representative, though, on the bench. And you have to be very, very comfortable with the buck stops with you. You can't make everyone happy. And sometimes you have to make really tough decisions that you know are going to impact a variety of people.
It is a lot of responsibility. I mean, I'm sure there were times you lay awake at night thinking, how am I going to handle this? What am I going to do? How is this person going to act in the courtroom? How do you deal with that?
So I have seen a variety of individuals throughout my time. We have wonderful resources as judges in Wisconsin. We have what are called bench books. And so I have a criminal bench book, and believe it or not, there is a section on difficult people. It's not called that, but there's a lot of case law that's developed over time. And so as a judge, that's one of your go-to resources. So if you think you're going to be faced with some of those things, you start planning ahead of time. Mm-hmm. You just remember why you're there. And I like to look at it as I'm a guardian and a gatekeeper, right? I'm a gatekeeper for the information that comes in, especially during a trial, but I'm a guardian for everyone's rights that are in that courtroom.
A great interview there with our sister station in Minneapolis. We appreciate them providing that interview for us. A lot of good information. Well, the man who opened fire on a Buffalo supermarket and killed 10 black people now pleads guilty. Families of the victims say it's the first step to getting justice. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more.
The teenager police say fatally shot 10 black people at a Top supermarket in Buffalo, New York, pled guilty to murder and hate-motivated terrorism charges on Monday. Prosecutors say 19-year-old Peyton Gendron targeted victims in that May shooting because of their skin color. Erie County District Attorney John Flynn calling the guilty plea swift justice.
Justice has been done today. But while justice has been accomplished, nothing will ever bring back the 10 beautiful people who lost their lives on that day.
The victims ranged in age from 32 to 86 years old. Among them, store customers, a top security guard, and a church deacon. In court on Monday, community leaders and victims' family members cried as the judge referred to each victim by name.
It was just gut-wrenching
and it made you angry all over again.
That was a hard pill to swallow because it just brings back that day all over again.
Prosecutors say the evidence against Gendron was overwhelming. It included video footage from a helmet camera that he live streamed from during the attack, as well as an online document where he posted his views about white supremacy. Gendron will be sentenced on February 15th. The domestic terror charge automatically carries life in prison without parole.
This critical step represents a condemnation of the racist ideology that fueled his horrific actions on May 14th.
Gendron faces separate federal hate crimes charges that could carry the death penalty. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, so in other news, we are following very closely an investigation after a funeral was underway at a church in Tennessee. A car drove by and someone inside fired shots, injuring 2 people. Peyton Muse with our Fox 17 Nashville team has the story there.
Maggie, the funeral service was for 19-year-old Tiriana Johnson, who was killed nearly 2 weeks ago in a shooting at Watkins Park. A complete tragedy.
Multiple gunshots fired at New Season Church early this afternoon. Pastors say they're heartbroken and hurt that violence would happen in front of a sacred place, let alone during a funeral.
Now you also have this memory that's attached to a day that's really a sacred day of, committing that person, their body to the Lord, and, having that transition in life, and now having this kind of as a scar on that is difficult.
Metro Police say a person or multiple people in a black Honda Civic drove by and opened fire. 2 people were shot, an 18-year-old female and a 25-year-old man.
This is a beef between 2 groups. When you say gang, you think of Bloods and Crips and that type of thing. It's not to that extreme, but these are 2 factions of people that this is likely resulting from, a beef between 2 factions of people.
Pastor Dwayne Lewis is devastated.
Bullets have no names attached to it, doesn't have eyes, it just goes. And now you're looking at all the lives that have been impacted by that, whether you were injured or not, but you were impacted. I'm impacted.
Metro Police say some of the people at the funeral were armed and shot back at the car. You can see here multiple gun shells, around 46. Pastor Lewis says God was there the entire time.
We sit here, we look at the church, and we look at all the gunfire that had taken place, and I don't know, it's just so sad. But God is still here. He protects us still.
Church members say it's time to stop the gun violence. It's time to wake up.
Both of the people shot today at the funeral have non-life-threatening injuries. In studio, Peyton Muse, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
And thank you so much, of course, to our Fox 17 Nashville team. Here at Live Now from Fox, we are a culmination of all of our local affiliates, and we do have a lot of them. Let's switch gears now and talk about some health news. Over the past few months, you've probably heard the term RSV many, many times. So what is it, and how do we prepare during this holiday season? Dr. Jason Littleton is with Orlando Health. He joins us now to talk more about RSV. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. So the first question everyone asks here, what is RSV?
So first of all, I want to thank you for having me on. I just want to mention I represent Littleton Concierge Medicine, which is my practice, not affiliated with Orlando Health. But I wanted to first, RSV is respiratory syncytial virus. And that's a virus that we have seen pretty prevalent in these in this stage where we are kind of post-COVID, yet COVID's still going around. And it's a virus that affects children and adults. But when people talk about respiratory syncytial virus, a lot of times it's associated with children, especially children between 0 to 2. Most children, when at least up to 2 years old, have had it in some form. And so people have experienced it. High-risk populations are children certainly under 1, especially 6 months to premature to 6 months, but also the geriatric population.
And a question that we are asking quite a bit right now, this possible tridemic, the triple-demic, I guess that's why so many people are so focused on RSV right now.
That's true. So right now we're in a stage where, since we have come out of COVID, for the most part, people are having respiratory infections and they have to ask the question, is it the flu, is it COVID, or is it RSV, or is it something else, such as the common cold? And I think this is perplexing not only parents, but individuals who see this, especially if you work in the child care industry. And, here's the thing. When a person comes down with upper respiratory infection, one of the things that they need to do first is let their doctor know, so that their doctor can make a decision if they need a nasal swab. Nasal swabs are what's going to determine if it's RSV versus the flu versus COVID or something else. And I do this all the time in my practice. And this helps because it gives us an idea of what we're dealing with and what the prognosis is going to be and what the time course. And I think it's very important that people ask their doctor to get a nasal swab, because it really helps set the table in terms of management. Now, again, with viruses, most management is supportive care. But when you're dealing with people who are high risk, such as children or adults who have heart disease or lung disease, it becomes a little bit more critical.
What can people do to prevent RSV? Is there anything that can be done?
Definitely. So with RSV, again, it's a virus, and this virus in particular, actually, unlike COVID, can be on surfaces actually for quite a while. And so when we talk about the childcare industry, it's so important that cribs are wiped down, toys are wiped down, hard surfaces are wiped down and cleansed, because that can help reduce the spread of the virus. But also, we also know that it's spread by airborne. So when people cough, making sure that you cover your mouth or wear a mask, doing things such as letting people know if you're not feeling well so that you can stay home away from other children who are healthy. All these things are so important. So these are one of the things that could help mitigate it. Now, unlike COVID, RSV doesn't have a vaccine. There is a medicine for called Synergist for the high-risk population, for those who are 0 to 2, and it's really just an injection that starts at the beginning of the season and it continues throughout the season. But this is not a vaccine; it's just an antibody. So vaccines, when we talk about RSV, in terms of what else can we do, this is something that companies are working on developing, but we don't have one yet.
Is there something? I mean, you just kind of said this, but is there something in development for RSV when you're talking about a vaccine? I mean, how long could it take to actually see that become a vaccine that children can get?
Especially coming out of COVID, I think industries are working pretty hard on this. And I've seen some reports that, in 2023, early in the first or second quarter, it's not clear yet. I think, again, there's a lot of testing when we talk about vaccine. Now, when we again, coming out of COVID, we're used to seeing something that was done in such a high-speed fashion. But usually vaccines take 5-10 years or longer than that to develop. With the development of mRNA vaccines, that can take a little bit sooner. So we may see something in this upcoming year, but that's not clear. That still has to be flushed out, and a lot of testing has to be done. As of right now, there's no specific medication other than the Synergist for the high-risk infant population. We have to continue to do supportive management. And again, when someone has severe illness, such as difficulty breathing, high fever, and they have symptoms that lend itself to a hospitalization where they may need supplemental oxygen, that's a move that has to be made. And this is where I always tell parents and I tell adults that if you think you have a respiratory illness, whether it's RSV, COVID, or flu, let your doctor know right away so that we can make a decision together so we can get you in the right place for treatment.
And nationwide recently, especially, we've heard a lot about hospitals being overwhelmed with those RSV cases, and we don't really hear about it in the past. What might the reasoning be behind that?
So again, the reasoning I believe that's behind this is that when people are infected with a respiratory illness, I think right now people are really highly concerned about COVID. And so in the immediate setting, you can't distinguish that just because you have a high-grade fever and cough and you have feelings of lethargy. So the report of people going to the outside clinic or even the hospital has increased. I've seen a report that, usually it's about 2.5%, but now it's been up to 5.8% to people reporting to outpatient offices. And again, if you're having difficulty breathing in the outpatient office, they will send you to the hospital or the urgent care. And at this point, when you have a lot of people who are coming into the hospital with concerns of respiratory illnesses, whether they get admitted or not, we're still seeing that, that basically that overuse of resources just because of this concern. And I think that's a concern. So more education has to happen in the outpatient setting. But at the same time, if people have moderate to severe disease, the ER is the place they need to be.
Dr. Jason Littleton, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
I just want to make sure that parents, adults, and geriatric population always let their doctors know, have a continual conversation. I've always told people whenever I had the opportunity to speak to Fox or any news outlet, to always say, communicate what's going on with your doctor. Let them know so they can help you in the treatment and management of whatever you're going through.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of great information that parents definitely need right now. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
8:24 over on the East Coast and 5:24 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to send you back out to Qatar right now, where you can see a live image. We are just hours away from the World Cup matchup between the U.S. and Iran. This is going to be a big one that a lot of people are going to be paying very close attention to. Don't forget, you can watch that on Fox. It does start at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but then we will get right back to your top stories here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Here on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a live look at New York City, just one of the many cameras that we have across the country and across the world. I want to give you as many different views as we can. Right now, though, all of our cameras appear to be showing New York. So let's give you a different view here, and you can see Lady Liberty out there in the distance, a beautiful shot. We'll take a look at more of the cameras here coming up in just a bit. So beside the nationwide nurse shortages, ambulance services also struggling, and an academy in Georgia trying to fight back, opening its doors to more students. Beth Galvin with our Fox 5 Atlanta team has the latest on that story.
The Grady EMS Academy is trying to attract military veterans who may miss that sense of belonging and teamwork they had in the military. And they're hoping they can get them to serve again, this time on the streets of Atlanta.
20 milligrams GSW victim. Is he responding? He is not.
Inside the Grady EMS Academy on Atlanta's west side, a practice run at saving lives. These future emergency medical technicians, advanced EMTs, and paramedics are honing their skills, working with smart mannequins. Some of them military veterans like Robert Shue, a now 40-something former Army Ranger and medic who left the military in 2000.
We're very good in trauma in the military. I realized when I got here I knew nothing about medical. We don't deal with any medical assessment at all, so it's a lot more difficult than I think people understand, but it's very fulfilling.
So go ahead and stand clear. We're going to shock.
The veterans like Rachel Novotny
Shocking.
are on a full scholarship from the Home Depot Foundation. She's a medic in the Georgia Army National Guard and an EMT in DeKalb County, now training to become a paramedic.
I really, just working in EMS in general, I prefer working outside. I'm put in a lot of new situations.
Yet finding trained medical personnel to keep up with the emergency calls has been challenging. With the sudden closure of Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center, Grady Memorial Hospital is now the city's only Level 1 trauma center. And Grady EMS and providers across the country have been struggling with a shortage of EMTs and paramedics, exacerbated by high burnout rates and the pandemic. And that's where these veterans come in, many of them drawn by the sense of camaraderie and mission in EMS.
It's very reminiscent of the military, the teams, the way you deploy. I mean, just the way you operate during the day. You go in, you get assigned a machine, and you're on the road.
Your patient now has a pulse.
Kayla Ansbacher, a paramedic and the lead EMT instructor at the Grady EMS Academy, says many of the veterans she's teaching come in with hands-on medical experience from their time in the military.
And it translates very well into the classroom, into EMS, and almost every single time we have a veteran, they are a great mentor to their fellow classmates.
And both Novotny and Shue, who one day hope to work on the back of Grady ambulances, say they encourage veterans to explore EMS.
Because there is that camaraderie, there is that fast-paced environment that maybe they miss.
It's a lot of fun to come here every day and push yourself, and then get to go into the streets. And I mean, not to sound cheesy, but you're out there trying to save lives. It's exciting. Yeah, it really is exciting.
And many of those future EMTs and paramedics who are training at Grady EMS will end up on the streets of Atlanta. Ansbacher says up to 75% of their students ultimately get hired by Grady EMS. For your Fox Medical team, I'm Beth Galvin.
Thank you so much to our Fox Atlanta affiliate for that report. We do lean on our different affiliates to get stories from all over the country here, and there are a lot of them. Let's get back to a story that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It's been 2 weeks since 4 University of Idaho students were found stabbed to death in their rooms. While police and federal agents have said they are following up on hundreds of leads, no suspects have been named, and there are still so many questions. I do want to bring in Joseph Scott Morgan. He is a forensics professor at Jacksonville State University and does have a hit podcast. Thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Joshua. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, your thoughts on this case that so many people are paying so close attention to.
Well, I think the first term that comes to mind is complex, and just the sheer volume of physical evidence that's going to be found at the scene could be quite daunting for all of those involved. The biological evidence, specifically as it's related to blood evidence, and of course from that springs DNA, and so it will make matters very difficult to weed through. The trick is how well are you planned in advance for an event like this, and what resources do you have at your disposal? The rub is, however, when you're talking about a smaller jurisdiction, they're not used to handling a case of this magnitude. It's not a knock against them. That's the reality of it. It's rural America, and they don't deal with quadruple knife-related or sharp force injury-related homicides. Not many people do, actually. This is kind of an outlier statistically.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the questions come into play, because you don't have that many quadruple homicides that are happening in Idaho, let alone in Moscow, Idaho, involving 4 university students that are murdered there. From a forensics perspective, what might make this case a little bit more difficult or different than other murder cases?
Well, one of the things, going back to this idea of biological evidence, is what we refer to as commingling of the sample, where they've talked at length, and you've heard a variety of different things stated relative to the weapon of choice. Hunting knife, somebody used the term Rambo knife, military style knife. Either way, if it is the same weapon, just imagine, if you will, where you have 4 victims and the same weapon is being used over and over. The first victim that you have will kind of be the standalone, where you will not have DNA from the others. But if the same weapon is being utilized, and this is just the weapon, we're not talking about DNA that the perpetrator may have left behind or anything like that. You're moving from victim to victim to victim to victim. And when this happens, there's a commingling of DNA. And so to try to unspool that and in the lab is difficult. And I just hope that nothing has been compromised at the scene. I don't have any reason to believe that it has. But just that alone makes this complex. Not to mention the fact this house has been identified on several occasions as a location where people gather. So you've got this big collective of people that kind of come in, they hang out. Let's face it, everybody in college, might have had an off-campus location they went to and, met with their friends and that sort of thing. So those individuals that have inhabited that space, whether it's in just kind of a superficial way or maybe a more intimate way, have left some essence of their self behind. When you talk about things like touch DNA, which comes about as a result of sloughing dead skin cells. We slough thousands of these things every day, and so you get a partial strand from that. The really rich DNA that you're looking for is going to come from blood evidence. And in my experience, I worked for the coroner in New Orleans and for the ME in Atlanta for many, many years. And one of the things that happens every now and then with sharp force injuries, particularly where it's a frenzied event and they're talking about multiple stab wounds, is that the perpetrator will actually injure themselves. Might not even be aware of it at the time because they're in such a heightened state. And if that happens, now you've got the perpetrator's DNA commingled in there as well.
And it does sound like there were people coming in and out of there, not just in general, but maybe over the hours after the killings actually happened. Could that have contaminated anything at the scene? I know that's kind of a general question that you necessarily can't speak to as far as this specific case, but overall, could that have tampered with anything?
Well, yeah, anytime you introduce another person into this environment, they're bringing along with them their DNA. And just to wax kind of academic for a second, we have to understand, kind of our godfather within forensics is a gentleman named Edmond Lecard, and he came up with something called his contact theory. And it basically states that every contact leaves a trace. Now, he came up with that over 100 years ago. It's pretty fascinating when you think about it nowadays. But he understood even at that point in time, before we had DNA technology, that every time an individual introduces himself into what we would consider to be a pristine scene, they're bringing something with them. Even if it's the police officers, you might have mud on your shoes. You might have some other trace evidence that's coming from your car, even maybe a fiber from the seat of your car or from your home that you introduce in there. So you've got kind of all of these issues that when you start to look at it from a mathematical perspective, it kind of builds out like that exponentially, and it's something that you have to factor into everything that you do, and that's what they're doing right now. It does not surprise me, Joshua, that it's taking them this long. I think that they're being very careful. They've got fantastic resources at their disposal with just the folks at the FBI lab, not to mention the people with the Idaho State Police as well.
Why do you think so many people across the country are paying such close attention to this case? It is high profile now, and I mean, there's articles released about it pretty much on an hourly basis. People are talking about it on social media a lot. Why might that be?
It's the stuff of nightmares. And I think that, when you begin to think that you're you're sending your child off to college, and then suddenly you have this, this mysterious perpetrator that comes through the door and wipes out, certainly 3 of the 6 people that are permanently domiciled there, three of the 5 that are permanently domiciled there, and then you've got this one young man who happened to be there as well. It is the stuff of nightmares, and that, I think, from my experience with true crime, that's one of the things that fascinates people, because this is not something that happens necessarily in a vacuum. It's something that, many people, particularly those that have kids, can identify with, and they're thinking, is my child safe wherever they are? And the fact that no one has been caught, it's, when you look at the pool of potential suspects, this is not a big metropolis, right? People know one another up there. And so you begin to think, do we know this individual that has perpetrated something that is so markedly horrific? I think we've heard little snips of this along the way relative to the police, and some of the other people there. I think even the prosecutor, as he's famously walking down the street, he's given this interview kind of over his shoulder, corner. They talked about the level of violence that was there. And, I got to be honest, I was kind of taken back by the fact that they had released that information, that we had that much information, but we do know that the scene is quite ghastly. So I think that kind of captures the imagination of the people out there that are following this case and cases that are similar to it, Joshua.
In your opinion, any mess-ups here, any problems that investigators might have caused in this case? Because as you mentioned, they're not necessarily used to dealing with such a high-profile case in Moscow, Idaho. Have you seen anything that stuck out to you?
There was something that was mentioned along the way that, kind of piqued my interest, I think, as a former medical legal death investigator, which means, you work for the medical examiner in the coroner. You're the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner out in the field. For me, what it was I think that the coroner was not allowed access to the body for some time. That's not an uncommon practice. Where the problem is this: one of the things that we try to do at scenes when it comes to the examination of remains is to begin the measurement of what's referred to as postmortem interval. So, and that's things like that everybody's heard of, like rigor mortis, okay? And then there's some other things like postmortem lividity, which is the settling of blood, and algor mortis, which is another term for the cooling that takes place after death. And we have these kind of measured scientific benchmarks that we look at, depending upon the environmental conditions that you're in. You have to examine the body within that. And so the further down the timeline you move, you lose that data. And one of the key things here, Joshua, is the fact that timeline is an issue, isn't it? They want to try to understand. So, we can judge things like the rigidity of human remain. To what degree has fixation began in the joints relative to rigor mortis and settling of blood. And so any delay in the time that the coroner may have had to get there and examine those elements could be problematic. Of course, we don't fully understand what type of trace evidence she would have encountered making her way to the body. So they have to do this balancing act. Is it worth it to have the evidence, the physical evidence, compromised because of the position of the body, to allow her to do this, or is it better that we just allow her to get to it after we've collected everything that we possibly can? Again, back to Lacard's, every contact leaves a trace, and so that can certainly be an issue as well.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Anything else that you want to make sure to mention before we let you go?
I think I plead with everybody to please be patient with these folks out there. They're doing everything that they can at this moment in time, and it's important that you just take a step back and understand they're under the gun. They're aware that they're under the gun. At least their managers are. I hope that that doesn't make it down to the rank and file officer or agent that's processing this, that they can kind of shut all of that out, really remain focused on what they have to do. They don't need any further outstanding distractions and that sort of thing, because the more their little world is compromised in this violence that has taken place, it's going to impede their ability to move this case forward and try to identify who did this and get them off the streets.
And before I let you go, do you think they do already have a suspect or suspects in mind and probably know who did this?
I have no way of knowing. I would hope that they would have gone through, and I would imagine they would have, say for instance, like the CODIS database, locally, just to identify anybody that might be in that environment, that might be identified as a predator. If they have that already ramped up, if they find an unknown DNA sample, they can plug that into the database and see if they come back with a hit. And not to mention, it's good old-fashioned shoe leather on the part of the investigators, where they're going door to door. And one of the problems that are, as a college professor, I can speak to this. One of the problems that arises is, and this is quite striking, is the fact that, remember, as this horrific slaughter took place, kids had already been eyeballing, the students had already been eyeballing Thanksgiving vacation coming up. They already had plans to leave. So unlike a regular population, where people are kind of seated in that location, they live there and that sort of thing, that's not what the university is like. It's kind of transient. So you've already got people that are looking to get back home. Well, this stimulus is added to that, is factored in. And now, even by the admission of the president, when he gave one of his comments, he said, look, I know people are scared. Some people might not come back. We're going to go ahead and set things up for online classes, and that's all fine and good. But here's the problem. Even if you are a peripheral player in this, that you didn't directly know these individuals that were slaughtered, you might have some kind of knowledge, something that you heard, something that you saw, that if the police were eye to eye with you and they were communicating with you, they could elicit that information from you, and it would go to painting a better picture. Now you've got kids that are scared. Some might not come back. Well, you don't know if therein lies the key. There was also, I think, and this has to be factored in as well, there was an opportunity for potentially the perpetrator to have slipped out of town as well, because you've got this kind of mass exodus. If we are to believe what we've heard, I've heard the term ghost town used a lot, and generally over Thanksgiving vacation is a time when that happens. Nobody wants to be there any longer. They have to be. They want to get back to their family. The trick is, we're back in session now. How many kids have come back? Is there a noticeable, number that have kind of chosen not to? And the police are going to have, kind of their work level is going to be amped up, because they're going to have to reach out to those people that chose not to come back. And also, we're so far down the road now, over 2 weeks, memories go cold. Even that short period of time, things that might have been fresh at that moment in time aren't so fresh now.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You too. 8:47 on the East Coast and 5:47 on the West Coast. We will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are looking at a live image of Qatar or Qatar, depending on who you ask. 8:49 on the East Coast and 5:49 on the West Coast. We are just hours away from a major matchup. We're talking the USA versus Iran starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So those watch parties are going to get underway very, very soon. I do want to head over to Fox 4 Dallas's Shannon Murray. She is over in Frisco, which is just north of Dallas, at one of those spots. Thanks so much for being with us.
Good morning. Yeah, thousands of people will be here for the watch party today. They're going to fill these stands here behind us here at the FC Dallas Stadium in Frisco. So it should be a really just powerful electric energy here this afternoon. You know, those soccer fans get so excited. They want to come support their team today. One of the former players, Kenny Cooper, here with us, used to play for FC Dallas. And now you're just really an FC Dallas ambassador. You know so many of the players who are over there right now. Tell me what this game means today.
Oh gosh, I mean, it's you know, for these guys, for some of them, it's maybe a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's something that I think all of them have been dreaming about probably since the day they kicked the ball, and I know I was, certainly. So this game is huge. There's so much on the line. We have to win to go through, and I know they're extremely motivated, and I'm feeling optimistic and really confident in their chances.
How are you feeling about the way that they've been playing, and what do you expect to see today for them to get that win?
Well, I've been so impressed just from the first half that they played against Wales and their performance against England. But obviously today, I think they're going to have to be aggressive. We have to win the game. It's really a knockout type of game, just one game before the actual knockout stages. So, but I think we're ready for this, and I think we're going to do great.
Just getting inside the minds of those players, you know, what are they doing today to prepare? What would you be doing if you were over there in Qatar, you know, just trying to mentally and physically prepare for this?
Well, I was joking before that I'd probably be napping, because that was my one thing that I would do on a game day. I'd try to get my hour nap in, but I know they're, as you're saying, they're laser focused, and their adrenaline's going to be pumping soon, I'm sure. They're maybe making phone calls back home, but they're going to go into this game, I know, just so motivated and just raring to go.
How can you nap when you have a game like that? How can you even fall asleep?
I know. It was just always part of my routine. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. My one thing was just getting a good sleep before the game. I never wanted to be out in that field and think, oh, I just needed more rest. So somehow I was able to shut off for a second. Yeah. But you know, for these guys, they're doing what they love, and they're the experts, and I know that they'll do whatever they need to today to be 100% ready to play.
This afternoon, these stands will be full behind us. You've been here for some of the other watch parties. What's that like, being able to really sit around a soccer field and try to kind of put yourself there in Qatar when you're watching the game?
Well, it's an awesome atmosphere here, and you know, it gives you that, which you don't have at home sitting on your sofa. It's great to be warm at home, but it's a beautiful day today. There's not another place I'd want to be to watch this game, so I'll be there, and I can't wait. I really can't wait.
You're such a positive person, and you're really confident that these guys can pull it off today.
I am. I mean, this group, I know a lot of these guys. There's a huge FC Dallas influence in the national team. We got Jesus Ferreira, who scored 18 goals here this year. Walker Zimmerman started his career here. Kellen Acosta, Weston McKinney came through our academy. You know, I know a lot of these players well, and I just have so much confidence in them, and I know they're going to do great.
All right, we hope so. All right, thank you so much for talking to us this morning. Josh will send it back to you. This is going to be such a fun game, and we're all so excited, and we're rooting them on.
We definitely are. The one thing that sticks out to me is that he can sleep before a match. How is that possible? I can't sleep in general. He's got this big match and he can sleep.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I already have a hard enough time just on a regular night. So yeah, how can you got to shut your mind off, but yeah, it's important. You got to get your whole mind body ready for a big match like that.
All right, Fox 4 Dallas's Shannon Murray, thank you so much for joining us as always. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's head out live to Qatar. This is the latest image coming in. You can see it is nighttime, and we are just, let's do some math here, about 5 hours away from that big matchup between the U.S. and Iran. It does start at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and you can watch it on Fox. We will, of course, have the coverage afterward here on Live Now from Fox, but this is going to be a huge matchup. We'll have more with an expert here coming up in just about 5 minutes, live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's step away for a quick break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:56 on the East Coast and 5:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. You are taking a live look right now at Qatar or Qatar, depending on who you ask. We do have this major matchup coming up in just about 5 hours at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. That is when we will see the USA take on Iran. This is going to be a matchup that people are watching very, very closely. So we will bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. And in just about 5 minutes or less, we will talk with World Soccer Talk. This is kind of their forte here, so they can help break down the importance of this matchup. For now, I do want to get back into the headlines here. And a family's vacation to Mexico turns into a nightmare. A couple from Arizona missing after a kayaking trip south of the border. Marissa Sarback with our Fox 10 Phoenix team has the story.
Yansu Kim and Corey Allen went out in Rocky Point, Mexico with their daughter kayaking. When the winds picked up as well as the current, Corey decided to bring their daughter back to shore and then went out to go get his wife, but neither of them stepped foot on land again. They have now been missing for 4 days.
I didn't know they were going to Mexico until I found out they were missing on Friday, and they were missing, I guess, around 1 o'clock on Thanksgiving Thursday. So I didn't find out till they were missing for 24 hours, and we've just been praying ever since.
Yansu Kim and Corey Allen were last seen kayaking in Rocky Point before weather conditions went south. Family friend Lisa Machina says she and everyone else who knows the couple are trying their best to stay positive. Mexican authorities confirmed the search in this tweet yesterday, which we have translated to English. Quote, Sonora Civil Protection maintains coordination with the Secretary of the Navy and municipal authorities in the search for 2 people of American origin who disappeared in Puerto Peñasco after a kayak trip. Mexican volunteer groups have been sharing photos of the ongoing search, and this GoFundMe page was created by friends to help with search efforts on land, sea, and air.
We're just devastated. We we're keeping our hope up, and we're just keep praying that they're found alive and okay and can be reunited with their family.
That family is their daughter, who was in Mexico with her parents, and their teenage son, who was not on the trip.
When I was pregnant with my first child, she ended up being pregnant with her first child. So we were pregnant together, and then our sons, who are both 18 now, were best friends for most of their childhood.
Corey Allen is a real estate agent in the Flagstaff community, and Yan Soo Kim, a faculty member at NAU, described as a respected academic leader and trusted friend to all who know her personally. Information has been released on social media by what appears to be volunteer search groups out of Mexico, claiming a body has resurfaced and that it is in fact one of the couple. Now, we have reached out to Mexican authorities to confirm this information and the discovery, but we have not heard back yet. Reporting in Phoenix, Marissa Sarback, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 10 Phoenix team for that report. We will stay on top of that story and bring you updates as we do get them. Want to take you back out live to Qatar or Qatar, depending on who you ask, because in about 5 hours we will see the U.S. take on Iran in this major matchup. Everyone going to be paying very close attention to this, and I can think of one person that will be paying even more attention to this. That is Christopher Harris with World Soccer Talk. Thank you so much for joining us to talk soccer.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Of course. Why is this such a major matchup? I know people have been talking about it for days now, but this is kind of a big deal.
It is. I mean, for the United States, this is the biggest soccer game in 8 years. Unfortunately, the U.S. team did not qualify for the 2018 World Cup. So the last big game on a World Cup stage was 2014. So on the soccer side, it's a huge game for the United States, but also on the political side too, in terms of the opponents being Iran. Obviously, a lot of geopolitical issues there. But for the game itself, though, the U.S. has to win this game to move through till the next round of the World Cup. If it ties or loses, they're out of the World Cup and they'll go home. And then Iran has a chance to go through instead of the United States.
What are the thoughts on the U.S.'s chance of beating Iran and moving forward? I know the last one ended there in that scoreless draw, and I believe the one before that was also a draw as well.
Yeah, from a soccer perspective, in terms of being analytical and trying to be as objective as possible, I would say the USA's chances of winning this game is probably about 60%. But as in any sport, you never know what's going to happen. Iran has a very good team. The U.S. has one of the youngest teams in this tournament, a lot of skillful players that play soccer for some of the biggest teams in Europe. So a lot of it comes down to confidence. Like you said, too, that U.S. hasn't got a win yet in the World Cup. The first two games they tied. Iran lost their first game and then won their second game. So actually, Iran has 3 points in this group. U.S. has 2 points. So from a soccer perspective, the United States should win if they play their game. And there's going to be a lot of pressure, of course, on these younger players. Only one of them have played in a World Cup before. So it's going into a new territory where, I mean, Iran knows that they just have to tie the game. If they tie the game, they will probably move through to the next round. So the pressure is really on the United States to win this one. It's going to be an incredible game.
What happens if it is a draw?
Yeah, so if it is a draw, the only situation where Iran will not go through is if Wales, who plays at the same time as this game, beats England. So if Wales beats England and there's a draw between Iran and USA, then Wales goes through. And these games are played at the same exact time. Now, if Iran and the United States ties and Wales is unable to beat England or they tie England, then Iran goes through. And then for the U.S., it's just win and you're in. If you tie or lose, you're out.
And you said 60% chance. That's not bad. It's a D- if you think about it that way. And that's maybe still passing. I don't really know. But why do you think so many people are paying so close attention to this World Cup? I feel as though in years past we've heard about it, but it seems like a lot of people are hyper-focused on this World Cup versus the ones in years past.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the USA-England game that was played on Black Friday last week had a viewing audience in the United States of 20 million, which is a pretty decent number for a sport that's still not one of the top 3 sports in the United States. I mean, the US is a melting pot of so many cultures, and soccer, especially among the teenagers and youth, is a very popular sport. It's, if anything, it's probably the second most popular sport. So there's basically a whole bunch of different things coming together, different variables. I mean, there's a lot of people are excited about soccer, watch soccer throughout the year. But when it comes to the World Cup, it's one of those rare times where you have a nation. You can get behind the nation, get behind the United States, and cheer them on the world stage against some of the biggest teams in the world. And if the U.S. does beat Iran, they're through to the next round, and they may play a team such as Netherlands or Ecuador, who are beatable. So if the U.S. can win this game, of course, there's another game following that, and then it's kind of a round robin, so that they have a chance to go pretty deep in this tournament if they can get this win today.
All right, I'll be honest, I'm no soccer expert here, but who is favored to win the World Cup overall? Is there a clear favorite?
Yeah, I'd say that it's Brazil. France won the last World Cup, but Brazil, from goalkeeper to defense to midfield to forwards, have some of the best players in the world. Others might say that maybe France or Argentina or Spain may have a good chance at this, but I think Brazil, from basically top to bottom, is just one of the best teams in the world. Of course, a very attractive style of play, the way that they play, really, really exciting to watch. Massive fan base, massive country, but Brazil certainly is favorites to win this one.
And I know you said a 60% chance overall of the U.S. beating Iran. What are the chances that the U.S. wins the whole thing?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, that's the beauty of cup tournaments. Is almost like a March Madness type of thing, where when you're winning and you have the confidence and you have the fans behind you, anything can happen. And it's one of those things that we've seen even in the England-USA game. England was very, very much favorites to win that game. A lot of people were predicting that England would win 5-0. But USA tied that game 0-0, and actually US outperformed England, who are ranked, I think, number 3 in the world. USA is ranked number 16. So it just goes to show that, when it comes down to it, when it's a game of 90 minutes, two teams of 11 against each other, anything can happen. And the US is a skillful team. It's an exciting team. The only thing that's missing with this US team, which is a big deal, is that they don't have a goal scorer. So they've only scored 1 goal in the first 2 games. That's the thing that they're missing. So today they have to win it, which means they have to score goals. And so far, the US does not have that kind of proven number 9 or center forward that's going to score all the goals. So that's the biggest issue going into this game.
All right, Christopher Harris with World Soccer Talk. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Yeah, go USA. I mean, 2 p.m. Eastern time. It's on Fox. So go USA.
That it is. All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
All right. So I do actually want to get to a little bit of breaking news that we are following right now. This just coming in from the Associated Press here. The city of Houston lifting an order that had called for more than 2 million people to boil their tap water before drinking or using it. The boil order had been in effect since Sunday, when a power outage at a water purification plant caused water pressure levels to drop. The order led to the closure of schools and businesses, and the city rescinded that order shortly before 7 a.m. today. The mayor has said 2 electrical transformers failed, causing power outages at the water plant. But again, the city of Houston here lifting that order today that did call for more than 2 million people to boil their tap water before drinking or using it. Time now is 9:08 over on the East Coast and 6:08 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break and then we'll get right back to your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look there at the U.S. Capitol there in Washington, D.C. Sure, it's cloudy, but a nice start to the day overall. Congress is back to work. The lame duck session will feature Democrats trying to ram through some last-minute legislation before losing control of the House. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram tells us what is on the agenda.
The lame duck Congress takes flight.
There's a lot we must do before the end of the calendar year.
We have many challenges ahead of us.
A daunting docket. Lawmakers face a mid-December fiscal fiasco.
Failure to act by then will result in a pointless and painful government shutdown, right as the holiday season kicks into high gear.
There's pressure by Democrats and some Republicans to hitch aid for Ukraine to the spending bill. A few Republicans oppose the U.S. spending any more money on Ukraine. Others are more cautious.
We don't need to pass $40 billion large Democrat bills that have been being passed to send $8 billion to Ukraine. We're going to make certain they get what they need.
President Biden rekindled efforts to pass an assault weapons ban, but it's doubtful that plan could overcome a filibuster.
Does it have 60 votes in the Senate right now? Probably not.
In fact, an assault weapons ban may not even muster 50 votes, enough to force a tie-breaking vote by Vice President Harris. House Democrats formalized their new leadership team this week. Some liberals are skeptical of incoming Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries because of his previous career as a corporate lawyer.
I want to make sure that we have a really strong relationship so that he understands progressives need to have a seat at the table and be consulted on things as we go forward.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy still lacks the votes to become Speaker. 5 Republicans vow they won't back McCarthy. They demand more control over the House agenda.
They're not going to be persuaded otherwise. They're going to hold the line.
McCarthy is scrambling. He's promising to restore committee assignments for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar and planning to dump Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, and Ilhan Omar from their committees. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, Chad, thank you for that report. President Biden now asking Congress to intervene in a potential railroad strike that could devastate the nation's economy. But as Doug Luzada reports this morning from Capitol Hill, lawmakers only have a few days to act.
Now, the president is heading to Michigan today to talk about the economy, and that comes as he's trying one strategy after another to stave off a rail strike. The White House showing off new Christmas decorations yesterday, but the real gift the Biden administration is looking for is a resolution to a looming railroad strike. We caught one lawmaker leaving the Capitol last night.
Well, I was hoping that we could discuss if you're willing to do something about the rail strike.
We're absolutely, it's an area I think our caucus is taking it up this week.
And the president is thinking the same thing. And just weeks after he had trumpeted a tentative deal between unions and the railroads, he finds himself at odds with union members who voted against it, saying in a statement that he supports workers. But in this case, he says, where the economic impact of a shutdown would hurt millions of other working people and families, I believe Congress must use its powers to adopt this deal.
And now that it looks like that tentative deal won't actually work out by the deadline in December, he's now punting to Congress to get something done.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she will now try to move legislation to enact that tentative agreement, preventing a strike that, according to one estimate, would have cost the economy $2 billion a day.
I think you can. I think my hope would be that Congress will send some really strong message. I preferred that it had been done today.
And there will be an effort to get this done this week, but Congress has a lot on its plate as we approach the end of the year, including averting a possible government shutdown next month. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
And Fox News does have team coverage of this, multiple reporters working to gather the latest information. So President Biden saying Congress should get involved to avert that rail strike next week. And the last-minute decision to get involved only highlights how devastating a strike would be on the U.S. economy to the tune of $2 billion a day. Fox correspondent Lauren Blanchard reporting from Washington.
President Biden is tasking Congress with ending the threat of a rail worker strike next week. It comes after the president said his labor, agriculture, and transportation secretaries said they see no way forward in negotiations between labor leaders and rail management.
It seems like President Biden was hoping to get something done that ultimately he could not get done, and the labor unions are not going to be happy about this.
In a statement Monday night, the president writing, "In this case, where the economic impact of a shutdown would hurt millions of other working people and families, I believe Congress must use its powers to adopt this deal." If a strike happens, the economic impact is expected to be $2 billion a day.
This is just going to make inflation worse, and it couldn't come at a worse time for consumers who are and families who are going to try to get those gifts under the Christmas tree.
Back in September, President Biden and his team celebrated a tentative deal. It has a 24% pay raise, bonuses, and improved health care benefits. But in early November, 4 of the unions expressed concern with the lack of paid sick leave. Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she was reluctant to bypass the unions, but that the House would take up the legislation with the original tentative agreement. Quote, "We must act to prevent a catastrophic nationwide rail strike, which would grind our economy to a halt." The deadline for a deal or congressional action to avoid a strike is December 9th. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right. Thank you so much. That is a story that we will be following because, as you can see, it's very important. Just about everything impacted there by that rail strike. So, inflation not scaring millions of people from spending billions on Cyber Monday. That was just yesterday. Fox's Madeline Rivera reporting from Washington.
The holiday season is here. Even the White House has decked the halls. And the decor and lights are not the only reasons for the festive mood.
I think holiday shopping has been a tremendous success so far.
This year's Cyber Monday is once again expected to be the year's biggest online shopping day. Roughly 64 million people are expected to shop, with sales potentially topping $11 billion. It comes after a strong Black Friday showing when shoppers spent a record $9 billion online.
Consumers continue to surprise us by continuing to spend despite ongoing inflation. It's really showing a lot of resilience in their shopping attitudes.
Prices for items like TVs, laptops, and beauty products have all been slashed significantly. Still, some consumers say they're being strategic about what they buy.
It's just been kind of like researching for the whole month to kind of see where I'm at, and then just kind of assessing like what my needs are.
Every one of us is trying to stretch our dollars further than ever before in the face of this inflation we've experienced the last year and a half.
But not everyone is sold on the deals.
We were just talking about inflation and how it's really affecting everybody, that things were so much cheaper when I was young, but so were the salaries.
If you missed out on the Cyber Monday discounts, you may still be in luck. Experts say they expect many deals to last well into December and even after Christmas. In Washington, Martha Rivera, Fox News.
And we are just about 10 minutes away from the stock market opening there. You can see everything is just even. But again, that will open in just about 10 minutes. So restaurants offering more deals for consumers as inflation does continue to push the cost of food even higher. That's according to NPD Group. Eating out is 3.4 times more expensive than homemade meals. However, grocery prices have also increased by 12.4% in October. That's compared to last year. Wendy's hoping customers keep coming back for its $5 Biggie Bag and other $4 items. Papa John's also offering food items for $6.99 after customers buy at least 2 other items. Other restaurants also offering more deals to attract consumers. And credit card applications are on the rise as we head into the holiday shopping season, despite record high interest rates. Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has more on just how much Americans are charging to their credit cards.
Americans are charging more than ever on their credit cards as interest rates soar above 19% on average. That's the credit card interest rate, and the highest in 31 years. With inflation rates at levels that wage growth is failing to match, it's no surprise that credit card balances are on the rise, hitting, as I say, a record $866 billion in the third quarter, 19% higher than the same period last year. That's according to TransUnion, the credit reporting agency. Now, some cash-strapped households are even using these credit cards to pay for necessities like utility bills. And Christmas bills will no doubt end up on plastic, too, as 48% of Americans in a Deloitte survey say they're going to use their old-fashioned credit cards to pay for presents. Americans are loading up on debt at a time savings levels are plunging. Look at these numbers, falling to $626 billion from $4.85 trillion in 2020. Today's levels the lowest since the Great Recession. And that means paying off those credit cards will take time. For example, look at this. If you have a $1,000 balance and pay a minimum of $25 a month, it's going to take you 65 months or more than 5 years to pay off the debt. And that includes interest of $605. So think about that. Your interest amount more than half your original debt. Listen.
It highlights the importance of paying way more than the minimum. Pay it all if you can. Or maybe get a 0% balance transfer card.
Finally, 40% of holiday shoppers this year say they will limit debt from higher prices by using coupons. Credit card rewards, always good. Trading down to cheaper brands, or simply, remember this, buying less. I'm Jerry Willis.
Thank you, Jerry. That is another story that we will continue following, as we know the interest rates are very, very high right now. Don't expect the Fed to cut those rates, though, next year. An official with the Federal Reserve said a rate cut may be possible, but in 2024, as inflation pressures ease. To help curb inflation, the Fed hiked the cost of short-term borrowing this year. That made it more expensive for people seeking loans for cars and mortgages. While there may be signs of progression in the economy, interest rates will likely need to rise further depending how the economy and inflation do evolve. The busy travel season does continue as many people are looking to get away for the holidays. But with inflation in the mix, some are looking for budget-friendly vacations. According to a survey by Bankrate, 22% of travelers plan to utilize loyalty points from rewards credit cards to save. Make sure to plan early for trips closer to the holidays. Most airline loyalty programs will offer rewards almost a year in advance. Also, try to be flexible with your traveling schedule. Many travelers may be able to avoid the busiest and most expensive days to travel by working from home before that trip. Well, online sales set a record for Black Friday. Whole Foods is under fire for removing some lobsters from its shelves, and chicken prices are coming down. Fox's CJ Papa has those stories and more in this Fox Business Brief.
Online shopping on Black Friday broke a new record this year, topping $9 billion in sales, with electronics, toys, and exercise equipment being the most popular purchases. Whole Foods under fire after announcing it won't sell Maine lobster due to environmentalist concerns, sparking fears of job losses. The store making the move in response to environmentalist concerns. The fishing industry allegedly threatens a rare whale. Maine Governor Janet Mills and state lawmakers say they are disappointed by Whole Foods' decision. Environmentalists cheering the decision. Whole Foods says it is committed to working with suppliers, fisheries, and environmental advocacy groups as the situation develops. Chicken and other poultry prices are coming down. Poultry companies have been able to increase production while demand from restaurants and supermarkets remain flat. Wall Street Journal says the result is prices for chicken breasts have plunged about 70%. And Adidas is releasing 2 new pairs of sneakers in the spirit of Christmas. The first is designed after the iconic bird lady from Home Alone 2. The shoe features gray leather and dark gray suede overlay panels as a nod to pigeons in New York City. The second pair is Grinch themed. The lime green sneakers even come with a Grinch keychain equipped with his tiny red heart. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
CJ, thank you so much. 9:25 over on the East Coast and 6:25 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday right here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to take you out to just one of our live cameras that we do have. A beautiful view. I love this one, showing New York City. We do have a lot more to get to when we're talking headlines today, so let's step away for a quick break, but we will be right back with more of the news making headlines across the country and the world. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are looking at a time lapse here as lava from Hawaii's Mauna Loa volcano, not sure why it just went to black there, but currently not posing a threat to any nearby communities. The governor, along with numerous departments, updated the public on Monday. We did hear from all of them. I do actually want to play the latest report here coming in from Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse, who has more from Los Angeles.
Ash and debris are now spewing from Mauna Loa, the world's largest active volcano, as it erupts for the first time in nearly 4 decades.
We're way overdue. We were way overdue for Mauna Loa eruption. And so we had prepared.
Mauna Loa, which is located on Hawaii's Big Island, started erupting Sunday night. As of now, lava flows are contained around the volcano's caldera at the summit. Still, civil defense officials warning residents not to be alarmed, but to be prepared in the event lava begins to flow toward populated neighborhoods.
We don't want to try and second guess the volcano. We have to let it actually show us what it's going to do, and then we inform people of what is happening ASAP.
Mauna Loa last erupted in 1984. In recent weeks, scientists have been on high alert due to an increase in earthquakes near the summit. They will continue monitoring for any fissures in the mountain's steep slopes where lava flows can emerge. There are currently no indications of lava breaking through into these rift zones.
There are a lot of similarities in the patterns that we're seeing at the volcano now to prior to 1984's eruption and prior to the 1975 eruption before that. And that is an increasing number of earthquakes below the summit of the volcano, some indication of deformation or swelling of the volcano.
The National Weather Service issuing an ashfall advisory to parts of Hawaii's Big Island, saying up to a 1/4 inch of ash could accumulate. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
William, thank you for that report. We are paying very close attention, as are many people across the country, and especially there in Hawaii. The governor saying there are no evacuation orders in place, but asks that people with respiratory sensitivities be cautious of any smoke exposure. Now, again, this is posing no danger, no threat to those nearby communities. We did hear from the governor and several other officials last night. I do want to play just about a minute of their comments.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. As all of you know, Mauna Loa started erupting at about 11:30 p.m. last night in the Mokua'aweaweo Summit caldera. This morning, overflights confirmed fissures at high elevations within the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, feeding lava flows upslope of the Mauna Loa Weather Observatory. Lava flows are not threatening any downslope communities at this time, and all indications are that the eruption will remain in the northeast rift zone. Volcanic gas and possibly fine ash and Pele's hair may be carried downwind, so certainly we would ask those with respiratory sensitivities to take precautions to minimize exposure. All schools are open. No evacuations have been ordered by the Hawaii County Civil Defense at this time.
And if another news conference is held, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. China's president facing his biggest leadership challenge as massive violent protests sweep the country. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has more for us from Washington.
This is a first during Chinese President Xi Jinping's decade-long rule. Protesters across the country are demanding his resignation following a new COVID crackdown that appears to be backfiring. The demonstrations have been mostly peaceful, but in some cities, including Shanghai, we're seeing clashes with police and security forces. And what started as complaints about COVID restrictions quickly transforming into demand for political reform. Protests by Chinese people against the Communist Party are extremely rare, and now for the first time in decades, some experts say there may be significant consequences ahead for the government.
Chinese people are demanding not just to stop the lockdown, they're demanding political changes. We hear slogans that we haven't heard for a long time. They want democracy, not an emperor.
We're also seeing significant financial impacts as well. Markets in the U.S. taking a big hit in early trading, with investors worried about supply chain disruptions ahead of the busy holiday shopping season. China says its zero COVID policy will continue for now, meaning more shutdowns at factories and manufacturing plants. Some say the supply chain issues are already impacting American shoppers.
We're seeing it coming into the Christmas season, the holiday season now, obviously, where demand is going to be even greater for some of the very goods that are produced in China.
The White House National Security Council tells Fox News they support these protests and China's zero COVID policy will not work. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
Well, 51 years ago, Melissa Highsmith went missing from her Texas home, but her family never stopped searching for her. Now, thanks to a DNA test, the family is once again complete. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has more on their emotional reunion, more than 5 decades in the making.
The Highsmith family had a lot to be thankful for this Thanksgiving after reuniting with their daughter, who disappeared more than 5 decades ago.
We always knew that we had a daughter out there.
The family never stopped searching for Melissa Highsmith, who was abducted as a baby from her mom's Fort Worth, Texas apartment August 23, 1971. Around the time of the kidnapping, Melissa's mom, Alta, placed an ad in the paper looking for a babysitter. She ultimately hired a woman to care for her 21-month-old Melissa, who was never seen again. The family believes that woman abducted and raised Melissa.
I really have no doubt in my mind that it was her. I didn't feel no love growing up. I didn't have that bond with my mother.
As part of their efforts to find Melissa, some of her biological siblings took a 23andMe DNA test. The results matched to Melissa's children.
My daughters called me crying and they said, "She's alive, Daddy, she's alive, she's alive."
The Highsmiths reached out to Melissa's daughter, who connected the long-lost relatives. The emotional reunion happened over the weekend.
It was just a mixture of joy and being terrified and excited.
It turns out Melissa, who was raised as Melanie, grew up just 10 minutes from her biological family. But after this long-awaited reunion, she plans to legally change her name back to Melissa Highsmith. Matt Finn, Fox News.
A great story and a great outcome again 51 years later, but now once again they are reunited. Well, through rain, snow, sleet, or hail, mail carriers will be working hard to get your holiday cards and packages to their destinations in time. Fox's Danny Maston has more on how these workers stay positive during this very busy season.
For 16 years, Demisha Moore has been delivering mail for the United States Postal Service.
It's priceless. It makes you feel good.
She says though Christmas is the busiest time of the year for her, it's still her favorite time to deliver mail.
Because the satisfaction that you get when you go to the door and deliver that package to that customer that they've been waiting for and to get it on time.
Every year, Demisha gets to pick up Operation Santa letters and says doing this is most rewarding.
I just love the joy that I get to see the kids bring me letters to get to Santa, because some kids are less fortunate. They're not able to get a lot of things. So that Dear Santa letter, the Operation Santa, it means the world to me and the kids.
In 2020, during the pandemic, USPS reps tell me more and more people decided not to gather for the holidays. Because of this, there was an uptick in shipping gifts that still remains to this day. Demisha tells me she does her best to handle the demand.
You just pace yourself and you just go with the flow, and eventually it becomes second nature. I've been doing this so long.
Demisha says if you see a mail carrier out in your neighborhood this holiday season,
just wave. We're doing the best we can. Be happy, be cheerful, and be safe.
If you ship gifts at the last minute, like on December 23rd, Demisha, along with other carriers, will work hard to make sure it arrives by Christmas Day. I'm Danny Maston, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas.
That was our Las Vegas affiliate. We do have affiliates all over the country, and we love to serve as a central hub to bring you all of their reports right here on Live Now from Fox. Just another day on the job for some 4 police officers there in New York who all helped to respond to a call about a woman giving birth. Now the officers have a small but very important connection to this Long Island family. Fox's Jody Goldberg with our affiliate has more on that story.
Rebecca Reyes wasn't due for another 3 weeks, but baby Owen,
it was her 3rd kid, so she knew when it was coming out,
had different plans.
I was like, Mom, are you sure you're gonna have this baby? She's like, yes, I'm sure.
The 911 call came in at 10:13 on Saturday morning.
12 minutes later, our newborn baby Owen was here.
And these 4 Suffolk County police officers quickly responded.
A lot of times these calls come over, they might not be exactly what they are, but this time it actually was.
Quick thinking and police academy training led to a smooth delivery.
She was home alone. When we got there, the dad happened to be pulling up at the same time.
The father grabs us outside, brings us to the basement, and there was Mom standing up, telling us exactly what was happening, that she felt the baby coming out.
The officers thanked Shirley Community Ambulance for doing their part, getting here so quickly, helping cut the umbilical cord, and then taking Mom and baby to the hospital to make sure they were okay. They're hoping for a reunion down the road where they could meet baby Owen.
It was a beautiful experience.
A first experience for 3 of the officers.
They always said that you will be delivering a baby in the academy, and I kind of didn't believe them a little bit, but they were right.
But for the 4th, Sergeant John Eric Negron.
I thought that my childbirth days were over when I became a sergeant this year, and I guess the record lives on.
This was the 5th baby he helped deliver.
Seeing their faces after the call was like looking in the mirror. I know how it was.
Baby Owen weighed a healthy 6 pounds and 13 ounces. Mom, who's at home with him resting, says everyone's fast response prevented her from delivering on her own. As for the next call,
I could pass the torch to them, knowing that if I'm not there, they're going to be able to do whatever that needs to get done.
No, these guys are ready to spring into action. Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 News.
And sticking with New York here, the mayor of New York City addressing that spike in crime. We have seen it gone up and up, especially when you're talking about subway crime. I do want to send it over to a report from last night that was filed by our New York station.
The blue surge in our subway system is working. Last month, Governor Hochul and I joined by the MTA officials announced an initiative to increase officers' presence on the subway platform.
But that didn't stop this vicious mugging last Tuesday night on a southbound F-train platform at 34th Street. Police say the attacker slashed the victim twice while he tried holding onto his backpack. It's violence like this causing riders to worry about their safety.
I'm working at night, so most of police I see is daytime. Nighttime, not too many. But it's very scary out here, very scary.
I do my own safety the best way I can. I don't think NYPD is going to help me out in anything.
NYPD stats show a 40% rise in felonies in the subway system compared to last year. This includes murders, rapes, and robberies, and a nearly 34% rise overall. Last month, both the NYPD and MTA announced the addition of about 1,200 overtime officer shifts at over 300 stations every day, resulting in 10,000 more overtime patrol hours each day. MTA CEO Jano Lieber praising the effort.
Riders have to be safe and they have to feel safe. That's a precondition for everything else. We got to get this right, and it's heading in the right direction.
I just always got to make sure that I'm safe in the train.
So far, I feel safe. I mean, I have no issues. I've been taking the ride and I haven't seen anything abnormal.
Reagan Medji, Good Day, New York.
Thank you so much to our affiliates all over the country. We serve as kind of a central hub. They provide all of their reports to us, and we can pass them along to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:42 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 6:42 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Believe it or not, if you look very, very closely, that is Qatar, where the World Cup is back underway here. We do know that at about 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the U.S. will take on Iran. This is a big game because both of the U.S. matches so far have ended in a draw. A lot of people going to pay very close attention. Don't forget, you can watch that live on Fox. The Dow also opened as the stock market opens here. You can see it's up just 0.01%. at about 2 points there. So we'll keep an eye on that and bring you any updates here on the stock market. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:45 on the East Coast and 6:45 on the West Coast. Members of Atlanta's LGBTQ community are breathing a bit easier after the arrest of a man who police say posted threats targeting a gay nightclub. The suspect allegedly posted the threats while holding a weapon in a series of videos on his Instagram story, sparking a panic in the wake of that mass shooting at a gay club in Colorado. Fox 5 Atlanta's Rob Dorenzo spoke with investigators and has reaction from one of Georgia's LGBTQ community leaders.
APD says employees here at the Heretic gave them a call after the threat started spreading on social media. Take a look at this troubling video that police say the suspect posted to his Instagram. Screen recordings of the apparent threat spread quickly through Atlanta's gay community over the last few days. Detectives with APD's Homeland Security Unit identify the man holding the weapon as Chase Staub.
Anytime we have verifiable threats made against the public, we take that very seriously.
Investigators say it's not a gun, but a pepper spray gun.
They're considered in the state of Georgia a terroristic threat.
Police say the series of videos posted to Staub's Instagram story led to his arrest. It shows a text from someone he appears to know saying, quote, "People are calling us and saying you bought a gun and are showing it online and they are fearing for their lives," adding they are saying you are threatening to kill them. One post showed sticky notes that said, "Don't give me something to shoot about," pointing out that you can carry a gun without a permit in Georgia. Other sticky notes read, "See y'all tonight."
The threats are very real, and it's incumbent upon all of us to truly understand that. We should still go about our lives. No one should live in fear.
The messages appear to target the Heretic on Cheshire Bridge Road. The following day, patrons at two other gay bars called police when they say Staub showed up there. Officers then went to his house and arrested him. The threats come during a time of heightened anxiety for LGBTQ people following the mass shooting last week in Colorado at a gay nightclub, which killed 5 and hurt 25.
We see these establishments as a safe space. These are more than just bars or businesses. These really are a family. They're a refuge for many of us.
Stop faces charges of making terroristic threats and disorderly conduct. A judge set his bail, but it's not clear if he's been released. In Atlanta, Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. I do want to head back to that nightclub shooting that they were referencing there. This was over a week ago in Colorado Springs when a gunman entered that business and started shooting. We've heard from that Army veteran who was able to tackle that suspect and hold him down until police could arrive. I do want to play a story here after our affiliate over in Houston had a chance to speak with that hero Army veteran.
I was going after somebody who was trying to hurt my family. And at that point, it was everybody in that room.
Rich Fierro's 15 years of military service ended almost 10 years ago. But when a gunman opened fire inside Colorado Springs gay nightclub November 19th, Fierro immediately went into combat mode, charged the shooter, and with the help of another heroic man, took him down.
He continued to try and fight us for at least the next 3 minutes. And I decided to use his weapon against him and start beating him with it. So a little ugly. It's not something I wish on anyone.
Here's a look at that 22-year-old shooter shortly after Fierro got a hold of him. Fierro was at Club Q with his wife, daughter, and his daughter's boyfriend when the celebratory night turned deadly. Among the 5 shot and killed was his daughter's 22-year-old boyfriend, Raymond Green Vance.
Raymond's been a part of our lives for 6 years here in Colorado Springs. He was my daughter's prom date. He's been with her since junior high. He's a great young man. This is a horrible thing to happen.
Among the bad is the good. When the Fierros reopened their brewery, Atravita Beer Company in Colorado Springs for the first time since the mass shooting over the weekend, they did so to a long line of people who couldn't wait to show their appreciation. What was that like?
It was humbling. There's just a show of love. It was overwhelming. We ended up going in just because it was so much. I tried to shake everybody's hand that came through just to thank them for spending time with us.
The Fierros, now known for much more than their beers. They're getting recognition for their longtime support of the LGBTQ community. In fact, their brewery's motto is, as the t-shirts they sell say, diversity, it's on tap. It's one of the reasons Fierro went to war.
I fought for this country, more than once, so that these kids and anyone can act and love whoever they want.
Happening today, the Texas Supreme Court expected to make a decision in a legal battle between the city and the Houston Fire Department. Our Fox 26 Houston team's political reporter Greg Grugan tells us exactly what issues the state's highest court is set to decide.
On November 29th at 9 a.m., just yards from the state capitol, the Texas Supreme Court will hear final arguments in a pair of long festering labor disputes between the city of Houston and its firefighters. At the direction of Mayor Sylvester Turner, lawyers for the city, along with the Houston Police Officers Union, will argue that Proposition B, a 2018 measure approved by voters granting firefighters pay equality with police, violates the Constitution.
The vote of the people is a sacred thing. And the fact that the city has taken a position against its own law is mind-blowing.
Firefighter Union President Marty Langton says his members felt compelled to push Prop B only because the city refused to collectively bargain in good faith, a right Houston voters granted firefighters in 2003. Which brings us to the companion case simultaneously before the High Court on Tuesday, in which the city seeks to nullify unconstitutional, voter-approved collective bargaining for its firefighters.
The law was designed to protect the men and women. It was not designed to be weaponized like this city has done.
Having closely observed 5 bitter years of taxpayer-funded litigation, Councilmember Michael Kubosh says the imminent prospect of firefighters prevailing in one or both cases will strike a crushing blow to the city's financial well-being.
The firefighters have obviously been mistreated, and it's easy to see when you're sitting where I am. If the Supreme Court rules the way I hear it may rule, then the city's going to have about a $500 million payroll to pay that we didn't plan for. We didn't have the money for, and we don't have the money in the general fund for now.
Greg Grugan, Fox 26 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox affiliates across the country. They have a lot going on, so we can pass their headlines along to you, along with what's making headlines all across the country and across the world. Taking a look here, you can see the Dow, pretty much it's down 0.21%. So not down a lot, but that's a look at the stock market that just opened about 23 minutes ago. Couldn't find this image, but there it is. It's very hard to see. This is a live image of Qatar, where in about 4 hours, the World Cup will continue with Iran versus the U.S. That is going to be a big match that a lot of people are going to be watching. Coming up in just about 20 minutes, we're going to go live to our LA team to take a look at just one of many watch parties for the World Cup all over the country. For now, let's step away for a quick commercial break, but more of your headlines coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:56 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A big one that we have been following now for quite a while. The man who opened fire on a Buffalo supermarket and killed 10 black people pleads guilty. Families of the victims say it's the first step to getting justice. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams with that story.
The teenager police say fatally shot 10 black people at a Top supermarket in Buffalo, New York, pled guilty to murder and hate-motivated terrorism charges on Monday. Prosecutors say 19-year-old Peyton Gendron targeted victims in that May shooting because of their skin color. Erie County District Attorney John Flynn calling the guilty plea swift justice.
Justice has been done today. But while justice has been accomplished, nothing will ever bring back the 10 beautiful people who lost their lives on that day.
The victims ranged in age from 32 to 86 years old. Among them, store customers, a top security guard, and a church deacon. In court on Monday, community leaders and victims' family members cried as the judge referred to each victim by name.
It was just gut-wrenching, and it made you angry all over again.
That was a hard pill to swallow because it just brings back that day. all over again.
Prosecutors say the evidence against Gendron was overwhelming. It included video footage from a helmet camera that he live streamed from during the attack, as well as an online document where he posted his views about white supremacy. Gendron will be sentenced on February 15th. The domestic terror charge automatically carries life in prison without parole.
This critical step represents a condemnation of the racist ideology that fueled his horrific actions on May 14th.
Gendron faces separate federal hate crimes charges that could carry the death penalty. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
The mother of one of the children who was killed in the massacre at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas in May has filed a federal lawsuit against the police, the school district, and the manufacturer of the gun the shooter used. Sandra Torres is the mother of 10-year-old Elenaya Torres, who was one of the 19 children and 2 teachers who lost their lives in that shooting. There have been several questions about why law enforcement officers waited 77 minutes before entering that school. Torres says there's been no accountability or transparency about what happened. The lawsuit accuses the city, the school district, and police departments of a, quote, complete failure to follow active shooter protocols. It also says the victims' constitutional rights were violated by, quote, barricading them inside 2 classrooms with the killer for more than an hour. Do want to head to some of the other stories that we are following here. A family's vacation to Mexico becomes a nightmare when a couple from Arizona is missing after a kayaking trip south of the border. Marissa Sarbach with our Fox 10 Phoenix team with that story.
Yansu Kim and Corey Allen went out in Rocky Point, Mexico with their daughter kayaking. When the winds picked up as well as the current, Corey decided to bring their daughter back to shore and then went out to go get his wife, but neither of them stepped foot on land again. They have now been missing for 4 days.
I didn't know they were going to Mexico until I found out they were missing on Friday, and they were missing, I guess, around 1 o'clock on Thanksgiving Thursday. So I didn't find out till they were missing for 24 hours, and we've just been praying ever since.
Yansu Kim and Corey Allen were last seen kayaking in Rocky Point before weather conditions went south. Family friend Lisa Machina says she and everyone else who knows the couple are trying their best to stay positive. Mexican authorities confirmed the search in this tweet yesterday, which we have translated to English. Quote, Sonora Civil Protection maintains coordination with the Secretary of the Navy and municipal authorities in the search for 2 people of American origin who disappeared in Puerto Peñasco after a kayak trip. Mexican volunteer groups have been sharing photos of the ongoing search, and this GoFundMe page was created by friends to help with search efforts on land, sea, and air.
We're just devastated. We're keeping our hope up, and we're just keep praying that they're found alive and okay and can be reunited with their family.
That family is their daughter, who was in Mexico with her parents, and their teenage son, who was not on the trip.
When I was pregnant with my first child, she ended up being pregnant with her first child. So we were pregnant together, and then our sons, who are both 18 now, were best friends for most of their childhood.
Corey Allen is a real estate agent in the Flagstaff community, and Yansu Kim, a faculty member at NAU, described as a respected academic leader and trusted friend to all who know her personally. Information has been released on social media by what appears to be volunteer search groups out of Mexico, claiming a body has resurfaced and that it is in fact one of the couple. Now, we have reached out to Mexican authorities to confirm this information and the discovery, but we have not heard back yet. Reporting in Phoenix, Marissa Sarbach, Fox 10 News.
First responders in Maryland completing a dramatic rescue Monday. A small plane crashed into a transmission tower and left thousands without power. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff with the story.
2 people were rescued from a small plane early Monday, hours after the aircraft crashed into live power lines. The incident unfolding overnight in Montgomery County, Maryland, about 20 miles north of Washington, D.C.
We're very leery about when planes come over what they're going to do because it's not 100% safe here.
For more than 6 hours, crews worked to de-energize both the tower and ground to ensure safe access. Authorities say during that time they remained in constant communication with the people on board.
Crews have to go up to the wires themselves to put clamps or cables onto the wires to then ensure that there's no static electricity, no residual power.
Just before midnight, crews successfully grounded the power lines and later stabilized the plane. Rescue workers then pulled the pilot and passenger out from the wreckage. Both were taken to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries.
As with any car extrication, we make the car stable before we take the people out of the car. We want to make the aircraft stable to the tower before we try to remove the occupants of the aircraft out of the aircraft.
The incident caused widespread power outages in Montgomery County. Utility company Pepco says about 85,000 customers lost electricity. Most of that was restored before the rescue took place. County schools and offices were closed due to the outage. Maryland police say the cause of the crash is still under investigation. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, let's head over to one of our other affiliates here in Milwaukee. This is a case that we have been watching where police believe a man accused of drugging dates that he met online may be involved in another major case. Our Fox Milwaukee team with that story.
His name is Tim. He's 6'2", loves to cook, and works out 3 days a week.
That's a 2012 Fox 6 investigation into Timothy Olson. That's his real name anyway. He has gone by others. Several women claimed Olson dated them and took their money.
To find out it was all a lie, it just really hurts.
At the time, Olson was in an Illinois jail accused of taking one woman's medications. Fast forward 10 years.
Racine police say a man is using dating apps to steal from women.
Olson is back in the news, charged with stealing hundreds from a woman in Mount Pleasant. He's also a person of interest in a death investigation in South Milwaukee.
I've had so many family and friends email me the news stories that he's back doing this, and that's how I found out.
We spoke with the woman who says Olson stole from her years ago. We agreed not to share her name because she says she is still afraid of Olson. She says seeing him in the news dug up painful memories.
I didn't sleep for like 30 days trying to stop this guy, and nothing was taken serious.
The woman says police at the time told her this was a civil matter because they were in a relationship. The DA never filed charges.
These women cannot blame themselves. That's all I can say. They're not doing anything wrong. It's all him.
Cassidy Williams, Fox 6 News.
Well, the city of Waukesha Chamber of Commerce expects thousands of people to line the streets for this Sunday's Christmas parade. It will be the first Christmas parade since last year's heinous attack. Darrell Brooks drove an SUV through the route, killing 6 people and hurting more than 60 others. A jury found him guilty on all counts last month, and he was sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison. Organizers of this year's parade say it will be safe, as police will use traffic barricades to prevent vehicles from entering. Judge Jennifer DeRoe became a household name during that trial for the man who attacked the Waukesha Christmas parade. Our Fox Milwaukee affiliate speaking with her about what lies ahead.
They really felt drawn to First Amendment religious liberty law, if you can imagine that. And but when I went to law school, I fell in love with criminal law and was a research assistant for one of my professors. And then by that time, Brian and I were very serious, and I'm like, so I wanted to come back home and I wanted to be a prosecutor. And that's kind of some of the path. But then also fell in love with the rule of law and intrigued by what judges do, and kind of always kind of kept that in the back of my head. And as they say, you know, one thing led to the other.
I can't help but ask about the state Supreme Court.
It's been so wonderful and amazing, the support that people have shown and the encouragement, and certainly something that I'm taking to heart, and will need to decide pretty quickly if that's something I want to pursue.
So you're still mulling it over, you're saying?
Definitely.
Why do you think there is a lack of female representation, in particularly African American females, in the courtroom and on the bench?
You know, I don't know that I can answer that, other than We are seeing a lot more women. I mean, as far as I understand the numbers, right, a lot more women. It's about a 50-50. It's not always that representative, though, on the bench. And you have to be very, very comfortable with the buck stops with you. You can't make everyone happy. And sometimes you have to make really tough decisions that you know are going to impact a variety of people.
It is a lot of responsibility. I mean, I'm sure there were times you lay awake at night thinking, how am I going to handle this? What am I going to do? How is this person going to act in the courtroom? How do you deal with that?
So I have seen a variety of individuals throughout my time. We have wonderful resources as judges in Wisconsin. We have what are called bench books. And so I have a criminal bench book, and believe it or not, there is a section on difficult people. It's not called that, but there's a lot of case law that's developed over time. And so as a judge, that's one of your go-to resources. So if you think you're going to be faced with some of those things, you start planning ahead of time. Mm-hmm. You just remember why you're there. And that's, I like to look at it as I'm a guardian and a gatekeeper, right? I'm a gatekeeper for the information that comes in, especially during a trial, but I'm a guardian for everyone's rights that are in that courtroom.
Thank you so much to our Fox affiliates across the country. We, of course, serve as a central hub here at Live Now from Fox, where those affiliates can provide those reports to us and we can pass them along to you at home, at work, wherever you are. 10:09 on the East Coast and 7:09 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at Qatar. It is very dark out there right now, but the World Cup still very much underway. Coming up here in just about 4 hours at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, that is when the U.S. will take on Iran. This is going to be a competition that a lot of people are watching very closely. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:11 over on the East Coast and 7:11 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines here, and it's what everyone is talking about today, the World Cup. The USA going to take on Iran in this major matchup at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, so a little less than 4 hours from now. We have been heading to watch parties all over the country because, again, everyone watching this so closely. I do want to head over to Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez. He joins us live at just one of those watch parties. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, Josh. Not a problem. We're inside Red Lion Tavern, I should say, and this is one of the many watch parties. I don't know if you would call it a party so early in the morning. We've only got a few people, but you can see the bar here is open. They are serving, and I do want to mention today, Day 10 of the World Cup, and it features 4 new matchups: Ecuador versus Senegal, Netherlands and Qatar, both underway right now. Then in Group B, Wales and England, and the U.S. versus Iran. Those 2 matches at 11 o'clock this morning. So I have 2 Ecuador fans who are here early this morning. We're watching the game. It's still 0-0. This may be a draw. I know you guys are hoping for a big win. Why did you come out here to this place so early in the morning?
Because she's from Ecuador, so we come to support her country.
Nice. So this has to mean a lot to you, being from Ecuador, and a lot of these games have been about national pride.
I speak only Spanish.
Okay, so yes, she speaks Spanish, but thank you ladies so much for talking to us. Hope you guys win. Good luck to you. So 4 matches being brought to you today, and we were at 2 watch parties, Josh, yesterday. One in Koreatown, watching South Korea take on Ghana. Those fans were passionate. They got really loud, and there were plenty of tense moments. Then we moved to a watch party where we saw Brazil take on the Swiss. So 2 jam-packed watch parties. This morning, Ecuador fans not showing out in full force, but we expect things to pick up here throughout the day with these World Cup matches. Josh, back to you.
Oh yeah, especially as we get closer to that U.S.-Iran match. Mario Ramirez, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Josh.
10:14 on the East Coast and 7:14 on the West Coast. Let's step away for another quick break, and we'll get right back into the headlines. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We always prioritize those live events, and we bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. So right now, Governor Tom Wolf is joining state and local leaders there in Philadelphia to highlight his $2.5 million investment in the William Way LGBTQ Community Center. The investment, just one more example, he says, of Governor Wolf's continued commitment to supporting and investing in opportunities to create safe, welcoming spaces for Pennsylvania residents. I do want to listen in here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
And we thank him for the support for our earlier RACB award. Thank you also to State Representative Brian Sims, who supported both of our RACB applications and let the folks in Harrisburg know that he stood behind his center. Thank you, Brian, for your decade of service to our communities in the Commonwealth. Many others in this room spoke up on behalf of the project. Congressman Dwight Evans, recipient of the William Way's 2017 Ally of the Year Award, and one of our greatest supporters in both Washington and Philadelphia. Thank you so much, Congressman. Senator Sharif Street, thank you for your powerful leadership and the many ways you show up for the Senator. I know he's heading right back to Harrisburg this morning, so we appreciate your being here, Senator. And a deep and special thanks to Rafael Alvarez-Febo, who is Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Commission on LGBT Affairs, was a terrific advocate in the governor's office. He took so many calls from me, and he never got annoyed. And his predecessor, Eric Gutschall, also advocated strongly for our earlier grant. State Rep Malcolm Kenyatta. Malcolm, you're so great. We're so glad to have you in leadership and for supporting the center all the way along, and thank you for being here. And State Representative-elect Ben Waxman, congratulations, and we look forward to working with you closely. And finally, I'm just about there, the staff and board of William Way, the incredible group of folks who day to day work all the time for the benefit of our diverse LGBTQ communities. Thank you to the staff and board, and our Capitol Campaign Committee led by the wonderful Paul Stanky. Thank you, Paul. I also want to thank our architects, Fairmount, our architects, Matt Keff and Associate, our Capital Campaign advisors, Fairmount, and Castle and Associates, our owner's rep, and last but certainly not least, my dear friend and colleague, Capital Campaign Associate Renee Geilinger. And I want to take a second to say she's the last one I'm thanking, because none of this would have happened without Renee. Seriously. Her level of focus and attention to detail, she has all the strengths I don't have. And so this really wouldn't have happened without her. And like Michelle and Barack Obama or Bill and Hillary Clinton, when you get Renee, you also get Mike Marsico, who helped us with our first grant. So thank you, Mike. I want to take a moment to thank the mayor of the city of Philadelphia, Jim Kenney, and his team. For those of you who don't know, Jim was a strong and vocal ally to our communities well before it was fashionable, and he had the courage and initiative to support efforts for LGBTQ equality, both as a city councilman and as mayor through his policies and funding. Jim's not here today, but I want to say this, and I want everyone to hear it. Even in the midst of a major pandemic and challenges and crises, he stood by us and supported the center's efforts. And I will personally make sure that his huge legacy to LGBT communities and the city is always acknowledged and celebrated. We know who Mayor Kenney is. We know the commitments he's made over so many years, and we thank him. Finally, aren't you glad to hear finally? It's my honor now to introduce the wonderful governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, who advocated for and supported the 2 state capital grants I mentioned, totaling $3.5 million. Wow. To support our communities for decades to come. In his 8 years of service, he has been a steadfast ally to LGBTQ communities, our families, and friends. And as a member of his statewide LGBTQ commission, I've seen firsthand how seriously he is committed to the health, welfare, and thriving of LGBTQ Pennsylvanians and our institutions. As we face growing and vocal opposition from our opponents, our governor has set a firm foundation to ensure that Pennsylvania will remain a welcoming and supportive state for its LGBTQ citizens. And he has, through his leadership, ensured that William Way will continue to be one of the crucial and powerful places where that work for our seniors, for our transgender communities, for those most in need, is pursued vigorously. Please join me in welcoming and thanking Governor Tom Wolf.
So thank you, Chris. And I was waiting for that last thank you. So that was great. I finally got it. It's great. But it's great to be here. And let me just say, I mean, the HVAC system is wonderful. But look outside. This is the end of November. This is Pennsylvania. Now, if you're from California, I know you brag about the weather out there, but I don't think any place has a better spring or fall than Pennsylvania. And look at what, am I wrong? No, this is great. So anyway, so it's great to be here. And thank you for everything that everybody here is doing for Pennsylvania, for the LGBTQ community, and for everybody in Pennsylvania. When you're making Pennsylvania the kind of place that's welcoming for the LGBTQ community, you're making it a place that's welcome for everybody. And that is what's really important. And that's why what you do is so important. And I especially want to thank Mel again. Mel, you have been a great Pennsylvanian all along. I want you to keep it up for many, many more years to come. So another round of applause for Mel. So as Chris said, this place has been here for 25 years. For 25 years, the Way Center has committed to the community in ways that I don't think any other organization has in the history of Philadelphia. It's an institution that's grown, it's changed with the community that it serves. The people here have changed countless lives over now 25 years by empowering LGBTQ plus Pennsylvanians, by giving residents a place to gather in a community with one another in a safe place. Today, the William Way LGBT Community Center is an anchor of the Philadelphia community, provides a safe and welcoming place for everybody. I'm proud of the legacy that my administration has left for Pennsylvania. And I think, Chris, you mentioned this. This is really important for all of us. We've invested more than $3.5 million. That's the money part of it. But I think the support, and we still have work to do. We still need non-discrimination in Pennsylvania. But this is really, really an important step in the direction of full and complete equality in Pennsylvania. So we've invested $3.5 million. In 2019, we actually invested $1 million, and then this past round, another $2.5 million. And that's a great thing, but think of what that means. These are matching grants. So if $3.5 million means that all of you have raised another $3.5 at least million, I think even more than that. So the $7 million is going to make a really strong community even stronger. So I've been honored to support the project, and it's going to bring new life to not just this neighborhood, but to all of Philadelphia and all of Pennsylvania. And it's more important now than ever that we work together to create spaces that are not just safe, but welcoming and affirming. This is a time when we really need this more than any other time. Divisiveness, conflict, anger, those things are really getting all the headlines. But what really needs to get the headlines is what's going on right here. Bringing people together, creating safe, welcoming, affirming places. So I am thankful for all of you who are part of this project. It's a great example of how the state can help, and I say help, we're supporting actors here. You're the leaders. So thank you, Chris, thank you to the staff, Community Center, for your commitment to serving LGBTQ plus Pennsylvanians. I am proud to invest in institutions like this that are laying the foundation for a brighter future for every single Pennsylvanian. Now, I am proud to turn this over to the...
And welcome to the William Way LGBT Community Center. Thank you to our honored guests for joining us. Warm welcome to our Philadelphia elected officials, and especially to you, Governor Wolf, for being here with us as we acknowledge our deep gratitude to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for support of our project here at the William Way Center. My name is Kira Kinsman, and I currently serve, along with the fabulous Sue Gilday, as one of the William Way Board co-chairs. I'm a 64-year-old architect in private practice for 31 years now. And if you know anything about architects, you might know that we just about start to get good at about this time. So I'm very excited to be involved in the work of our building design and our capital campaign committees as we work with our architect of record, Alan Metcalf, and his team. It's an exciting and visioning time at William Way. I'm also a transgender woman who transitioned later in life. I knew who I was when I was 13, but in those days there was really no vocabulary to help me understand what was going on. And I didn't see the word transgender in print until I was 38. By then I was married, very much in love, and raising 3 wonderful children. My practice in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania was doing well. Had a resolve, but after decades of trying, simply wouldn't go away. I decided to find a place in Philadelphia where I could spend time, where family members also had roots. When I moved here 6 years ago, it was to give myself space where I could hopefully find my most authentic self. And so one day early on, I came to the William Way Center. And on walking into this charming and well-worn lobby, I realized that maybe for the first time in my life, I'd truly come home. I'd found my people. You hear folks say that the William Way Center saves lives. The vibrant community I found here lifted me up and showed me how to thrive again. On a spiritual level, I felt that I was no longer alone. William Way nurtures the mind and the soul. This cultural institution has offered for 47 years now a venue for LGBT Philadelphians to find affirmation and fellowship. Our wide array of programs offers a gallery for the visual arts, retains our history and our nationally unique archives, feeds the mind through our library, provides programs of care for the health and well-being of body and mind, as well as opportunities for peer counseling, a transgender resource center, and a number of regular special events that are among the city's most enthusiastic. Our building is well loved, and it's done yeoman's duty for decades. We've simply outgrown it. And as we imagine how to sustain this vital institution for the generations to come, we see that we have a need to update and expand our facilities. And so we've undertaken a building design effort that is singular in my experience in its emphasis on finding equitable expression of the diverse interests of this community to make a new home, the architecture of which visibly and robustly speaks to the vibrancy and magnificence of our myriad intersectionalities as a community. We are seeking to center in the design process itself what we know to be the absolutely essential cultural leadership and contributions of our Black, Brown, and Indigenous sisters and brothers to Philadelphia's LGBT life. I can assure you that this process is deeply considered, and we are committed, along with our architects, to create a place that celebrates who we are and where we are as fabulous Philadelphians. Our capital campaign is about to roll out publicly, and already our close, loyal community has been supporting this project generously. We invite all of our allies, all of those who we love and who love us, to join us in contributing to what will be an exciting new cultural addition to the Avenue of the Arts area, right here in the neighborhood, as we came to say. William Way saves and enriches lives, and we hope that you will consider giving your support as we reach for the stars. In closing, I'd like to convey our immense gratitude to Governor Wolf, our senators and representatives here with us today, and to our incredible team of consultants for helping us to secure this crucial funding. We imagine a center that will serve not only our community, but all those who it touches. As my business partner said to me when I disclosed my imminent transition, it's no big thing, because everybody has somebody. I had known at the time that his daughter was a young lesbian woman. And so we are here not just for ourselves, but for everybody who has somebody. Thanks, Chris, for the opportunity to offer some few remarks, and I hope everybody has an absolutely lovely day.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in as the Pennsylvania governor and other state and local leaders are announcing this $2.5 million investment in this LGBTQ community center. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a beautiful live view of New York City. We do have these cameras that are all over the country, and as I always mention it, all over the world. Take a look. This is Qatar, where the World Cup is officially underway. Coming up in about 3.5 hours, we will have this huge matchup between the U.S. and Iran. You can stream it on Fox. So many people are going to be paying so close attention to this one because a lot hangs in the balance during this match. We know the U.S., both of their matches so far have ended in draws, so it's a real question to see not only if they can win, but if they can score. I also want to bring up an ongoing news conference here. There's a NATO meeting with Jens Stoltenberg, who is the NATO Secretary General. He is speaking over in Romania. I do want to play this from the beginning here, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Able to complete interior improvements. In October 2020,
All right, sorry about that. That was the Philadelphia, that was the mayor and the governor there that were speaking about that $2.5 million contribution. I believe that news conference here is still going on, along with the one involving Jens Stoltenberg with NATO. I'm trying to keep an eye on it, but it appears that that one just ended as well. So as we wait for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to start speaking, addressing a crowd there, let's listen back into that news conference underway in Philadelphia.
As well as our commitment to supporting it. William Way's work on behalf of LGBT community members has never been more important, and this award is an investment in its longevity. Moreover, this grant is an investment from the people of Pennsylvania, who want their neighbors and their loved ones to feel truly, deeply, and radically welcomed. I can think of no better use. And now it is my honor to introduce Selena Morrison from the Mayor's Office. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is great to be here alongside William Way leadership, as well as many elected community leaders for this exciting announcement. We are here today because Governor Wolf and his administration realized the urgent need for capital investments in regional economic, cultural, civic, recreational, and historical improvement projects. Thanks to Redevelopment Assistance Capital Program, RACP, the Commonwealth Grant Program administered by the Office of the Budget awarded 172 Philadelphia-based projects in 2022. These are important and historic locations in our city, getting the critical assistance needed for renovations and construction. The impact of the RACP grant program generates both construction and permanent employment, tax revenues, economic activity, and service for Philadelphians. And the city of Philadelphia is grateful to Governor Wolf and his administration for not only being here today, but for being here every day through continued support of our city. Its businesses and community organizations, and most importantly, its people. We are also here today because the state recognizes the amazing work happening at William Way and the opportunities that a $2.5 million investment will bring to the center. For nearly 50 years, through arts, culture, connection, the William Way Center has provided crucial programming and supports the diverse LGBTQ+ communities in the greater Philadelphia area. From the iconic More Color, More Pride and trans flag raisings at City Hall, raising awareness about voter rights in PA through Turn Out the Vote, to the annual Trans Day of Remembrance event honoring the precious lives lost due to acts of anti-trans violence and hatred. William Way has been a key partner in the work of the city's Office of LGBT Affairs. Indeed, later this evening, the Office of LGBT Affairs in William Way will host a Club Q vigil honoring and recognizing those lost in the horrific shooting in Colorado recently. During a time in our country when there are people fighting to take the rights and lives of many in many ways, connecting and supporting our communities is more important than ever. And this capital campaign investment from RACP will allow William Way to expand their center and turn the number of people they are able to serve. An active and important part of the LGBTQ+ community here in Philadelphia, the William Way Center embodies the spirit of Philadelphia, a resilient city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. Continuing to provide access to crucial programs, no matter where they are held, whether programs are online, in person, or organized by community, William Way remains a place to connect with others. When the pandemic virtually shut us down, William Way found ways to reach out to the community to ensure they were able to continue to provide support. Even while their building is under construction, William Way has never closed. The hard work of the organization does not go unnoticed, and I want to recognize William Way Executive Director Chris Bartlett, the William Way Board and Board Co-Chair Kira Kinsman, and the entire William Way team for their dedication and service to our city. The city is proud to have groups like William Way working 365 days a year on the ground to improve the quality of life for Philadelphians. And the city is committed to supporting the LGBTQ+ community. The City of Philadelphia's Office of LGBT Affairs will continue to coordinate its work with our trusted community partners to foster spaces where LGBTQ+ Philadelphians can feel safe in our community with one another and speak out against anti-LGBTQ acts wherever they occur. Congratulations, and I look forward to coming back to see all the progress. Now I'd like to turn things over to who's ever next.
I just want to thank Selena for her incredible leadership. We're so glad you're here. Thank you.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we do have the Pennsylvania Governor, Tom Wolf, along with state and local leaders there in Philadelphia. They are making this live announcement, a $2.5 million investment in the LGBTQ Community Center. This happening in light of the situation that did happen there in Colorado Springs, where a gunman came in, opened fire, killing several people. Let's listen back in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
House and Congress, it now will happen in the United States Senate. Something that you didn't think would happen, I can say to you, it will happen in the Senate. And I say that because it's significant, because all of these partnerships together, it is this kind of collectivism that has been together. And we thank you here for showing that leadership way before anybody showed that leadership. So as we stand here, I'm proud to be the congressman of the Williams Way. I'm proud to be, and I see Mark back there smiling because he remembers when I had all the hair up there. It had hair like Malcolm, right? Had hair like Malcolm. That's what he did. As he smiled, that's a long time ago. It is absolutely my pleasure, and I just want to add my comments to know, and Mel knows me from way back, is I'm happy to be been supportive of every effort that William Way is taking place, and anything I can do, I will do. Thank you very much.
Our final speaker today is Senator Sharif Street, and I want to offer, on behalf of our community, condolences on the passing of his uncle, Milton Street, yesterday, who is an incredible force in the city of Philadelphia, as is his nephew, Senator Street.
Thank you to everyone at the William Way Center for the work that you do to impact the lives of so many. You know, the moments that you spend with one another will mean so much. The friendships that are made, as our chair described, empower people to feel better, to excel in all different areas of life. You know, on the day after my uncle's passing, I reflect that his earliest protest was around gender equality, believe it or not. People don't know that because he got famous for protesting Temple. But it was because his church didn't, or my grandfather was a presiding elder, didn't want to pay men and women equally. It's basic gender inequalities, the kinds of ripple effects that go on to affect people in so many ways in their lives. The rationale was that women couldn't be heads of household and they shouldn't be paid. And my uncle fundamentally felt that that was unfair. but it's a man who would have been paid had he worked for the church more than a woman, recognizing that it was unfair to women. It is a part of what we all do here. It's people who are born here recognizing that because a person is born abroad and is an immigrant, they shouldn't be discriminated against. It's white folks standing up for the fact and marching and protesting to make sure that there isn't discrimination against people of color. It's straight folk pointing out that discrimination against the LGBT community is wrong. It's cis folk pointing out that discrimination against trans folk are wrong. It is the community, what Dr. King called the beloved community, that is created out of that. That really is the beauty and the fabric of what was created in this country just a few miles from here when this country was founded. And although those folks clearly had not gotten it exactly right, they did understand that fundamentally we had a goal of being a community where we all would stand together, and they set forth a set of ideals that William Way fosters in so many ways. And while Governor Wolf and Congressman Evans, Malcolm and Nikhil and I all have a chance to create big policy that impacts the lives of people in a profound way, the most profound moments that people think about at the dawn and dusk of life, when a newborn baby is born or when we are saying goodbye to a loved one, aren't the big grand moments.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:47 over on the East Coast and 7:47 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. I do want to get back into the headlines, and as you know, the holiday shopping season is underway, and unfortunately that means some people will try to take advantage of others, but also break into businesses. They're going to steal. They're going to do just about everything to get what they want. I do want to bring in Fox LA's Gigi Graciette. She is following this story very closely and has more for us. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning, Josh. Good morning, everyone. We are talking about holiday safety because 'tis the season for holiday shopping, but sadly it's also the season for holiday robbing, and criminals have been busy. And this is something that's happening not only here in Los Angeles, but across the country. But let's give you an example of what we're seeing here in LA. Take a look at this video caught on camera. Two suspects robbing a man of his Rolex watch. This happened here in Los Angeles over the weekend in broad daylight. It was about 12:30 in the afternoon at a very busy intersection. Now, these two guys, identified as a 19 and a 20-year-old, are behind bars this morning. They're being held on $1 million bail. But police say, just like them, there are a bunch of criminal crews out there whose full-time job is to rob innocent people. And you don't have to be wearing a fancy watch to be targeted. We're talking about anyone from porch pirates, folks who steal those packages that you ordered, to follow home robberies, to crimes of opportunity like seeing a person walking with a lot of shopping bags. And that's what folks, police are reminding everyone to be extra careful. Some of the suggestions they're giving us is, walk in pairs, use the buddy system. Don't park in a dark, isolated area. Don't load yourself up with shopping bags. Always leave at least one hand and one arm free. And if you're out shopping at a mall, for example, you got a lot of bags, don't go out to your car, pop your trunk, put all those shopping bags in your car, and then go back into the mall, because a lot of these thieves, would-be robbers, they're waiting in parking lots, just keeping an eye on people, and that's a red flag for them that you're going to go back into the mall, continue shopping, and that's when they move in to steal those packages. So bottom line, use common sense and just be extra careful. Josh?
Gigi, thank you so much. So obviously that's a big concern right now, because you're talking about people who are shopping for the holidays. They've saved up all this money, and then you have something like that happen. So it's important, especially around the holiday season, to be very aware of your surroundings.
Absolutely, Josh. If you're a woman, you don't want to leave your purse in a shopping cart unattended. We see that happen a lot. These criminals, they use sometimes distraction techniques. One person will ask you, hey, do you know where the canned corn is? While the other person goes in and steals your wallet from your purse. You don't know what hits you until you go to the checkout line and you go to pay and you don't have your wallet. So use, one of those carry, bags that you can just strap on yourself, or a fanny pack. Keep your wallet safe. Just common sense tips like that.
Awesome. All right. Well, Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gigi Graciette, as always, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. Stay safe.
You too. All right, taking a live look here, I do want to get you over to what appears to be President Biden. Actually, he just walked away, so unfortunately, we do not have that shot here. We also do have Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis, who is speaking. We will get to that in a second. Let's see what this feed will show. This might be the shot that was President Biden possibly walking away. All right, so let's actually go to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis right now to see what he has to say.
Year in the state of Florida. That's going to have a huge impact, a positive impact on our economy, on the supply chain. Of course, when you have things like Jack's Port, this stuff comes in, you can do, there's really two things you can do. You can put it on a train, you put it on a truck. And so we need to make sure we're doing mindful of both of those things. So that's been a huge thing. We've done a whole bunch of other stuff with the workforce, but we've also been able to do, if there are things that are needed in terms of an additional artery to connect, like an industrial center with a thoroughfare, we've been able to come and do that. We've done that all around the state. In fact, just over a year ago, we were here at Cecil, and we did $6 million to support the construction of more than 2 miles of roadway and expand business opportunities at the spaceport. And that's something that is going to pay big dividends. And so in that vein, what we're able to announce today is we're awarding $5.5 million to the city of Jacksonville to construct a 3-mile railway track to serve Cecil Commerce Center's 600-acre mega site. Now, this new dual service line will link the main line north of I-10, main rail line north of I-10, to the Cecil Commerce Center and increase transportation access for manufacturing and for logistic companies. This project alone is expected to bring 500 new jobs in manufacturing and logistics to the area, with an economic impact of over $14 million for the city of Jacksonville. And in fact, I know they've already been talking both at the local level and state with some companies that are eyeing this, and this would be enough for them to want to come. So stay tuned. I think you're going to see some good announcements in the not too distant future. So Cecil Commerce Center is conveniently located near I-10, Cecil Airport, Cecil Spaceport, and Jacksport, making it a prime location for companies that need to move their products anywhere in the country. And businesses in need of new talent will also be able to draw from the Florida State College at Jacksonville Cecil Center, which houses the college's aviation and commercial vehicle driving programs. So we believe that this is a great use of the Job Growth Grant Fund. This is going to make a big difference in terms of the manufacturing and other business footprint here in the state of Florida and in Northeast Florida in particular. So I'm happy to be able to do that. Dane, do you want to award that? Who's going to come up from Cecil? All right, yeah, Lynn. Right. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, congratulations. Absolutely. All right, Dane, you want to?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dane.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Look, thank you all for being here. Thank you to the governor for his leadership on continued economic development. The Job Growth Grant Fund is a great tool that we, DEO, in partnership with EFI, Deputy Secretary Laura DeBella, who is hoping to be here, work to try to look for competitive opportunities across the state, whether it's in infrastructure or in workforce. And the governor has done a number of these in the Jacksonville area. We were here not too long ago, I think a year ago, announcing another $6 million plus money from Space Florida and other opportunities. Jacksonville just keeps on delivering. So I know the governor is not only looking across the entire state, but this area in particular has been a significant recipient of awards. I know we were here recently announcing PaySafe. About a year ago, we had Dun & Bradstreet. Your local leadership is doing an excellent job, but the governor, it's not lost on him what we can be doing and doing more. I mean, talk about a hurricane hitting the state, and a few days later, A1A is washed away, but it's rebuilt within that record time. Governor did the same thing with bridges in Southwest Florida when my home community was hit. So we're going to continue to look for ways that we can help people and businesses lift themselves up. Government can't do everything for you, but this governor is aware of those opportunities that we can be continuing to invest in so that the local communities can do their job and help attract jobs. And of course, with the free state of Florida and this governor leading the reins, we're going to keep doing that for years to come. So thank you, Governor, and thank you to your local leadership.
Thanks. Well, we're excited to be able to do this. We're excited to make an impact, and we're going to do more, of course, over the coming days, weeks, months, and years, particularly as it relates to some of these key projects that really make a difference. You know, fortunately, Florida's never been in better fiscal shape in the history of our state. We have massive budget reserves. I mean, even like they finally got with the tune, because, you know, when COVID hit, they're like, oh my gosh, it's going to be such a disaster. Then they realized, like, well, okay, after a few months of this, like, actually people are coming to Florida because we were, you know, open. And we saw things really take off, and we were always bringing in more revenue than they were projecting for the budget forecast. Finally, in August, they revised it upward, saying, okay, like, you know, if you're saying there's going to be X number of revenue and they're bringing in $500-600 million more a month, maybe you got to change those estimates. So they raised the estimate, saying, you know what, this economy with low taxes, of course, is producing a lot of activity, which is causing you know, us to get a lot of revenue coming in. But then even with that, in November, we think we're going to be $350 million ahead of what the revenue estimate was for this month. And so, you know, it just shows you that good policy does matter. It makes a big positive impact. And we're going to be able to do a lot. We're going to do a lot with tax relief. We're going to do a lot with infrastructure. We're going to do a lot with you know, I promised toll relief. We're going to do toll relief for our commuters. So there's a whole bunch of things we're going to be able to do as a result of good management and good stewardship. And so we're happy to do that. We're also happy. I think it's the first time I've been back since the election in Northeast Florida. So thank you, Northeast Florida, for coming through so big for us. We're honored for the support, and we'll make sure to do you proud. So, okay, anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. I mean, I think, look, I've asked for as many reports as possible, but by and large, this was a very transparent, efficient, and effectively run election. And that was not true in every state in the country. I mean, just think about this. We get into the week of the election. Monday before the election, I had to declare a state of emergency for then Nicole, which I don't even know was a named storm yet, but it ended up being Hurricane Nicole. So we do that. People start mobilizing. We have the election on Tuesday, and it was fine. The storm hadn't hit yet. Wednesday, the day after the election, I'm in the Emergency Operations Center working with our guys. We're bracing for this storm to hit in the wee hours of Thursday morning. The storm hits. You've seen further south in Jacksonville some of the coastal erosion. And it wasn't that this storm was that powerful, but it was like they already got hit with Ian, and then this coming on top was that. So you did that. And so you had, as Dane said, there was A1A washed away in different parts of these counties. St. John's had damage. Flagler had damage. Volusia. And I was on the scene. We were working. Everyone's doing. FDOT is repairing these things. By like Saturday afternoon, they had repaired miles and miles of A1A. And then you go Sunday morning, you read the news, and some of these states are still counting their votes after we counted them and reported the result Tuesday night. And I know some military ballots, some stuff trickle in the next day, but we had 99+% counted by midnight, and then we're off to dealing with a hurricane. And then after we're done with that on the initial, you still have some of these other places that are having trouble counting votes. And so I think Florida has shown the way. I think the fact that we have put in place an ability to hold people accountable if they violate election laws has contributed to just compliance. Why worry? Why violate the law if you know you're going to be held accountable? It's not worth it. So I think people get that. And look, not every election is close. I mean, my election was not close. That's how you want to win, okay? But we have elections that are close. So, there was a fellow that they brought charges on in Broward, illegal alien, 9-time conviction, criminal convictions, 9, and then voted in 2 elections in 2021 in Broward, one of which was decided by like 30 or 40 votes. And just think about in this area, the current Speaker of the Florida House lost his first primary election in Duval County by 2 votes. And so that illegal vote could cancel out your vote, and then it could even change the election. So I think it was done well. You always look to see after action what could have been done better, but I think at the end of the day, compared to these other places throughout our country, I think Florida is really the model. We've taken it seriously, and we won. And I said from the very beginning, when we were doing these reforms, I said, your vote matters in Florida. Don't let anyone tell you it doesn't count. It counts here. It matters. And we take pride in the way that we're running our system. So was there anything that happened that was bad that's going to be investigated? I'm not aware of anything. Of course, I don't get involved in kind of these individual cases as they're being done. There were reports, hey, they may be ballot harvesting in Orange County. They pursued that, and actually they didn't find that. So I think it worked well, and I think that we're really the model for how you do it. Yes. No problem. You know what I'm concerned about? I'm concerned about people in the media trying to manufacture division all the time. I'm concerned when people in the media, with all due respect, I'm concerned when people in the media take some jabroni that nobody cares about and will try to elevate them and make them some type of celebrity. That is wrong. And so I think what you've seen in the state of Florida is this is a state where everybody can succeed. It's a state where we've proven that in my administration, not just with the results for the state overall in terms of employment, business, and all that, but also who we've had running state agencies, who we've appointed to the judiciary. I mean, these are really historical things, and I think that we've done it right. So I think it's totally wrong to try to tar an entire city or an entire region as somehow they're engaged in hate. That's just not true. In fact, we've worked together on a lot of different issues across the different regions of this state, and I think obviously the election outcome is proof positive that that. Yes. Okay. So here's what I would say. Okay, so first of all, and I respect the question, but you are contributing to that by propagating false narratives. Don't say gay is a false narrative. And you know what? Well, listen, here's the thing. That was a false narrative. And the difference, I think, in Florida is we fight back against that. We don't let the media cow us into accepting that. We don't play their game. We fight back against it. We told the truth to people. We told the truth to parents all throughout the state of Florida. And I know, particularly the national media corporations, I mean, they tried to run with this. They were trying to smear the legislature, all this other stuff. But you know what? The people here, they saw the facts and they responded and they supported us. And here's the thing. If you look at what we've been able to accomplish in 4 years, we've run the gamut in delivering results across a wide range of issues. I don't think there's any governor in the country that can have more achievements in a wider variety of subject matter than we have. Yes, you know the economy, you know the tax relief, you know our conservation record and what we've done with environment more than any other governor. You've seen what we've done with education. We've raised teacher pay more than any other governor has done. We've supported school choice. We've obviously want to have age-appropriate curriculum and support parents' rights. You look at what we've done on law and order to make sure that we stand with law enforcement and our first responders. So we've done all those things, and I think what that does is that brings people together. You don't win by 1.5 million votes unless you're doing an agenda that a lot of people buy into. That's just the honest truth. And so what I do is I let my actions speak. I'm not always out there commentating on social media, doing this, doing that. I know there's some that think that's some in the media think you have to be constantly glued to your computer all day. That's not how I live my life. That's not leadership. Leadership is about setting the vision and then producing results. And so our actions are really what matters. And I think if you look at our actions have been very strong, they've been very thorough, and we've delivered historic results for the people of this state. And you know what? We've only just begun. Thanks, everybody.
All right, that was a news conference there underway with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as well as several other state officials. They were talking all about infrastructure and a donation, a pretty big one. And as you can see in the distance, it looks like maybe they are going to finish up by just snapping a few pictures there. You saw him holding that giant check. I do want to call your attention, though, up to the top right-hand side of your screen. Millions of people now expected to be affected by this severe storm, a very powerful one that is dangerous and could have strong, long-track tornadoes, destructive hail, damaging winds, and flash flooding. They're all serious threats here. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we are going to go live to Memphis, Tennessee. That is where Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez is stationed right now. She will bring us the latest information about what's going on in that area. For now, let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we will get right back to the headlines in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It is 11:10 if you are joining us on the East Coast, and just 8:10 over on the West Coast. Coming in just a few minutes here, we are going to head over to Memphis, Tennessee to bring you the latest on the severe storms expected in that area. Millions are going to be affected across the southern part of the U.S. For now, I want to get back into the headlines right here. Congress back to work. The lame duck session will feature Democrats trying to ram through last-minute legislation before losing control of the House. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram tells us what is on the agenda.
The lame duck Congress takes flight.
There's a lot we must do before the end of the calendar year.
We have many challenges ahead of us.
A daunting docket. Lawmakers face a mid-December fiscal fiasco.
Failure to act by then will result in a pointless and painful government shutdown, right as the holiday season kicks into high gear.
There's pressure by Democrats and some Republicans to hitch aid for Ukraine to the spending bill. A few Republicans oppose the U.S. spending any more money on Ukraine. Others are more cautious.
We don't need to pass $40 billion large Democrat bills that have been being passed to send $8 billion to Ukraine. We're going to make certain they get what they need.
President Biden rekindled efforts to pass an assault weapons ban, but it's doubtful that plan could overcome a filibuster.
Does it have 60 votes in the Senate right now? Probably not.
In fact, an assault weapons ban may not even muster 50 votes, enough to force a tie-breaking vote by Vice President Harris. House Democrats formalized their new leadership team this week. Some liberals are skeptical of incoming Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries because of his previous career as a corporate lawyer.
I want to make sure that we have a really strong relationship so that he understands progressives need to have a seat at the table and be consulted on things as we go forward.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy still lacks the votes to become Speaker. 5 Republicans vow they won't back McCarthy. They demand more control over the House agenda.
They're not going to be persuaded otherwise. They're going to hold the line.
McCarthy is scrambling. He's promising to restore committee assignments for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar and planning to dump Adam Schiff Eric Swalwell and Ilhan Omar from their committees. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, Chad, thank you so much for that report. I do want to talk about more of our headlines going on right now. Take a look at our XRAD radar system. A dangerous severe weather outbreak expected in parts of the southern U.S. That is where strong, long-track tornadoes, destructive hail, damaging winds, and flash flooding could all be serious threats. The area in the danger zone includes multiple states. We're talking Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, western Alabama, as well as Tennessee. I do want to head over to Memphis, Tennessee. That's where we find Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather. She joins us live with a look at what they are seeing so far. Nicole, thank you so much for being here.
Josh, good morning. I know you can see the wind blowing already here behind me. We have started to see really what our meteorologists call the pre-show to this severe weather event. We are looking at thunderstorms right now, clearly strong wind gusts, and there is a possibility for hail with this line of storms in particular. But this is still not the main event and the most dangerous part of these storms. That's what we're really going to look at. It's going to happen later on this afternoon, potentially making way through this area around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Unfortunately, the danger that really lies with that case and the timing of those storms moving in is really that's when the sun starts to set here for this area of the country. So unfortunately, if we start to see those dangerous winds spin up and potentially turn into tornadoes, you're talking about those dangerous storms happening under the cover of darkness. It's not going to be easy if you live in these areas to look out the window and see whether that storm or potentially tornado is heading your way. So it's always why we encourage people to have the Fox Weather app on their phone, have it handy, and have those emergency alerts on loud. That way they will notify you if there is either a watch or a warning issued for your area. You know when it is time to take cover. At this point, emergency officials say what they need you to do is start to get those plans in place. Some school districts across Tennessee have already begun to take those preventative measures, planning to send students home early from school so they can get those plans in place. But really the preparation that you can do at this point is have the resources you may need in the event of either damage or potentially power outages with this system. So having batteries, a flashlight, any medications you need, some water, in whatever the safest room in your home is going to be that you plan to ride out that storm, if it comes to that's going to be the key here. And they want to make sure that the messaging is getting out at this point so that people in those areas can take advantage and get those plans in place during the daylight hours. Again, knowing it gets dark so much earlier now, thanks to daylight savings here for most of the central time zone, it's going to be key to really plan out how to get those things ready before the storms begin to hit. And they'll continue to move through the overnight hours, so potentially all the way till midnight, possibly even into early Wednesday morning. So the time is now, Josh, to always be paying attention, but really having those alerts on is going to be the key to really get those notifications and know if and when you might need to take cover.
Nicole, and one of the big problems is you have a major storm like this and people say, oh, well, we're used to rain, we're used to lightning, thunder, possibly tornadoes, and they don't take it seriously enough. So this is one of those situations where you're even providing all this information ahead of time to let people know this is a serious situation, prepare and get ready.
You're absolutely right, Josh. I mean, I've talked to a couple of people here in Memphis and they always say, you know, we've seen this before. We've heard these threats before, and they're never really certain whether it's truly going to impact them or not. And to be fair, it's hard to know. There is still a lot of uncertainty with the system. What part of this area in particular will see the most intense storms, will see maybe damage or extensive situations there? It's hard to tell at this point, and really the specifics are not known. And so it's hard, you know, to really feel like, you know, do I need to get to this point? Do I really need to get myself into a shelter and potentially brace for a tornado if I don't know what's happening? We understand those concerns, but at this point, emergency officials all across the region do not want people to take this lightly. They want them to do this now, and they even prefer that you plan and have that shelter in place and ready to go and not need it. They would much rather that than you be caught off guard and again find yourself in the situation that storm is hitting your community and you not be in the place that you need to be.
And the best advice I would have, download that Fox Weather app. That's what I use to keep myself updated. You can also see the radar and kind of track the storm as it's going through. Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez, thank you so much for joining us, and stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, 11:17 on the East Coast and 8:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on, so let's step away for a quick break, and on the other side, we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Here on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a live look at New York City, just one of the many cameras that we do have across the country and across the world. I want to get back into the headlines now as President Biden asking Congress to intervene in a possible railroad strike that could devastate the nation's economy. As Doug Luzader reports this morning from Capitol Hill, lawmakers only have a few days to act.
The president is heading to Michigan today to talk about the economy, and that comes as he's trying one strategy after another to stave off a rail strike.
The White House showing off new Christmas decorations yesterday, but the real gift the Biden administration is looking for is a resolution to a looming railroad strike. We caught one lawmaker leaving the Capitol last night.
Well, I was hoping that we could discuss if you're willing to do something about the rail strike.
We're absolutely, it's an area I think our caucus is taking it up this week.
And the president is thinking the same thing. And just weeks after he had trumpeted a tentative deal between unions and the railroads, he finds himself at odds with union members who voted against it, saying in a statement that he supports workers. But in this case, he says, where the economic impact of a shutdown would hurt millions of other working people and families, I believe Congress must use its powers to adopt this deal.
And now that it looks like that tentative deal won't actually work out by the deadline in December, he's now punting to Congress to get something done.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she will now try to move legislation to enact that tentative agreement, preventing a strike that, according to one estimate, would have cost the economy $2 billion a day.
I think you can. I think my hope would be that Congress will send some really strong message. I preferred that it had been done today.
And there will be an effort to get this done this week, but Congress has a lot on its plate as we approach the end of the year, including averting a possible government shutdown next month. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Inflation isn't scaring millions of people from spending billions on Cyber Monday. Yesterday, the impact was incredible. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
holiday season is here. Even the White House has decked the halls. And the decor and lights are not the only reasons for the festive mood.
I think holiday shopping has been a tremendous success so far.
This year's Cyber Monday is once again expected to be the year's biggest online shopping day. Roughly 64 million people are expected to shop, with sales potentially topping $11 billion. It comes after a strong Black Friday showing when shoppers spent a record $9 billion online.
Consumers continue to surprise us by continuing to spend despite ongoing inflation. It's really showing a lot of resilience in their shopping attitudes.
Prices for items like TVs, laptops, and beauty products have all been slashed significantly. Still, some consumers say they're being strategic about what they buy.
It's just been kind of like researching for the whole month to kind of see where I'm at, and then just kind of assessing like what my needs are.
Every one of us is trying to stretch our dollars further than ever before in the face of this inflation we've experienced the last year and a half.
But not everyone is sold on the deals.
We were just talking about inflation and how it's really affecting everybody, that things were so much cheaper when I was young, but so were the salaries.
If you miss out on the Cyber Monday discounts, you may still be in luck. Experts say they expect many deals to last well into December and even after Christmas. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that report. I do want to stick with some economic news here, as that's obviously a hot topic for just about everyone. But in the meantime, take a look, a beautiful shot here of New York City. You can see the Christmas tree is up and people are out on the streets, obviously out there spending money ahead of the holiday season. Credit card applications on the rise as we head into the holiday shopping season, despite record high interest rates. Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has more on just how much Americans are charging to their credit cards.
Americans are charging more than ever on their credit cards as interest rates soar above 19% on average. That's the credit card interest rate, and the highest in 31 years. With inflation rates at levels that wage growth is failing to match, it's no surprise that credit card balances are on the rise, hitting, as I say, a record $866 billion in the third quarter, 19% higher than the same period last year. That's according to TransUnion, the credit reporting agency. Now, some cash-strapped households are even using these credit cards to pay for necessities like utility bills. And Christmas bills will no doubt end up on plastic, too, as 48% of Americans in a Deloitte survey say they're going to use their old-fashioned credit cards to pay for presents. Americans are loading up on debt at a time savings levels are plunging. Look at these numbers, falling to $626 billion from $4.85 trillion in 2020. Today's level's the lowest since the Great Recession. And that means paying off those credit cards will take time. For example, look at this. If you have a $1,000 balance and pay a minimum of $25 a month, it's going to take you 65 months or more than 5 years to pay off the debt. And that includes interest of $605. So think about that. Your interest amount more than half your original debt. Listen.
It highlights the importance of paying way more than the minimum. Pay it all if you can. Or maybe get a 0% balance transfer card.
Finally, 40% of holiday shoppers this year say they will limit debt from higher prices by using coupons. Credit card rewards, always good. Trading down to cheaper brands, or simply, remember this, buying less. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right, Jerry, thank you for that report. Don't expect the Fed to cut interest rates next year. An official with the Federal Reserve said a rate cut may be possible, but in 2024 as inflation pressures ease. To help curb inflation, the Fed hiked the cost of short-term borrowing this year. That made it more expensive for people seeking loans for cars and mortgages. While there may be signs of progression in the economy, interest rates will likely need to rise further depending how the economy and inflation evolve. The busy travel season continues as many people are looking to get away for the holidays, but with inflation in the mix, some are looking for budget-friendly vacations, pretty much all of us. According to a survey by Bankrate, 22% of travelers plan to utilize loyalty points from rewards credit cards. To save, make sure to plan early for trips closer to holidays. Most airline loyalty programs will offer rewards almost a year in advance. Also, try to be flexible with your traveling schedule. Many travelers may be able to avoid the busiest and most expensive days to travel by working from home before that trip. Well, online sales set a record for Black Friday. Fox's CJ Papa has that story in this Fox Business Brief.
Online shopping on Black Friday broke a new record this year, topping $9 billion in sales, with electronics, toys, and exercise equipment being the most popular purchases. Whole Foods under fire after announcing it won't sell Maine lobster due to environmentalist concerns, sparking fears of job losses. The store making the move in response to environmentalist concerns. The fishing industry allegedly threatens a rare whale. Maine Governor Janet Mills and state lawmakers say they are disappointed by Whole Foods' decision. Environmentalists cheering the decision. Whole Foods says it is committed to working with suppliers, fisheries, and environmental advocacy groups as the situation develops. Chicken and other poultry prices are coming down. Poultry companies have been able to increase production while demand from restaurants and supermarkets remain flat. Wall Street Journal says the result is prices for chicken breasts have plunged about 70%. And Adidas is releasing 2 new pairs of sneakers in the spirit of Christmas. The first is designed after the iconic bird lady from Home Alone 2. The shoe features gray leather and dark gray suede overlay panels as a nod to pigeons in New York City. The second pair is Grinch themed. The lime green sneakers even come with a Grinch keychain equipped with his tiny red heart. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
All right, as we told you a bit earlier, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has now begun his speech there. I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Large parts of Ukraine remain occupied, and the Russian military retains strong capabilities and a large number of troops. Russia is using brutal missile and drone attacks to leave Ukraine cold and dark this winter. President Putin is trying to weaponize winter, to force Ukrainians to freeze or flee. He is trying to break the will of the brave Ukrainian people and to divide all of us who support them. But our meeting here in Bucharest is sending a strong message of NATO unity and of sustained support for Ukraine. NATO is not party to the war, but we will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down. NATO allies are providing unprecedented support, and today allies made additional pledges to NATO's comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine. This will fund urgent non-lethal support, including fuel and generators, helping Ukraine to address the consequences of Russia's strikes against their power grid. I was also glad to take part in the G7 foreign ministerial meeting just now to secure commitments for the emergency infrastructure coordination mechanism to assist Ukraine. NATO's practical and political support will continue, now and for the longer term. And I look forward to discussing our support with Foreign Minister Kuleba later tonight. In our meeting, we also addressed Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Foreign ministers reaffirmed NATO's support for Ukraine's right to choose its own path, and we recognize and respect Ukraine's aspirations for membership. However, our focus now is on providing immediate support as Ukraine defends itself against Russian aggression. And we will also work even more closely with our other partners. So I look forward to our meeting tomorrow with Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia and Moldova. Finally, let me welcome Norway's offer to host an informal meeting of NATO foreign ministers next year in Norway. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
We'll start with BBC, second row.
And you set out that you're going to supply help with Ukraine's energy infrastructure, but you've mentioned nothing about weapons. Specifically, Ukraine's foreign minister says he wants air defense systems. Now, I know you've provided some, but he mentioned specifically Patriot air defense systems. NATO allies have put Patriot systems in other countries, NATO member countries. They haven't given one to Ukraine. Do you think it's time that that is addressed? And that can you know, what is the reason you can't give, or NATO allies can't give, Ukraine Patriot air defense systems, which he wants?
So first of all, one of the main reasons it is important to have Minister Kuleba here is that then we can sit down, as we will do later tonight. I also had a bilateral with him earlier today, to address and to discuss the urgent needs and the different concrete requirements asked that Ukraine is presenting to NATO allies. And this dialogue has actually enabled us to increase the support from NATO allies to unprecedented levels, both the military support, the types of weapons, and also the amount of support. And therefore, it is important that we continue to meet and to go through the concrete lists. We do this in NATO. We also do that in what we call the Ramstein format, that we meet regularly, NATO allies, partners, led by the United States. This is partly about providing new systems, like, for instance, the Patriots, and there is an ongoing discussion about that now. But it's also very much about ensuring that the systems we have already delivered are functioning, are effective. And to do so, we need to ensure that we provide spare parts, enable them to do maintenance of the systems, and also ammunition. Because one of the huge challenges we face now is that some of also the advanced systems, like the NASAMS, that NATO allies have provided already, advanced NATO standard air defense systems, or the German IRIS-T, which are advanced air defense systems, that we are not only providing those systems, but that we are also ensuring that we provide the necessary ammunition and spare parts to secure that these systems are operating effectively. So yes, we are addressing a wide range of additional systems. At the same time, we are urgently addressing the need to ensure that existing systems are working as expected.
Okay, we'll take Politico.
Thank you very much, Lily from Politico. During the political discussion regarding the future of Ukraine and Ukraine's membership aspirations, did allies discuss at all any potential steps that the alliance or Ukraine could take to come closer together and to help Ukraine prepare their membership application, or is any such framework or concrete steps, are those off the table? Thank you.
No, we are discussing how to further strengthen our partnership with Ukraine and also help them move towards NATO membership. NATO allies have reiterated their decision taken here in Bucharest about NATO membership and in 2008. And we have also demonstrated that NATO's door is open. We have demonstrated that over the last years by inviting North Macedonia and Montenegro to join. They have already joined, and also by inviting Finland and Sweden, and already 28 out of 30 allies have ratified their accession protocols. On Ukraine, of course, the main focus now is on providing urgent needed support, both to help them defend themselves, but also to repair the destroyed energy infrastructure and many other types of support. But on Ukraine, we are discussing how can we strengthen further their political partnership, short of membership. And there are different ways of doing that, just by meeting more frequently, having more substantive discussions, and looking into different ways of expanding, deepening our political partnership. Second, we are now stepping up the practical support. And of course, the practical support is important because we provide them with fuel, with generators, with winter clothing, with drone jammers, and many other things. But the political support and the practical support goes hand in hand, because by expanding the practical support, we also are engaging more closely with Ukraine, and we're also looking into how we can further strengthen that when it comes to, for instance, capacity building, helping Ukraine to transition from Soviet-era equipment to standards and doctrines to NATO standards and doctrines, and to become more interoperable with NATO forces. So the practical cooperation and the political cooperation goes hand in hand, and is helping to move Ukraine towards NATO.
We'll go to the lady in grey there from NV Ukraine, just behind you.
Natalia Rop, NV Ukraine. At the G20 summit in Bali, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky presented a 10-step peace plan. Would NATO be ready to support it? And do you think can guarantee a lasting? What do you think can guarantee in Ukraine a lasting peace in Ukraine until our country becomes a NATO member, as promised last time in Bucharest?
Foreign Minister Kuleba referred to that peace plan, the initiative taken by President Zelensky when I met him earlier today. And I expect also that will be an issue when Minister Kuleba meets all the other NATO ministers later on tonight. I think the main message is that a lasting peace can only be a just peace. Peace will not be lasting, peace will not prevail if autocracy and oppression prevails over democracy and freedom. And if the authoritarian powers win, we will not have a lasting peace. And that's also the reason why, of course, everyone is in favor of peace. But we also have to realize that the only way to achieve peace is to ensure that the aggressor doesn't win. Because we have to remember what this is. This is a war of aggression. It's one country, Russia, invading another country, violating their sovereignty, their territorial integrity, and not only that, but we see attacks on civilians again and again. We see that there's hardly any electricity, gas available for most Ukrainians, and this is really, really hurting not only the Ukrainian armed forces, but almost all civilians in Ukraine. So this type of warfare, weaponizing winter, is a brutal warfare that has enormous consequences for innocent civilians in Ukraine. What we do know is that most wars end at the negotiating table. Most likely this war will also end at the negotiating table. But what we also know is that what happens around that table is absolutely linked to the situation on the battlefield. So it may sound like a paradox, but the reality is that the best way to achieve a lasting, durable peace in Ukraine is to provide military support to Ukraine. Because that's the way that Russia will learn, President Putin will understand that he cannot achieve his goals on the battlefield. He has to sit down and negotiate in good faith and actually make some serious concessions to have a lasting peace. So yes, we support.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in there as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is speaking in Romania. A lot of questions coming in about that ongoing war in Ukraine. I do want to draw your attention, though, up to the top right. You can see that we do have an update on that volcano we have been talking about that is erupting for the first time in decades. We're talking about the Mauna Loa volcano in Hawaii. We are expecting a news conference to be held in a little more than 2 hours at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch that right here on Live Now from Fox. Off to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we are also tracking this severe storm that could impact millions in the southern part of the U.S. with some damaging winds, some flash flooding, and even tornadoes. We'll keep you posted right here on Live Now. For now, let's step away for a quick break, but we will be right back. Well, welcome back. Here on Live Now from Fox, you can see House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is stepping up to the podium. Not sure what she's going to discuss, but she's alongside Chuck Schumer. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Wedding to her life. Okay, on the meeting. So it was a productive meeting, and we talked about a bunch of issues. All four of us agreed we got to resolve this rail shutdown as quickly as possible, and that we would work together on doing it. The Speaker will talk about what the House is going to do, and Leader McConnell and I said we have to resolve it in the Senate. We also had a very productive discussion about funding the government. We all agreed that it should be done this year. We all agreed we had to work together and everybody had to give a little bit. And we also, the Speaker and I, believe, and we all said we would try to work towards getting an omnibus as opposed to a CR. All of us agreed that the CR did harm on the military side and on the domestic side, or at least that was the consensus in the room. So it was a good meeting. We made some good progress. Speaker.
Yes. Well, let me congratulate you on the bill that's coming up today and on your daughter's marriage. A couple of years now?
Yeah.
A couple of years ago. It's pretty exciting to have this marriage equality bill come up. So we passed it a while ago in the House. We look forward to having a beautiful signing ceremony for that. Okay, so the business at hand. First of all, I think it's really important for people to know that if we don't have an option, we may have to have a year-long CR. We don't prefer that. We don't think it's a good idea, but nonetheless, we have to have a bipartisan agreement as to what the top line is: defense, domestic, discretionary, non-defense spending, and that's what we have, I think, in good spirit, have said we'll go to the next
step. It was really a good spirit of all four of us, trying to have a meeting of the minds that we could get enough votes to pass in both the House and the Senate.
And that is something that we would like to get to work on right away. Our appropriators have been working on it, and now we want to take it to the next step as soon as possible. On the subject of the rail strike, or to avoid the rail strike, the President made his statement yesterday. Tomorrow morning, he asked Congress to act. Tomorrow morning, we will have a bill on the floor. Steny said we could come up as early as 9 o'clock in the morning with the legislation that accepts the original agreement plus the additional benefits that were gained in further discussion. I salute the President and Secretary Walsh for their leadership in improving that. That was a negotiation between labor and the railroads, presided over by the President, the administration. And so we will bring that agreement to the floor. It's not everything I would like to see. I think that we should have paid sick leave. Every developed country in the world has it. We don't. But nonetheless, we have an improved situation. And again, I don't like going against the ability of unions to strike. But weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike. Jobs will be lost, even union jobs will be lost, water will not be safe, product will not be going to market. It is, we could lose 750,000 jobs, some of them union jobs. That must be avoided. So tomorrow morning in the House, we will bring up the legislation, send it over to the Senate.
And Leader McConnell and I agreed we'd try to get it done ASAP. And while the actual deadline of the railroads being shut down is the 8th, our real deadline is sooner than that, because as the Speaker mentioned, many of the suppliers, if they believe there may well be a shutdown, will then not send their goods. Chlorine, desperately needed, perishable, and cities and towns throughout America need that chlorine for their water supplies to keep them safe. So the real deadline is sooner, and we're going to try to solve this ASAP. And just the one other thing I'd just say on the budget, which the Speaker mentioned, and on the funding, there was goodwill in the room and a desire to come together and solve this problem. and that made us feel quite good about it. Okay.
If I just
To pass. Look, the speaker, the leader, and I are going to have to get together and try to get that done, and we're working on it. We're working on it.
If I just may close on a personal note, as the leader began yesterday, sadly, we lost one of our members, Congressman McEachin of Virginia. I bring that up because my last communications with him last week during the Thanksgiving week were about the strike, and he was expressing the concerns of his constituents about the downside, shall we say, of a strike. And I told him what I thought, that the president would be making a statement. I couldn't speak to what that would be, but but he should be alerted to that. He thanked me for keeping him posted. Little did I know that by Monday he would no longer be with us. But right up until the end, he was advocating for the people of Virginia and for his district.
Okay, let's go. Okay, thank you, everybody.
All right, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer speaking there after meeting with President Biden. Of course, they're talking about the possible rail strike, saying they will introduce legislation tomorrow morning to prevent this from happening. We'll keep you posted here on Live Now from Fox. Also, look up to the top right of your screen. We do expect a live update on that volcano that has been erupting over in Hawaii. That's going to happen about 2 p.m. Eastern, so a little more than 2 hours. Also, we're tracking this severe storm that could bring flash flooding as well as possible tornadoes to many states in the southern part of the country. For now, I do want to send you over to Jens Stoltenberg, the NATO General Secretary there, who is still speaking over in Romania.
It's for the Swedish courts to make. I mean, it is rule of law. So what politicians do, they decide the laws, and they have tightened the laws. But at the end of the day, you need proof that will stand in the court if you want a specific person extradited from Sweden. And that's how it works in democratic states with rule of law and independent judiciary. Then briefly on Western Balkans, of course we are concerned. We have members, we have partners in the Western Balkans. We have the NATO KFOR mission in Kosovo, close to 4,000 troops, helping to ensure peace and stability. And we also have our headquarters and our presence in Sarajevo. And of course, we work also very closely with the European Union to help to stabilize the region.
We'll go to Romanian television. Lady there.
Hello, Secretary General. Last night, President Klaus Johannes said that we need concrete plans to know where and who sends troops. So I was wondering if were the logistics discussed, were there any concrete plans after the discussions today? Do they involve Romania and the eastern flank? Thank you.
So we have plans in place. NATO has plans in place to protect and defend all allies. And also that's the plans we activated when Russia invaded Ukraine. And we activated the same morning, and that has led to more NATO presence, now 40,000 troops on the NATO command in the eastern part of the alliance, but all backed by significant air and naval forces. And SACEUR, our Supreme Allied Commander, has then been provided the authority to add even more forces if he deems that necessary. So we have plans. Then, of course, we are constantly assessing those plans.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered from Romania. That is where NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is answering questions from reporters talking about Ukraine. That's what most of these questions are focusing on. Again, that is NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. It is now 11:53 on the East Coast and 8:53 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we will get right back to the headlines here on the other side.
Welcome back to Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to follow the big news on this Tuesday. So thank you so much for joining us. That was a look at New York City, the Empire State Building there, as we're following all the big news from the day. We saw earlier President Joe Biden meet with some congressional leaders as they're wrapping up this year and heading into a new Congress next year. Of course, the Democrats still have the majority in the Senate. In the House, though, it is the Republicans that will be in charge, as they will soon decide who their speaker is. Obviously, Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader there, could just jump over to majority leader in the House as well. We heard from Chuck Schumer, we heard from Nancy Pelosi, and now we're hearing from Kevin McCarthy. So let's listen in to some of those remarks from just a little bit ago here on Live Now from Fox.
As you know, we just had a meeting, and what I explained to all of them is that I can work with anyone who's willing to work to get our spending under control, to work to make America energy independent, to secure our borders. CRs are not where we want to be, but if we cannot get our work done now, the outgoing majority, if they don't want to work with us, we can get this work done in January as well. But we had a in-depth conversation about the security of the border and fentanyl coming across, killing our younger generation, ways that we can make energy and our natural gas be able to produce more to help those in Europe, our allies and others, and ways that, if it is possible, to work together, get our spending in control because of how much has been wasted throughout. But take questions from you.
Leader McCarthy, what about the railroad? You have yet to condemn the former president for
no, I don't think anybody should be spending any time with Nick Fuentes. He has no place in this Republican Party. I think President Trump came out 4 times and condemned him and didn't know who he was.
Well, he just said he didn't know who he was. He didn't condemn him or his ideology.
Well, I condemn his ideology. It has no place in society.
What is your take? And what about the former president for deciding to have that dinner?
The president didn't know who he was, and the president has given up. You know what? He's been. So he knew who Conde West is. He didn't know who Fuentes is. Yes, sir.
Leader McCarthy, did you get a sense that anything is going to be different in dealing with this White House now that Republicans are going to have a House majority in dealing with the border or in dealing with energy independence?
I think the administration got an indication it's going to be different.
How so?
I invited the president to go to the border with me. I explained to the president, he asked me about the border, so I told him about my current trip. Just in El Paso, on one overhang of a freeway, 70,000 people have come across in the last 7 weeks. If we would send people back to the country that they came from, the border agents would tell you they stopped coming. The border agents themselves are cut short, that there's not enough of them, that they're sitting and working the job as processing, where you could have somebody else do that job so they could be out front. I explained to the president what I saw, where you could see the videos of these cartels literally shooting tracers at our National Guard. A woman hung because she didn't pay the cartel. Her feet cut off, put on fire, that the cartel is controlling as you watch them across. But I also explained to him what's happening when it comes to fentanyl. There's not just any city. Every city today is now a border city. Your affinity with Bakersfield now, in our own junior.
You are obviously listening in there to Kevin McCarthy. Welcome back. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We just passed noon there on the East Coast, and we were going to get into some of the top stories from around the country. Obviously, earlier today, President Joe Biden met with many congressional leaders earlier today, including Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kevin McCarthy, both sides. You can see the table there from earlier today here is wrapping up November into December and the new Congress starting in January. Of course, we heard from Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. I want to jump back into some remarks from Kevin McCarthy, the minority speaker there, soon could be the majority speaker as the Republicans taking control of the House, the Democrats still in control on that Senate side. So let's go back out to Kevin McCarthy for some of those remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Making these cartels wealthy. So you've got to lean on President Xi. You got to stop the cartels, and my expression to the president too was, it is a different situation now that it's become so bad that we need to have our own military embedded with the border agents to be able to be on a level competing with these cartels and what they have done. The control of our border is lost right now. That is why I asked Homeland Security Secretary to resign. And come January 3rd, we'll have an investigation of why the border has become the situation it is, and not to allow them to continue along the same path. Yes, sir.
Did you express any position on the rail legislation the president has called for?
Yes, it's unfortunate that we're here, because I know the president told us all that this was solved long before the election. And now we find ourselves in the last moments, in the last hours, asking us to rush a bill to the floor. Nobody wants the economy to fail. Nobody wants this to happen. But this is another situation where an administration told us one thing, just like they told us about inflation, was transitory. We found that it was not. This was in a negotiation that was selected by this administration. This was something that was celebrated by this administration, that it was fixed. And now, right before a holiday season, right when farmers need to ship their goods and others, we have to rush something to the floor.
Do you think it'll pass?
I think it will pass, but it's unfortunate that this is how we're running our economy today. This has all got to stop and change. We need an economy that is strong. And if you're passing a bill to force the rail workers to work, how strong is your economy? If you have gas prices that you can't simply depend upon, that it continues to rise, you're going into winter, and you're wondering, can you afford your winter heating? That's not an economy that's strong. I think that's why in the election they made a change in Congress. And this is what we're going to focus on for the American people. We're going to make an economy that's strong. That it's not government dictating where somebody can work. We're going to have an economy that workers can work. We're going to have an economy that has energy prices that are lower, that you have money to fill up your tank and still go to dinner. We're going to secure our borders so your kids know that they are safe. And then we're going to have a government that's accountable. No longer is administration going to look you in the eye and lie to you and tell you a border is secure when it's not.
Yes, sir. The White House saying that they're keeping an eye on Twitter under Elon Musk's ownership and leadership.
That is offensive to me. Government's going to go after someone that wants to have free speech? What do they have to look at Twitter about? Do they want to go more after American public about whether they can have an opinion on something? I think the American public have spoken on this. I think our First Amendment stands up, and I think they should stop picking on Elon Musk. You know, Elon Musk has succeeded in many places. I'd bet on him more than government going after you. And one thing I would say when we talk about accountability, we will no longer let government go after people simply because of their political views.
Sir, where do you stand on funding for Ukraine? And if you could just clarify your position on the meeting between Trump and Kanye West. Was that appropriate?
Look, the president can have meetings with who he wants. I don't think anybody should have a meeting with Nick Fuentes, and his views are nowhere within the Republican Party or within this country itself.
Kanye West has made.
I think Kanye West should, and I don't think those are right comments, and I don't think you should have associated with him as well. I'm very clear in my position, but let me walk through on your Ukraine, because I think that is a legitimate question. I remember coming here in 2015 after coming back from Ukraine. I remember sitting in the Situation Room meeting with then Vice President Joe Biden, advocating that we would sell javelins, a defensive weapon to stop tanks from Russia from coming in. Unfortunately, I wasn't successful that day. I brought a bipartisan group in. I think what Putin and Russia done is wrong. It's an atrocity. I think actions that we could have taken ahead of time probably would have made sure that they never entered. But I'm not for a blank check for anything. This is hardworking taxpayer money, and I want to make sure whatever funding we spend goes to the right places. Unfortunately, under the current majority of Democrats with full body control, what they put on the floor last time, they never gave members an opportunity to even have input. You voted on a fly-in day, $40 billion, and now they want to come back and ask for more. I want to make sure we're successful at this, but I want to make sure that no matter what we spend on come January 3rd, be it any funding, that there is no blank check, that there's accountability and there's audits.
Mr. McCarthy, how would you describe your relationship with President Biden, both leading up to now and then going forward?
You know what? I had worked with then Vice President Biden. I'd visited him at his house. We'd meet for breakfast at times. Since becoming president, we haven't met often. Look, I can work with anybody. We want to make sure our country is successful. But for the same responsibility, I think one of the reasons why Republicans are winning the majority in the House is the failed policies of this administration. I think America likes a check and balance. America wants to make sure the government is actually working for the people, not for their own political views. And that's what we'll get come January.
Sir, the Respect for Marriage Act. Catholic bishops say religious protections in the Respect for Marriage Act are insufficient and far from comprehensive and treat religious liberty as a second-class right. As you know, it's currently in the Senate. Do you agree with that assessment by the Catholic bishops?
I agree with them, yes.
What do you make of the CR? Do you support the year-long CR that Speaker Pelosi was talking about?
Look, it's unfortunate the Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And we're sitting here talking about this. Maybe this is the reason why Republicans took the majority in the House. They didn't do their job. They controlled all government, and now we're sitting at the last moment in time debating whether to do a CR or not, that we know causes pain to the American public. It's because Congress was not working. Congress was not doing their job. But from saying all that, I'm not going to sit back and let some bill pass in the middle of the night. I'm not going to let them continue to do this runaway spending. I'm not going to let them continue to ignore the challenges that we have in America when it comes to our energy policy, our border policy, or let known what we're doing in our military, kicking men and women out. I remember the president calling that Coast Guard a hero, and a week later he loses his job simply because of his own belief of not taking a vaccine for COVID. That has got to stop. We need common sense to brought back. And if we can't get common sense in appropriation bills, then yes, we'll support a CR and fix this come January.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yes.
What about members of the GOP conference who have ties to the Fuentes, for example, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene?
She denounced him. Yes.
I had a question about I had a question about the border.
Okay.
I wanted to ask a little bit about Border Patrol officers. You were saying that there are not enough Border Patrol officers. It's been really difficult to get them into the job. Would you support, I don't know, additional funding for more officers or better pay for them or something to get more Border Patrol officers in the job?
The answer is yes, but that's not the problem. The problem is happening right now. If you talk to Border Patrol agents, and all of you are welcome to come down and travel with me there. I welcome the president to come with me, the vice president, and any others. They're working 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. But as you sit there, you'll watch on a border of people just running across. Because what they're doing with the border agents now, they're taking them going inside to the processing centers. Well, it's not their job, but they're sitting inside and they're not being able to do their job. We've watched with the new administration where they'll leave gates open, where the mechanism, the mechanics have broken, but they won't fix it because somehow they think that's working on a wall, the infrastructure. You've got to get the infrastructure working. You should actually bring people in that are just processors, they're not border agents, and let them do their job. The other thing that they're doing is they're doing these polygraph tests on people that are trying for a job. These are men and women who are heroes who are coming out of our military who aren't passing that to get in. The challenge is that's wrong. They need hundreds and thousands of more agents to be hired. But we watch administration and a Democrat control that think you need more IRS agents. I think our priorities are wrong, and come January, our priorities will change and will bring common sense, not just to secure our border, but actually make an economy that is stronger, a government that's accountable, and a future that's built on freedom. Thank you all very much. Appreciate the time.
You were just listening there to Kevin McCarthy as he was speaking on a variety of topics after meeting with President Biden and other congressional leaders. Of course, we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. This was the meeting just a little bit ago, earlier here on this Tuesday. And of course, some of the comments from Kevin McCarthy, the possible soon-to-be Speaker of the House, as the Republicans hold that majority in the House after midterm elections. He spoke about a variety of topics, of course, immigration, also Elon Musk Musk and Twitter and also the freedom of speech there. But he also said about former President Donald Trump meeting with Nick Fuentes on the Thanksgiving holiday. He says, quote, "I don't think anybody should be spending any time with Nick Fuentes. He has no place in the Republican Party." So certainly condemning the actions there of the president after meeting with that person there with some ideology that they do not agree with. Of course, we're following that all very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to hear from President Biden at that roundtable as cameras, as you can see, were allowed inside the room, and also some Democratic leaders, including Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. That's coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, we will take you to any press conference or podium speaker there as outside the White House as congressional leaders were meeting. We've heard already from Republican Kevin McCarthy. We've heard from Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. I want to take us back inside the meeting as President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris were in this building as they were wrapping up a year as a new Congress will be in session come January. So let's take us back inside this meeting and listen into some of the remarks from Joe Biden and also possibly some questions from reporters within that room.
They'd be willing to come in and talk about what we're going to do between now and Christmas in terms of legislation. And there's a lot to do, including resolving the train strike, what we're doing now. And Congress, I think, has to act to prevent it. It's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk. We're going to work together to fund, I hope, work together to fund the government, COVID, and the war in Ukraine. All controversial and consequential issues. And we're going to find other areas of common ground, I hope, because the American people want us to work together. And so I'm going to stop there and get started because I'm sure this is going to go very quickly and everyone's going to agree on everything. All kidding aside, we're here to get work done, and I want to thank you for taking an interest in time.
Mr. Biden, are you confident you can avoid a rail strike? And what's your message?
just a variety of questions being asked there in the room, and obviously President Joe Biden not answering any of those comments there, as they're busy working on a lot of different topics there, including the rail strike that you heard. We also heard from Kevin McCarthy talk about that as well. Hopefully that will get ironed out, because obviously Congress has a little bit of power in that regard. Of course, we're following that very closely ahead of a holiday season that is expected to be very, very busy. So, of course, we're following that closely as President Biden is there. And this is also a live look right now as President Joe Biden is scheduled to depart on Air Force One for Michigan to talk about jobs and meet with manufacturers there in Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan. So we'll see as President Biden the motorcade will slowly get going there, heading over there. But I want to take us back to just a little bit ago as Chuck Schumer and also Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic side of the aisle there. We heard from Kevin McCarthy. I want to take us back to some remarks from the Democrats, Chuck Schumer on the Senate, and also Nancy Pelosi there on the House of Representatives side. So let's take us back out there and listen to some of these remarks earlier on Live Now from Fox.
Hello, everybody. Well, first, not about the meeting, but today we hope to do marriage equality on the floor, and it's personal to me. This is the tie I wore at my daughter's wedding to her wife. Okay, on the meeting. So it was a productive meeting, and we talked about a bunch of issues. All four of us agreed we got to resolve this rail shutdown as quickly as possible, and that we would work together on doing it. The Speaker will talk about what the House is going to do, and Leader McConnell and I said we have to resolve it in the Senate. We also had a very productive discussion about funding the government. We all agreed that it should be done this year. We all agreed we had to work together and everybody had to give a little bit. And we also, the Speaker and I, believe, and we all said we would try to work towards getting an omnibus as opposed to a CR. All of us agreed that the CR did harm on the military side and on the domestic side, or at least that was the consensus in the room. So it was a good meeting. We made some good progress. Speaker.
Yes. Well, let me congratulate you on the bill that's coming up today and on your daughter's marriage. A couple of years now?
Yeah.
A couple years ago. It's pretty exciting to have this marriage equality bill come up. So we passed it a while ago in the House. We look forward to having a beautiful signing ceremony for that. Okay, so the business at hand. First of all, I think it's really important for people to know that if we don't have an option, we may have to have a year-long CR. We don't prefer that. We don't think it's a good idea. But nonetheless, we have to have a bipartisan agreement as to what the top line is: defense, domestic, discretionary, non-defense spending. And that's what we have, I think, in good spirit, have said we'll go to the next step.
It was really a good spirit of all four of us trying to have a meeting of the minds that we could get enough votes to pass in both the House and the Senate.
And that is something that we would like to get to work on right away. Our appropriators have been working on it, and now we want to take it to the next step as soon as possible. On the subject of the rail strike, or to avoid the rail strike, the President made his statement yesterday. Tomorrow morning, he asked Congress to act. Tomorrow morning, we will have a bill on the floor. Stenny said we could come up as early as 9 o'clock in the morning with the legislation that accepts the original agreement plus the additional benefits that were gained in further discussion. I salute the President and Secretary Walsh for their leadership in improving that. That was a negotiation between labor and the railroads, presided over by the President, the administration. And so we will bring that agreement to the floor. It's not everything I would like to see. I think that we should have paid sick leave. Every developed country in the world has it. We don't. But nonetheless, we have an improved situation. And again, I don't like going against the ability of unions to strike. But weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike. Jobs will be lost, even union jobs will be lost. Water will not be safe. Product will not be going to market. It is, we could lose 750,000 jobs, some of them union jobs. That must be avoided. So tomorrow morning in the House, we will bring up the legislation, send it over to the Senate.
And Leader McConnell and I agreed we'd try to get it done ASAP. And while the actual deadline of the railroads being shut down is the 8th, our real deadline is sooner than that, because as the Speaker mentioned, many of the suppliers, if they believe there may well be a shutdown, will then not send their goods. Chlorine, desperately needed, perishable, and cities and towns throughout America need that chlorine for their water supplies to keep them safe. So the real deadline is sooner, and we're going to try to solve this ASAP. And just the one other thing I'd just say on the budget, which the Speaker mentioned, and on the funding, there was goodwill in the room and a desire to come together and solve this problem, and that made us feel quite good about it. Okay.
If I just members to pass it in the Senate.
To pass. Look, the Speaker, the Leader, and I are going to have to get together and try to get that done, and we're working on it. We're working on it.
If I just may close on a personal note, as the leader began. Yesterday, sadly, we lost one of our members, Congressman McKeachin of Virginia. I bring that up because my last communications with him last week during the Thanksgiving week were about the strike, and he was expressing the concerns of his constituents about the downside, shall we say, of a strike. And I told him what I thought, that the president would be making a statement. I couldn't speak to what that would be, but he should be alerted to that. He thanked me for keeping him posted. Little did I know that by Monday he would no longer be with us. But right up until the end, he was advocating for the people of Virginia and for his district.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
You were just listening in there to Speaker Nancy Pelosi and others talk about different subjects there. As we continue on, here is a live look at President Joe Biden expecting to depart for Michigan to talk about jobs and manufacturing. We saw Air Force One off to the side there. We're going to follow all these big stories here on Live and Now from Fox. Of course, they talked about marriage equality and that act as the Democrats hope to get that passed, as well as the rail strike. As Nancy Pelosi said, this must avoid a strike ahead of the holiday season. So we'll follow those here on Live Now from Fox. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. This is a live look at the DMV as President Joe Biden expected to depart on Air Force One for Michigan to talk about manufacturing. We'll take you to those remarks soon enough as they come up here in just a little bit. Of course, we're also following this from across the world as over there in Qatar, they're hosting the World Cup. You can see the shot now breaking down just a little bit as the United States will take on Iran at 2 p.m. Eastern. A win means they advance. A loss or a draw means they go home just shy of that round of 16 in Group B. Of course, that coming up in just about 90 minutes. A young group there. We talked with Fox 5's Tina Servasio out of New York. There's a lot of people just getting excited there. As you can see, some U.S. fans ready to go into the stadium to cheer on the red, white, and blue against Iran. Certainly a lot of controversy around this matchup as a lot of journalists asking questions yesterday, and we heard a lot about the crest of the United States and Iran, how they, the federation, the players and coaches didn't know that part of the social media team removed the Islamic Republic crest from the Iranian flag. Certainly some controversy there, and a lot of people keeping their eyes on it here in the United States as the match getting going in just about 90 minutes time. Very exciting time in the World Cup, the World Game. Everyone getting excited about that. We want to thank you for continuing to follow all these stories here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the score as it progresses, starting at 2 o'clock on the East Coast. But we're following other stories here closer to home, including out of Georgia. And a very tragic story, but a settlement has been reached between a school system and the family of a Clayton County, Georgia teen. Of course, this story we're following here on Live Now from Fox. The Clayton County teen died after practice. They reached a $10 million settlement with the school system. The family of that Georgia high school basketball player died after practicing in nearly 100-degree heat, settled with the school system. Imani Bell, a 16-year-old junior at Elite Scholars Academy in Clayton County, was practicing in required conditioning drills for the girls basketball team in 2019. When she collapsed after running up the football stadium steps and signaling she was in distress. According to the lawsuit her family filed in February of 2021 against administrators at the school. The temperature that day reached up to 97 degrees with a heat index of 106 degrees. We were hearing from Clayton County, the family of Imani Bell, just earlier today out of Georgia. Let's take you to some of these remarks from earlier.
So we're going to talk to you today about the settlement. You'll hear from the family. They'll discuss a little bit about Imani's legacy with you, and my partner Chris will discuss a little bit more about what's going on today.
All right, good evening, Chris Stewart. The biggest thing is, Imani means faith. And that's something that we have all had to keep throughout this tragedy, because children in Georgia and in school districts don't get justice often. It's just a fact. This is a very rare situation, especially for this historic amount. And we need to really salute Clayton County and the Clayton County School District. This cannot be underestimated. These are parents and people who decided for once to do the right thing. And all the parents out there, you have to understand that this does not happen often. Look at Malachi McFadden in DeKalb County. We all know about that school tragedy. Burned in class. DeKalb County still to this day, after years of litigation, has not stepped up. So we salute Clayton County and that school district. And this historic day is a big victory for every parent in this country that has a student athlete. It's huge. Because now schools, no matter high school, elementary, college, coaches now know they will be held accountable, and the school, if they don't protect their kids from heat exhaustion. We shouldn't be losing children to this, and hopefully it won't happen again after today.
One of the biggest things that
saddened me when Imani passed was, would she be remembered? Would we forget her? And I found that that was the silliest thing to ever think. Someone you love that much, you could never forget. But this foundation gives us an opportunity to honor her, to honor other youth, to help others, and we are very excited about that. Like Justin mentioned, she was very smart, so scholarships is a must, you know, and to her fellow elite family, you know, that's very special. I think about when she would get up in the morning, first thing she does, put on her glasses. Her glasses every day. So glasses for other kids, very important. We want that to happen. And amongst the other things, I'm very excited, just overjoyed for what we can do to not only keep Imani alive, but to help others. So I look forward to doing a lot with Keep Imani Foundation.
Thank you. Good evening. How's everybody? Eric Bell. Just briefly, Keep Imani Foundation, Keep Imani Always is a big step, and like Justin and Chris said, we definitely want to thank Clayton County for stepping up to the plate and doing the right thing. This cannot go unnoticed. Also, we want to continue to educate coaches about heat exhaustion. Through the foundation, we also want a partnership with not only Clayton County, but other counties in the state of Georgia to provide some cold tubs. So this will never happen again to anybody else's child. The foundation is, you know, is a big point, and we have a lot of work to do. So we're just looking forward to working with the counties, definitely working with Clayton County, and again, we definitely want to salute Clayton County for stepping up to the plate and doing the right thing. This is a big win for all parents, for all student athletes, and the Keep Imani Foundation always will live on through her name.
A brief question.
Mr. Bill, the renaming of the gym, why was that important?
Well, because Elite Scholars Academy, Imani embodies that. She's a true elite scholar. So for them to name the gym after her would definitely is a big way to have her name live on forever. She is an elite scholar. She always will be an elite scholar and a student athlete.
Now, I also wanted to say, just even for her sister who plays basketball now, and she'll actually be playing in that gym in January, so that'll be a special moment.
When you filed the lawsuit, you were also calling for the termination of the principal, the assistant principal, athletic director, and other administrators. Where are we with that part?
So that part of it is separate. There's a criminal investigation, not even an investigation, their charges have been filed, and it's an ongoing criminal case against those people. We don't really have anything to do with that side of it. We like to let them comment on it, but that's still ongoing, so that's happening right now.
Mr. Bill, I got to ask this question, but I get the sense this wasn't about money.
Not at all. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than kids. You know, just trying to stay alive and trying to come home healthy every night to their parents. That's what this is all about.
And let me say something about that piece of it, right? We're talking about a school district and multiple people. So there's nothing that they can do except for give money. Because these are the only things that matter to large businesses, large corporations. They give the money, right? And then they think about it next time. And then they maybe train someone differently next time. And then they have the cold tubs and they have these things, and this does not happen to another child. So it is bigger than money, right? But that is one piece, and you need that piece to get some kind of change happening with these type of things.
How much of the $10 million is going towards scholarships, and how will the scholarships work? Is it one a year or two?
This hasn't been broken down yet. The foundation, this just happened, right? So the settlement just happened, so you got to give the foundation time to work through these things and get it together. But these are the ideas and these are the wants of the foundation.
You said the Clayton School stepped up. Can you talk about how they stepped up? Were you surprised they came to the negotiating table easily or freely, or can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I wouldn't say easily. I mean, we had to go to litigation, take depositions, work this case up. This wasn't something that just immediately happened. You have to fight to get justice for people, and that's what our firms did. But you still have to salute the county for not taking this or dragging it out for years and years and this ending in a trial. And the amount that they paid showed, even though they can't bring her back, that they cared about children in their district.
Yeah, Chris, that's why I was a little stunned by the characterization as a school district just really just coming out and coming to some resolution. Because I know that when you guys first filed this, I was here and you were a little disappointed in how their lack of action. And I know you've been in court since, so they just weren't just so agreeable to just come and say, we're going to admit our part in this, were they?
Well, no company is really immediately agreeable to a lawsuit, or when we try and get them done before a lawsuit is needed. But that's the point of lawyers. I know lawyers catch a lot of flack, but we have to go fight to get these kind of results, and it takes reasonable minds at the end of the day, which is what that school board was, to decide and look this family in the face and say we care.
And you talked about wanting to have her memory stay alive. What are the things you want people to remember the most about her, and what will the gym actually be called from this point forward?
So we'll find out this afternoon the exact name of the gym, but it will be in her name. One of the biggest things is just, she was caring, kind, and just really goal-oriented. She had a lot. She had everything to get herself together. And I was just excited every day of what was coming. So this will be our baby, the foundation, and we'll do all we can to just keep her memory alive.
Mrs. Bill, can you talk once again about how much you guys miss her?
Daily. And like I said, before, in the beginning, just out of shock, I was just like, I don't want her to be forgotten, and that's just impossible. Every day, we think about her siblings, her family, our extended family, friends, her best friends, her best friends, they call, and her siblings, they call me, and she'll never be forgotten. I know that, and I know that.
Well, in part because you guys want to keep that memory alive.
Exactly.
What more do you think could be done to protect our young youth athletes that are students?
Thank you. In answer to your question, more could be done. The state of Georgia already had in place protocols that would have prevented this from happening. So the lesson learned is once those protocols are in place, they're in place for a purpose. They're in place to protect. They were designed to protect her, and they failed in that. So from the standpoint of the future, particularly in light of, and I know this isn't a press conference about climate change, but everybody knows it's going to get hotter and hotter. And with that in mind, we have to adhere to the protocols that are in place to protect the children. That's what was lost with this, and we hope it doesn't happen again.
You were just listening out of Clayton County, Georgia, as that teen was tragically killed, but you can see the $10 million settlement with the school to the family of Imani Bell there, going for a good cause. They talked about her classes, they talked about her work as a student, and also just the help to give back to make sure this incident does not happen again, including cold tubs there. Well, we're following all the big stories here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following this one across the world as the World Cup continuing on. U.S. facing Iran in this group play, this final, as they hope to win and advance to the round of 16. That's coming up at 2 o'clock on the East Coast on Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute timeout, though. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. That's a look at Air Force One as it just left the ground, departing with President Joe Biden for Michigan. Of course, they will make some remarks there on jobs and manufacturing, and we'll keep you up to date on all of those scenes right now. Of course, we're following all the biggest headlines from around the country there in Washington, D.C., but also in Los Angeles right now. As you can see, a scene unfolding there as the police leading away a possible suspect as a incident that happened as a possible climber on a tall building in downtown Los Angeles. This is, you can see a person there in handcuffs being led away by police. You can just see this man, possibly a GoPro or something on the front of his shirt. But we want to take you back to just what we saw from a little bit ago as officials were atop the building there in downtown Los Angeles as they were making this arrest. We don't know a ton of information right now on this, but at 9:07 in the morning in Los Angeles, the man was reportedly seen climbing the outside of the building, the JW Marriott Hotel in Los Angeles, LA Live, which is just across from the building formerly known as the Staples Centers, where the Lakers and Clippers play. So very downtown Los Angeles. By 9:35 in the morning, police officers had the man in custody on the landing of the building. So we're not sure how he climbed, what he climbed, or what's going on there because the helicopter is just over it. But you can see just the magnitude of this building and the fact that they were on the roof. And you can see some apparatuses down there at the bottom, possible pads and trampolines down at the bottom for safety protocol reasons. But you can see there the JW Marriott Hotel next to Staples Center, or formerly known as Staples Center, and also just LA Live, which is a very popular part in downtown Los Angeles. So we're watching that here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that was just a little bit earlier. This is a live scene. As you can see, the man being led away in a police cruiser as he's in handcuffs right there. So we're following this very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following some big weather stories from around the country. Here is a look out of our Seattle camera. As you can see, snow coming down there in the Washington State area. A lot of weather on this Tuesday afternoon in the Pacific Northwest, but also in the southeastern portion of the country. That's the top left portion. We're going to the southeast as potential severe weather, potential tornadoes could be formulating there. So we will follow that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we want to take us out to our Fox weather as they're following this as a tornado warning has now been issued in Louisiana. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Isolated from any other storms, it's really going to take in that environment. It's like a bit of a bubble, right? So all of that instability feeding these thunderstorms, keeping them quite strong. You can see that available storm energy. The brighter these colors are on our scale, the more available storm energy we have for these storms to live in. And that's the concern, that as the afternoon progresses, these colors are going to continue to emerge to the northeast across parts of southern and central Mississippi, where the threat is still yet to unfold. And this is an indication that we do have an environment certainly capable of tapping in to that instability, producing that shear, perhaps that rotation within these supercell thunderstorms. So again, tornado warning has been issued. This is just south of Oakdale for Allen Parish. And it's moving off to the northeast. This warning goes until 12:15. If you heard that warning go off on your Fox Weather app, or perhaps you're hearing the warning sirens, you need to get to your safe place. Again, you want to put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. You want to make sure that you have maybe a pair of shoes, because if there is debris, you don't want to be walking through that, any danger. We also have severe warning just off to the north near Tupelo in Mississippi. That is going to be a severe warning that continues for Tippah County in Mississippi until 12:15. And this is a robust storm too. We've been watching these isolated thunderstorms continue to reach that severe level in northern Mississippi, crossing over I-22 here, New Albany to Boonville. An indication with these brighter colors, when you start to see the pink on radar, that we're seeing some hail potential. And we have been watching that. Hail could be up to a quarter in diameter, and that's going to bring in the concern for some damage, isolated damage in some areas. You can see these hail tracks. So as these these thunderstorms have continued to push off to the northeast. The brighter these pinks are when we get into the purple, even into some of that black range on our scale, a greater confidence that we do have hail emerging within these thunderstorms. And so that's what we're going to be watching for very closely. Right now in northern Mississippi, the greatest concern with these thunderstorms moving through has been for hail and damaging winds. Not so much tornadic activity as of yet, but that's going to be an area that we're watching for closely later into the day, even into the coming hours. But right now we do have these very isolated storms moving through Louisiana. South of Alexandria, we have that tornado warning that's in place until 12:15. And that is going to be a storm that's going to continue to come together, Kiana, showing very good signs on radar that we could see the possibility of that tornado in progress.
Absolutely. And that's just one of the many components that we've been watching, Jane. Now things are starting to kick off. That tornado warning out of Louisiana once again. It's just one of the many threats. The next threat, though, will be that flash flooding threat that we'll have to watch for. And that'll continue even into tomorrow. So a lot to consider if you're in any of these areas between Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Look at the future track. As we head throughout the course of today, a few thunderstorms will start to roll through, but it's those isolated cells that Jane has been mentioning that are going to pack a punch. Even into tonight, it really gets flaring up throughout parts of central Mississippi, moving into Alabama, still having those storms training a bit over Louisiana. That continues into the 10 o'clock hour through the overnight as well. And even as we head into the midnight hour, it pretty much congeals, becomes more of a linear situation, but that heavy rain is still associated with it. We're looking at flash flood threats into tomorrow as well. Here's a look at the tornado threats. So we mentioned it's northeastern portions of Louisiana and into really a good portion of Mississippi under that threat for the potential of EF2 or greater tornadoes. And again, they also issued that this is going to be a particularly dangerous situation. We're likely going to see a watch be issued within the hour for this activity as we head into the afternoon. So things are beginning to flare up. We're having one last look at that tornado warning that's currently in place. This is for a number of counties out of Louisiana.
You can see our Fox weather team tracking the severe weather, some 4 or 5 states there, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, potentially Arkansas and Tennessee, all within range of this potential warnings for tornadoes and severe weather throughout that country. So we're going to follow that here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following it very closely as this is a look at the Pacific Northwest. Snow happening in the Seattle area. Our Fox 13 crew on the road there, just tracking a little bit of the conditions ahead of some snow in the area. Obviously not that rare that we see snow in Seattle, but certainly always cool to see snow. We've seen snow in Minnesota and obviously severe weather in the southeastern portion of the United States. So we're going to follow these here on Live Now from Fox. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, our last of the hour. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're following a bunch of different scenes here on Live Now from Fox, and I want to take us out to all of them right now just to give you a look at what we're covering here on Live Now from Fox. First up is a Pentagon briefing that we'll hopefully take you to live in full, as there's plenty of global news around the world right now. There's a stakeout outside of the Senate, as we heard from Chuck Schumer already, and also Representatives Kevin McCarthy and Nancy Pelosi. So I'm not sure if we'll get too much there. Of course, we're following that still very, very closely. Of course, also here at home, a live weather look from Seattle as they are covering the snow in the Pacific Northwest. Certainly expecting a few inches there. As you can see, some snow on the ground creating some slick conditions. We're also following just this, as you can see, snow in the Midwest, in Minnesota, Minneapolis, but also severe weather, potential tornadoes in the south, east, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, all potential for some tornado outbreaks later on today, this Tuesday, and into the overnight hours. We're also have a press conference right now live out of Los Angeles, as we're currently following this story here on Live Now from Fox, as the widow of a murdered El Monte police officer initiates a $25 million legal action against the Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon. Certainly the widow of that person initiated this legal action, quote, progressive, against, quote, progressive LADA there. And we'll hear, hopefully, a claim was filed for the wrongful death of her husband, as well as pain and suffering. So we'll take you out to some of these remarks there on Live Now from Fox as soon as we get them. So we're following a ton of really big stories here on this Tuesday. We'll take it to you as soon as we get some of those podiums, those people stepping up to the podium to give some remarks here. We want to continue on, though, following some other big news of the day. Of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we're following all the big news. I want to take us out to a story that developed overnight in Washington, D.C. Our Fox 5 team there. They say a man suspected of stabbing and killing his father and wounding his mother inside a home in Frederick, Maryland, early Tuesday morning is dead after being shot by sheriff's deputies. Authorities were called to that home by a woman who reported her brother was attacking her parents. The officers arrived, located the victim. They encountered the suspect, who they say was armed with a knife, outside the home. Of course, officials in Frederick, Maryland provided an update earlier today. I want to take us out to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Investigation Division, Thomas Lester, Thomaslester. We're going to get right into it, but I want everybody to understand that we got two separate investigations going on here today. The Frederick County Sheriff's Office will be investigating the homicide. The Maryland Attorney General's IID office will be investigating the officer or deputies involved shooting. I'll now turn it over to Sheriff Chuck Jenkins.
Good morning. First, let me emphasize again, this is a parallel investigation with the Attorney General's office, and I will tell you it's been a smooth transition as they've gotten here on the scene fairly quickly. We've turned everything over to them as we should. So I also want to mention this is a very large crime scene, a pretty horrific crime scene. So we're limited to what we can answer. It's early in the investigation. We have a long way to go with it. So at about 2:10 this morning, the Sheriff's Office received a call for a stabbing at 5804 Howler Place with comments by the caller that the suspect was attacking her parents. Deputies responded and on arrival found a female adult victim inside the home with apparent stab wounds. An adult male was also found outside the home down the street from the residence. So now we have an expanded crime scene. So information was obtained of the description of the suspect we were looking for, possibly on foot in the area. As the adult victims were being treated by ambulance personnel, deputies located the suspect, ultimately leading to the officer-involved shooting. So both adult victims were transported. The adult male, believed to be the father of the deceased, was pronounced dead, and the adult female will be released with what we were termed superficial injuries. So at this point, that is all I'll comment to is actually the investigation of the crime inside the home, the homicide. The rest will be investigated by the Attorney General's office. So I'll defer now to their spokesperson.
Good morning.
As Todd said, my name's Thomas, Thomas, Lester, Lescr. I'm a spokesperson with the Independent Investigations Division at the Maryland Office of the Attorney General. As of October of last year, the Attorney General's office is in charge of investigating all fatal police incidents that occur across the state. This morning, the Frederick County Sheriff's Office notified our office of a deputy-involved shooting.
We're following this one out of Frederick, Maryland from earlier today here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, following that very, very closely. But I want to take us out to a live event here, live, raw, and unfiltered, as we're following also the story out of Los Angeles as the widow of a murdered police officer there is filing a lawsuit against the Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon. Let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
Why is that? That's because we're calling Mr. Gascon out on his failures. Not only him, but the probation department as well. If they had both simply done their jobs, both the department and the DA's office had simply done their jobs, Sergeant Paredes would be here today, as well as Officer Santana. Okay? And we are here to call them, both of them out, both of the departments out on that. We are filing a claim today, calling them out on that, and we expect some answers to some very, very difficult questions. Okay, and with that, I'd like to introduce Janine. She's the widow of Officer Sergeant Mike Paredes, and she would like to read a statement. Go ahead.
Thank you guys for being here. My name is Janine Paredes. It's JANINEPAREDES. It's been almost 6 months since I received the call regarding the shooting of my husband, Sergeant Paredes. And I remember the moment so vividly, having dinner with a friend while my son was at his second high school football practice, and my daughter was researching her potential colleges. And like all first responder and military families, you know what the risk is when you sign up for this. But you never think that it's going to be you. Having to call our children, families, and friends and say, Michael was shot. That's something you were never, ever prepared to say. Within less than an hour of the call, the love of my life, the amazing hands-on father, the honorable son and brother, and loyal friend would be gone. We didn't get to say goodbye. He didn't get to hear our voices tell him one last time that we love him. And we would never see his bright and shining smile walk through the door ever again. Naturally, we ask ourselves, what could Michael have done differently in this situation? But the answer is nothing. Michael was answering the call to somebody in need. He didn't hesitate to protect the people of El Monte, which is the community that he grew up in. And he definitely did not hesitate to lay down his life beside his brother in blue. Being a police officer was his calling because he was a man of integrity, an officer with a clean record and a clear conscience, the type of man that you want to model for law enforcement officers. Respectable, honorable, honest, and humble. The exact representation our world needs in our police today. But to his family and his friends, he was a dependable, loving, and kind man of character whose contagious laugh and silly personality always lit up a room. Michael and I spent 24 years building a beautiful life together. My children and I are now left picking up the pieces of this broken life and trying to cope with the loss of our best friend. And the realization of that grows more and more difficult as I see all the milestones and accomplishments that Michael is never going to get to witness. He will never get to fulfill his dreams of seeing his son play high school football, or brag about the prestigious college that his daughter got into. He will never hold his future legacy in his arms or travel the world after retirement like he had planned. And the impact this has left on my children and I is devastating. Because a man like Michael deserved better. He deserved to be protected by policies and directives of the district attorney, who had a legal obligation to ensure the safety not only of the public, but the people who serve the public. Michael and I prided ourselves in teaching our children that there are consequences to our actions, and taking accountability for our mistakes is the most important characteristic a person can have. It's time that Gascon is held responsible and accountable. I'd like to pay special recognition to the amazing men and women of El Monte PD who have endured so much loss this past 6 months. It's my mission now to protect them and their families, along with all Leo agencies and the citizens of LA County, from the failed political agenda that has put all of us at risk. I can only hope to make a difference so that nobody has to suffer the way we all have. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions?
I understand a big part of this is you feel that the shooter should have been in custody at the time of the shooting. He should have been in prison. Can you speak to that and your frustrations with that? I know that was a big part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. A big part of this is that it's the DA's responsibility to make sure that he is following his legal obligations and following the law. And unfortunately, in this situation, and in many situations, this is not being done. The law is not being followed by our district attorney, and making sure that the California 3-strike law is being put into play. And unfortunately, there is a long record of things that should have been on this Justin Flores's account. And unfortunately, those policies were not followed.
Yes.
What about another widow, another wife? Did she join the lawsuit?
No, not at this time. Go ahead. Did you have a question? Okay. Any other questions?
How rare is this? Is this kind of a unique lawsuit to sue the county and the DA?
We're going to find out how rare it is in terms of the facts and what happened to Officer Paredes. We're going to find that out. But in terms of filing a lawsuit against Mr. Gascon, I would think that if you did a quick survey of the filings, you'd find out that a lot of people have been filing lawsuits on his failures as a DA. It's not that rare.
What exactly do you want to get from the
Did you hear that?
Yes. So ultimately, I want to see the law being help me on here. Followed. Thank you. Thank you. It's really important that if we, as the citizens, have to follow the law, that people in political positions also have to follow the law and follow their legal obligation as well, to make sure that the people on the street are safe, that the officers who are here to protect the people on the street are safe, and we need to make sure that these policies and directives that are being put on by Gascon and the district attorney's office are consistent with what's required by all people.
So do you think he broke the law? Is that...
I do.
Go ahead.
I do. California has a 3 strikes law. Justin Flores had way more than 3 strikes on his record.
What do you want everyone to know about our DA, the Gascon? What do you want they know?
Do you want to? That he's been an abject failure. He's failed not only the citizens of the, Los Angeles County, he's failed with the law enforcement community. He's failed them. He's handcuffed them. They're not even, they can't even do their job now. If they go out there and do their job, and they turn around and they expect the DA to turn around and do his job, and that he won't do it. He refused to do it, and he's still refusing to do it. Guess what? What incentive is there on the officers who are now out in the streets dealing with all this stuff? The incentive is compromised. So he has failed, miserably failed. It's time to step down now.
You know, you did name the county probation department as
Yes.
well in this. We're centering a lot of this on Gascon, but where, in your opinion, were there shortcomings on the county probation?
Well, they had clear notice that he had violated a probation. He had his probation officer received 2 phone calls, one from the mother of a victim, of somebody who was beaten up, the girlfriend, plus they received a phone call from Flores' mother. So you got 2 mothers, plus you have the whole probation system. They were put on notice and they failed to do anything about it. They did absolutely nothing. If you look at the news and you look at the newspapers and reporting and things like that, you see words like lackadaisical. They were passive. They didn't do anything. That's exactly what occurred. And that failure led to the murder of 2 valiant officers. It's time to stop that. It's time to get people into these political positions who actually do what they're supposed to do, which is to serve the people of the LA County. That's what they're supposed to do. And here, he absolutely failed, as well as the probation department. If they had simply done their job, we wouldn't be here right now. That's the truth, and the facts are going to support that.
When were those phone calls received? Like how long time?
They were received within a week or so of the murder. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
What is satisfaction for the family?
I beg your pardon? You want to respond to that? What brings satisfaction to your family?
Well, obviously, there's no satisfaction from any of this. The decisions that were made to keep people out of jail when they should have been serving time for their actions ultimately resulted in an amazing man being murdered. And all he was doing was responding to a call from his spouse who needed help. And as a result, my husband was murdered. And all he was doing was his job in protecting the citizens in the community that he grew up in.
Okay, we done? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You were just listening in there to some attorneys as they filed a lawsuit against the LA District Attorney George Gascon there, the widow of a murdered El Monte police officer there, speaking alongside their attorney as well, Janine Paredes there alongside, speaking at this podium there. Obviously, they're going to start reporting this in Spanish right now, so we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick break and then get into some more stories coming up in 2 minutes' time. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're following a bunch of headlines here, including tornado warnings being issued in Louisiana as severe weather threats increase across the southeastern portion of the United States. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, and also Tennessee also potentially having tornado warnings later on this Tuesday and also overnight. We're also awaiting the match that's going to take place in just about 45 minutes time. The U.S. taking on Iran in this very pivotal World Cup match. Obviously, the U.S. needs a win to advance to the round of 16. Nothing else will suffice. A loss or a draw, and they are eliminated. This coming up at 2 o'clock on the East Coast, and you can watch it right there on Fox. Of course, we're also following headlines from around the world, and that includes the Pentagon, as we are hearing from them today as they're holding a briefing on some international topics. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, just a few items to pass along, and then we'll go ahead and take your questions. So first of all, I hope everyone had a very happy Thanksgiving holiday and that you were able to take advantage of the holiday weekend. As you know, Secretary Austin traveled to the Indo-Pacific region last week, where he visited Indonesia and Cambodia and had the chance to meet with various counterparts on the margins of the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus to discuss our commitments to regional peace and security. Notably, this included the opportunity to meet with his Chinese counterpart, during which the Secretary emphasized the need to responsibly manage competition and maintain open lines of communication. Secretary Austin also affirmed that the U.S. will continue to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allows. Separately, today, the department released our annual report on military and security developments involving the People's Republic of China, commonly known as the China Military Power Report. This congressionally mandated report serves as an authoritative assessment of DoD's pacing challenge and charts the current course of the PRC's military and security strategy. The report plays a vital role in informing our understanding of our pacing challenge, and it shows again why the National Defense Strategy is laser-focused on the right issues and on the operational concepts, capabilities, and resources we need today and into the future. You can read the full report on defense.gov. Also today, the Secretary will host the Minister of National Defense for the Republic of Colombia, Ivan Velasquez Gomez, to discuss security cooperation and matters of mutual interest between our two nations. Separately, Secretary Austin also conducted phone calls with the Ministers of Defense from Romania and Poland earlier today, and readouts of these bilateral engagements will be available later today on defense.gov. Shifting gears, with Congress in session this week, the department hopes that Congress will finalize and pass the NDAA and a complete full-year funding bill before the end of 2022. At a time when the United States faces challenges from China and an acute threat from Russia, it's essential that the DoD has the authorities needed to defend the nation, deter our adversaries, and support a lethal, resilient, and healthy joint force. The department will continue to work closely with Congress on this important requirement. And finally, this Friday, Secretary Austin will participate in the unveiling of the U.S. Air Force's newest strategic bomber, the B-21 Raider, in Palmdale, California. Then on Saturday, he'll deliver the keynote address at the Reagan National Defense Forum at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley. Additional information will be forthcoming later this week. And with that, I will take your questions. We'll start with AP, Tara.
Hi, Pat. On a background call earlier today, a senior defense official said that the U.S. is open to sending the Patriot missile defense system to Ukraine. Can you give us an update on the deliberations going on here? How likely is it the U.S. would send a Patriot system or maybe work with a European ally to send one into Ukraine? And what are some of the considerations with that system?
Sure. Well, as we've discussed before, we discuss a wide variety of capabilities and support with Ukraine. We regularly consult with Ukraine. We regularly consult with our allies and our partners on what their defense needs are. Air defense continues to be a top priority for DoD and for the international community when it comes to supporting Ukraine. In terms of any type of Patriot battery from the U.S., right now we have no plans to provide Patriot batteries to Ukraine. But again, we'll continue to have those discussions, and when and if there's something to announce on that front, we will.
If an ally chose to send their Patriot system forward, would the U.S. have any role in that decision? Or would it be purely the decision of the partner or ally?
Well, I don't want to speak for other countries, certainly. That's a sovereign decision. As it relates to NATO, I would imagine it would also be part of a NATO discussion. Again, we're going to continue to work closely with the international community on looking at what Ukraine's defense needs are and ensuring that they get them.
And then just one more. Could you talk to us a little bit about what the hesitations have been to this point about sending the Patriot system? Is it the range? Was it fear of escalation? What's fed into that?
Well, I would kind of back it up a little bit more broadly and just talk to a couple things. So first of all, when it comes to air defense, I think you've seen a significant outpouring of support for Ukraine in terms of what we have already provided. For example, NASAMS and other systems. When it comes to certain capabilities like Patriot missiles or M1 tanks or advanced fighter aircraft, you're talking about a pretty significant maintenance and sustainment tail, as well as a training tail on those things. So none of these systems are plug and play. You can't just show up on the battlefield and start using them. And so those are the kinds of things that are taken into account when it comes to more advanced systems. But again, I want to emphasize that we continue to consider air defense a priority, and we'll continue to look at working with allies and partners in terms of what we can get to Ukraine as quickly as possible so that they can start employing those capabilities immediately. Thank you. Carla.
Thank you. Can I follow up on the minister's call with the secretary's call with the minister of defense of Poland? Did he talk about the missile that hit in Poland? Is it definitively Ukrainian? Is it okay for us to report now that they've concluded that it was a Ukrainian missile?
Again, we'll have a readout for you as soon as the call concludes. The call is taking place as we speak, so I don't have any information to provide at this moment on that. What I can tell you in terms of the missile investigation, that the investigation is ongoing. Poland is in the lead of that investigation. Again, as we've said previously, we have no information that would contradict what the preliminary assessment was in terms of it being likely to have been a Ukrainian missile. But again, we'll allow the investigation to conclude, and then I'm sure we'll have more to say later.
Okay, and then just a couple more if I can. On Starlink in Ukraine, is Elon Musk still paying for that, or is the U.S. military paying for that?
So the United States, the DoD, has not paid any money to Starlink for Starlink systems, Starlink capability in Ukraine. Again, we continue to talk to companies to include SpaceX on satellite communication capabilities as it pertains to Ukraine, but I don't have anything to announce.
Thank you. And then one last one on the FONOP in the South China Sea today, Freedom of Navigation Operation. The Navy is saying one thing, China is saying another. Can you tell us what happened?
Sure. So the USS Chancellorsville was in the South China Sea near the Spratly Islands, asserted our navigational rights and freedoms under international law. I know that there has been some reporting that China essentially ejected our ship from the areas. That is not true. Again, we'll continue to sail, fly, and operate wherever international law allows. Thank you. Sir.
Thanks, Pat. Do you have an updated estimate of how many Iranian drones have made their way into Russian hands for use against Ukraine? And is it your understanding that these continue to flow into the country? And are there any signs that Iran plans or has begun to produce these drones for that purpose?
So what I would tell you, Matt, is we do know that Iran has provided at least hundreds of those drones to Russia for use in Ukraine. I'm not going to get into specific numbers. Certainly, we know that there is the intent there on the part of Russia to try to acquire additional systems. I don't have any updates to provide on when and if those have been delivered, but it does, again, highlight the concerning behavior and the fact that Iran and Russia share this relationship and continue to export terror and use those systems to attack non-military targets, to include civilians.
Thank you.
Thank you. Janie.
Thank you, sir. I have two questions. First question on the establishment of Space Forces Command in the South Korea. What is the purpose of the establish the Space Forces Command in USFK in South Korea.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Establishment of a space command at USFK?
Yes, in South Korea.
Okay, I'll have to get back to you on that one, Janie. I'm tracking Space Command establishing a component command under Indo-Pacific Command. And so that in and of itself is as the U.S. Space Force starts to develop its capabilities and its relationships with combatant commands around the world. It's no different than the other functional component commands that we have under other combatant commands around the world. So, for example, Indo-Pacific Command also has an air component command, which is Pacific Air Forces, Navy, PAC Fleet, which is the Naval Command. So, as Space Force over the last 3 years has stood up and developed its capabilities and developed its personnel roster, assigning that capability to a combatant command provides the ability for that combatant commander to holistically look at the theater and ensure that he or she has the capabilities that they need. So in the case of space, I think we all have seen over time how much more important space has become to global operations. Essentially, nothing happens on the globe, especially from a military standpoint, without support from space capabilities, whether it's communication, whether it's weather, whether it's intelligence. And so I think what this does is it strengthens the ability of the U.S. combatant commander, as well as our allies and our partners whom we work with in the region, to have the information and the capabilities that they need to support one another. So,
okay, the second question, North Korea's Kim Jong-un announced that it will expand its nuclear war deterrent. Do you think North Korea has completed its nuclear development enough to use nuclear weapons?
yeah, I don't want to speculate on that, Janie. Again, we know that North Korea has said that they will likely conduct a nuclear test. Again, that would be very destabilizing, and I think you've seen the United States as well as other countries in the region, to include the Republic of Korea and Japan, highlight the fact that there would be consequences for that. Again, I'm not going to go into that, but we would hope that North Korea would not conduct such destabilizing activity. Let me go to the phones here. Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. The head of the Wagner Private Military Corporation has claimed that a retired Marine general officer works for his company. I've called a couple Marine general officers. They are unaware of any of their comrades now joining Wagner. Is this something the Defense Department can rule out as disinformation at this point?
Thanks, Jeff. So, again, in terms of specific personnel status, I would refer you to the Marine Corps. I can say we've seen those press reports. We've seen no names associated.
You're just listening in there to the Pentagon briefing with the Brigadier General Patrick Ryder here on Live Now from Fox. For some of you, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and stick with all the top headlines coming up in just a little bit.
Let me go to Idris from Reuters.
Thanks. Just on Turkey, last week, DoD statement said that a Turkish operation threatens the de-ISIS campaign. Have any operations in northeastern Syria against ISIS actually stopped? And have you relocated any troops because of the Turkish shelling and impending ground operation?
Yeah, thanks very much, Idris. So right now, the de-ISIS mission does continue. We have reduced the number of partnered patrols. And as I mentioned in my statement last week, we do remain deeply concerned about the escalating actions in northern Syria, Iraq, and Turkey. And so we certainly urge restraint amidst the tensions in this region. And as you highlight, the continued conflict, especially a ground invasion, would severely jeopardize the hard-fought gains that the world has achieved against ISIS and would destabilize the region. Similarly, as I mentioned in my statement, we do recognize Turkey's legitimate security concerns regarding terrorist acts that have occurred within its own borders. And we also continue to support the Syrian Democratic Forces in their fight against ISIS. And so, again, would hope that we could maintain focus on this dangerous and destabilizing terrorist group called ISIS. Thank you. All right, ma'am.
Just a follow-up on Turkey. So today, SDF commander said that a Turkish ground operation is imminent, but it's only preventable through a pushback from the United States and Russia. Do you share this assessment, and did you communicate recently with the Turkish about this operation?
Yeah, thanks very much. So we do remain concerned about a potential Turkish ground operation in Syria, and again would urge restraint. I'm not going to speculate about whether or not Turkey is or is not going to do that. Again, our focus is on the Defeat ISIS campaign. In terms of communication with our Turkish allies, we do maintain regular communication with them, whether it's at the U.S. Central Command level or at the operational level. And I can tell you that Secretary Austin will talk to his counterpart in the very near future. Thank you. Sir.
General, you mentioned, first of all, thank you for doing this. You mentioned that the military has reduced the number of partnered patrols with the Kurdish-led SDF in Syria. Why is that? Is that a force protection measure given indications of a potential Turkish incursion, or is that because the SDF has paused or reduced their patrols with us? I wonder if you could flesh that out.
Sure. We have reduced the number of patrols because, again, we do these in partnering with the SDF, and so they have reduced the number of patrols that they're doing, and so that therefore necessitates us to reduce the patrols. We've not redeployed any of our folks. We continue to stay very focused on countering the ISIS threat, and so no diminished capability in terms of that, but again, reduced patrols at this time. And as I mentioned, we would hope that there will be restraint and that we can, again, as a coalition, focus on the bigger threat at hand here, which is defeating ISIS. Thank you.
Is the department seeing any indication of a potential imminent Turkish operation on the ground?
Again, I'm not going to get into specific intelligence. We've seen open press reporting to that effect, but I'm not going to speculate or, do hypotheticals in terms of when and if they do. We certainly hope they do not. Barbara Starr.
I wanted to ask you, I believe right now the U.S. and Israel are conducting a major exercise over the Mediterranean, training, practicing long-range strike missions, which are clearly an Iran profile. Can you tell us anything about the role of the U.S. in the exercise? Are you actually flying long-range attack profile training missions? Are you doing just refueling? What role are you playing in assisting the Israelis? And then I have a different follow-up.
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. So just to clarify, so this is a long-planned exercise with the United States and Israel, and they are exercising fighter escort and aerial refueling. And so CENTCOM can give you more details on that, but again, this is a long-planned exercise, and it's also not something that's unusual. We exercise with Israel and other countries in the region on a regular basis.
So the U.S. is doing fighter escort and refueling?
Aerial refueling.
Okay. May I ask you a different question briefly on China? Given the situation internally in China right now, to what extent is the department concerned that the Chinese are going to increase military rhetoric, possibly raise their military profile in order to potentially divert attention from their internal problems? Do you see the claim they made on the FONOP as possibly being a beginning of that more assertive, although they've done it in the past, that more assertive rhetoric, using their military potentially to divert attention from their domestic situation right now with COVID and the protests?
Yeah. So at this point, I don't know that we've seen anything, nor would I want to draw a correlation between what we saw with the Chancellorsville and the situation in China. If you take a step back, as you highlighted, it's certainly not the first time that China has made those claims. And again, if you take even a bigger further step back and you look at what we've talked about in terms of China trying to establish a new normal, whereas U.S. and international ships and planes have operated in international airspace or in international waterways for decades, and then suddenly changing and saying, no, this belongs to us, and now you're violating our sovereignty. Again, it's trying to change the narrative, change the status quo, and in fact, fabricate a situation that previously all would agree did not exist. And so again, this is why it's important that we will continue to sail, operate, and fly in those areas. But to answer your question, it's something we'll keep an eye on, but I don't have anything that would specifically correlate it to the situation there. Thank you. Let me go to the phone, and then I'll come to you, Rio. Let's go to Heather from USNI.
Thank you so much. So with the Chancellorville's crossing of the Taiwan Strait today, it looks like that we are doing these about once a month. Just wondering, in terms of the DoD's perspective, what kind of message are we sending to China with these monthly Taiwan Strait passages?
Well, again, I think the message not only to China, but to our allies and partners in the region are that we are going to continue to abide by international law. We're going to continue to work closely with our allies and partners in the region to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific, and that we are going to deter China from coercion and from inappropriately establishing restrictions on areas that are free for international commerce, international trade, and I would say to this point, again, the fact that they're responding to the way that they are demonstrates that we're having an effect in that regard. Thank you. All right, Rio.
Thank you, General. The China military power report estimates that China might have 1,500 nuclear warheads by 2035. Then China has refused to join the arms control talks because they say the U.S. has much larger nuclear arsenal. Do you think China's argument would not be convincing anymore if the Pentagon's estimate of the
You're just listening in there to Brigadier General Patrick Ryder as he was talking about a lot of international headlines. Of course, we're going to take a quick break, but first I want to give you a look around the world. This one in Qatar there, as the U.S. taken on Iran in less than 30 minutes, obviously win, and they advance to the round of 16. Back here at home, though, we are tracking some severe weather in the southeastern portion. You can see the bottom left portion of the screen. There is a tornado warning in Louisiana right now, excuse me. We're tracking that here on Live Now for Fox, but we're going to take a quick 2-minute break first. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. This is a live look at our computer XRAD monitor as severe weather taking part in the Pacific or the southeastern portion of the country right there. But obviously a lot of tornado warnings potentially. You see maybe one, maybe two popping up there in Louisiana. We'll keep you up to date, and our Fox weather team will also keep you updated on that. We're also looking at the World Cup around the world as a big match here, the biggest soccer tournament in the world. Less than 30 minutes until the U.S. takes on Iran in that very pivotal match in this World Cup to advance to the round of 16. We're also going to stick with it. We were just coming back from break. We heard from Brigadier General Patrick Ryder. Let's jump right back into that press conference here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, Brigadier General Patrick Ryder just stepping off screen there. So that's what we do here, live, raw, and unfiltered. As the press conference just wrapped up talking about international headlines, this is a look there. It's the U.S. taking on Iran in just a little bit of time. We're also following all these major stories here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue on and cover some of the biggest stories of the day. Here, we're going to go right back out to Los Angeles as Mayor-elect in Los Angeles, Karen Bass, here on Live Now from Fox.
Of our residents from achieving economic opportunity and equality that they deserved as residents of the city of Palm Springs and residents of California. Dieter Crawford, who's here today, stated, "I believe that apologies are long overdue and should have been done years ago. An apology is just symbolic. I want to see reparations too. We lost generational wealth, and not just from our residential homes, but from our institutions, like the First Baptist Church, which was first located on Section 14, and then rebuilt by the community. When I was first elected 5 years ago to the Palm Springs City Council, Dieter Crawford, grandson of Cora Crawford, a Section 14 survivor and beloved community leader who fought for equity and justice for our community for decades, took me on a tour and showed me the real lived experiences and the differences in that area of town in Desert Highlands from other areas of town. I was shocked to see the segregation and the disparate impacts. I've worked for 10 years as a civil rights attorney. I've worked in East Palo Alto and Palo Alto. I've worked all over the state. I've worked in Thermal and Mecca and Palm Springs. I've never quite seen active and ongoing segregation like I've seen in Palm Springs. And thank you to Dieter for continuing to educate council members. I just want to take a moment to also identify the power and strength and resilience of our residents, the Section 14 survivors, and this work belongs to them, and thank you to them for speaking out despite the personal cost of reliving trauma after trauma after trauma. We know that it's difficult for you, and we appreciate your voices in sharing the true history of Palm Springs and the true history of California. Desert Highlands is now one of the strongest and most powerful communities in the city of Palm Springs because of a history of fighting injustices for decades, and because of all they've accomplished despite discrimination and oppression. They've successfully advocated for mobile food banks and pantries to address food deserts and lack of investment by the city. They've successfully advocated for a Loma Linda Medical Center community health survey to identify and track the disparate impacts and outcomes facing the Black and Latino communities in Palm Springs. And they successfully established and funded a mobile health clinic with our healthcare district to address those challenges. Today, I'm incredibly proud to represent this many Section 14 survivors as a Palm Springs City Council member and hopefully a California State Assembly member. We're still waiting on our final results. I'm grateful that they've spoken out and continue to share those stories. We believe that with their leadership, the city of Palm Springs could be one of the very first successful reparations programs in the state, if not the country. Since the apology, we have removed the statue of Frank Bogert, the mayor at the time, who was heavily personally involved in Section 14 actions. We've removed that statue from City Hall. We've started a request for proposal process to begin the process to implement a first in the state reparations program. We've worked with the survivors group, but we know much more work is yet to be done because we've only yet done an apology and you have not seen the real consequences of reparations for those wrong actions. Thank you to the attorneys and Ariva Martin for elevating this issue. Sometimes what happens in Palm Springs might not be elevated to the statewide level, and our community has lived with these realities for over 60 years. And it's about time we talk about this issue as a state because we are one small community. Palm Springs has 48,000 residents, but this is the atrocious history of so many of our communities. Thank you to Senator Bradford for shining a light on our communities and our survivors and our district and your leadership statewide. The City of Palm Springs remains committed to addressing and undoing the systemic injustices that occurred in Section 14 neighborhood decades ago. The city has taken and will continue to take the steps necessary to address those injustices, support our communities, support our survivors, atone for these actions, and to ensure that these atrocities never happen again anywhere in this state or in this country. As a community and a region, we're dedicated to ending racial and social disparities, strengthening the way we engage to protect and expand community voice and power, and we're committed to closing the gap of racial injustice and better serve the city's communities of color. If elected as a state assembly member, I'm committed to the work with Senator Bradford to also pursue budget requests and state legislation if needed to make sure this work gets done. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much. We're confident, Christy, that when those numbers are counted, you're going to be the next Assemblywoman for Palm Springs. We need you in the Assembly, and we appreciate your support. I want to just acknowledge some of our community leaders. Michael Lawson is here. He's Executive Director of Urban League. Robert Salcido is here. He's Executive Director of Community Build. I think Pastor Smart is here, or was here. He's Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Najee Ali is here. He's a longtime community activist in this community, and some of the other folks who've come out to show their support for these survivors. I just want to give the survivors, the descendants, a big round of applause because Christy talked about their courage, and it does take courage to come forward and to tell this story. This has been a Palm Springs story, but after today, we hope that this is the story that all of California is talking about and all of the nation is talking about because these families deserve to have their stories amplified. They deserve to have an opportunity to tell their stories, and they deserve the support of not only Palm Springs, but the state of California and the United States. So we'll open it up to questions, if there are any questions.
So my understanding is the land was owned by the tribe, and these people leased the land and built their homes there.
Correct.
Is that correct? What is part of the reparations to go to the tribe, or no?
It's our understanding that the tribe has already worked with the city and that they already have addressed some of the issues that were prevalent with respect to the tribal community. I am representing the families who own homes and who were displaced. There may be other actions involving the tribal community. We are not adverse to the tribal community, but this particular action is focused on these survivors and their descendants.
And did you, excuse me, I understood the Assemblywoman-elect to be saying that they've already asked for an RFP for a reparations program. So they haven't said no, correct? What this is like an opening volley in negotiations, or how would you?
I'm not aware of that. If Assemblymember-elect Hoslich is, she can speak to that. We're not aware of any concrete efforts beyond that apology to provide any reparations to the survivors or the descendants. So I don't know if you want to speak to that.
The city has just released an RFP to hire a consultant to pursue a reparations process to define to the city what that would look like. I think the concern from the community is how long a process will take, and we have a change in the city council, and so if that commitment will be honored. But yes, we are pursuing an RFP process to find a consultant to help advise the city, since the city has no real expertise in how to implement a reparations program.
Go ahead.
Can you give us details about how many families or individuals your firm is representing in this case at this time?
Yeah, at this time we're representing all of the families that have been identified as survivors and descendants. The Attorney General's report that was issued in 1965, by the time they came into Palm Springs, estimated that there were 1,000 families that were impacted. We believe that number is actually higher. And a part of this process is actually identifying these families. So many of these families have been quiet about this. They have had their voices quieted throughout this last 6 decades or so. So we have these families organized themselves, created a website, started meeting, and through that process, using social media, now families are starting to come forward. So we don't know the exact number of families that are still out there. Many have left the state, but we're hoping through this process that families will come forward. They can contact the website that has been set up and the organizing group, because it's our hope that all the families that live there, all of their descendants, will be a part of this process.
And as a quick follow-up, can you give us the name of that website and an estimate of just about how many families?
You were just listening in there to some remarks from officials there in Palm Springs, California. Of course, this having to do with Section 14 after Palm Springs in the 1960s. Certainly some controversy as people were homes in the 1960s bulldozed there by officials there. So obviously a lot of talk there about getting some compensation for that. So we're following that very closely out of Southern California here on Live Now from Fox. We're also taking us to our nation's capital. We see a stakeout outside of the Senate chambers as reporters now kind of pulling up to this podium. Could be some remarks from some senators, some members of leadership there. We also heard from President Biden earlier today as he met with leadership, including Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Kevin McCarthy. So I doubt if we'll hear from those three, but we will take you to any of those live remarks coming up on Live Now from Fox. But first, we're going to take our final 2-minute break of this hour. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. This is a live look in Qatar there as the U.S. facing off with Iran in just less than 10 minutes. You can see a late arriving crowd there as we saw a lot of U.S. fans, a lot of Iranian fans there coming into the stadium in this pivotal match in the World Cup in FIFA. Obviously, we'll follow that as it's taking place at 2 p.m. on the East Coast. We're also following it back here at home. President Joe Biden, this is a lonely tarmac, but it soon will be filled with Air Force One into Michigan. President Joe Biden landing there. We'll speak on jobs and manufacturing. We'll take it to you as soon as he makes remarks here on Live Now from Fox. We're also watching as a podium shot at our nation's capital. Some reporters stepping up, some photographers there awaiting any officials, any leadership people that will speak. Just about a variety of topics that we're following here, including a rail strike that is possible, including the budget, including a bunch of different things ahead of this holiday season. So we're following that here, and we'll take it to you as soon as they can on Live Now from Fox. But earlier today, we heard from Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. He was speaking on infrastructure in Florida. Let's listen in to Ron DeSantis, those remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Well over that, and I came in the FBO, already hear the Christmas tunes, and so we're ready for a good Christmas season. I'm joined here by the Secretary of the Department of Economic Opportunity, Dane Eagle, and usually when he's here and he has something like that, it usually means we're bringing gifts, so just be prepared for that. We may be joined in a minute by Laura DeBella, who's the Deputy Secretary of Commerce with Enterprise Florida. We do have Greg Evans, District 2 Secretary with the Florida Department of Transportation. You know, he was down when we're fixing these bridges in 3 days, like people would not have been able to do in most parts of the country. You know, these guys were the ones that were down there in Southwest Florida, so we really appreciate that. We have from the City of Jacksonville, Mayor Lenny Curry, City Council President Terrence Freeman, and City Councilman Randy White, and this is obviously going to be today's announcement is going to be very impactful for the City of Jacksonville. Also joined by Matt Bacino, Airport Director at Cecil, Mark Van Lowe, CEO of Jack's Aviation Authority, Senators Bradley and Yarborough, and our new representatives, Dean Black and Cayenne Michael, are joining us here today. So we appreciate everything all of them are doing and will continue to do to help the folks not only in the City of Jacksonville, but throughout all of Northeast Florida. Before we do today's announcement, I just want to make a comment about what we've been seeing going on in China. This zero COVID policy is draconian. It violates people's liberties, and it is completely unscientific. And the people of China are right to be able to speak out and protest against what the Chinese Communist Party is doing. This CCP has a maniacal desire to exert total control over its population. Zero COVID is really just the pretext for them to do what they want to do anyways, and that is not a model that can work over the long term. The people in China are finally speaking out against it, and I just think we need these draconian COVID policies to go to the ash heap of history where they belong. And then as you've seen that go on in China, you know, there's reports that Apple is not allowing the protesters to use this airdrop function where they're trying to communicate. That obviously is providing aid and comfort to the CCP. And so you see that report, and that's very concerning. And then when you also hear reports that Apple is threatening to remove Twitter from the App Store because Elon Musk is actually opening it up for free speech and is restoring a lot of accounts that were unfairly and illegitimately suspended for putting out accurate information about COVID. That's like one of the main things that's being reinstated. So many things these experts were wrong at, and you had people on Twitter that were calling that out, and Twitter, the old regime in Twitter, their response was to try to just suffocate the dissent. And Elon Musk knows that's not a winning formula, and so he's providing free speech. And so if Apple responds to that, by nuking them from the App Store, I think that would be a huge mistake, and it would be a really raw exercise of monopolistic power that I think would merit a response from the United States Congress. And so don't be a vassal of the CCP on one hand and then use your corporate power in the United States on the other to suffocate Americans and try to suppress their right to express themselves. And so I'm glad things are changing at Twitter. And I know there's a lot of work to do with big tech generally, but this is big progress, and we're really happy that that is now happening. Now, today, we're here because what we've done since I've been governor is identify opportunities through different types of initiatives, but one of the things we've used a lot is the governor's Job Growth Grant Fund. We've used that to bolster workforce training and education, but also infrastructure. And if there's key infrastructure where we can come very quickly, work with a local government, a county, a city, and get something done that's going to have a high impact value in terms of jobs and industrial base and things that are our priorities, we want to do that. Now, we've done a lot, for example, with creating new commercial driver's license graduates for truck driving. If you look at what's going to happen over the next 10, 15 years, most of these truck drivers are older, and you don't have as many people that have filled in the back. And so we've got to do all we can in Florida to step up. So when I became governor, they were doing about 600 truck drivers through our various programs a year. Now, through our investments, we're going to be able to do 3,500 a year in the state of Florida. That's going to have a huge impact, a positive impact on our economy, on the supply chain. Of course, when you have things like Jack's Port, this stuff comes in, you can do, there's really two things you can do. You can put it on a train, you put it on a truck. And so we need to make sure we're doing mindful of both of those things. So that's been a huge thing. We've done a whole bunch of other stuff with the workforce. But we've also been able to do, if there are things that are needed in terms of an additional artery to connect like an industrial center with a thoroughfare, we've been able to come and do that. We've done that all around the state. In fact, just over a year ago, we were here at Cecil, and we did $6 million to support the construction of more than 2 miles of roadway and expand business opportunities at the spaceport. And that's something that is going to pay big dividends. And so in that vein, what we're able to announce today is we're awarding $5.5 million to the city of Jacksonville to construct a 3-mile railway track to serve Cecil Commerce Center's 600-acre mega site. Now, this new dual service line will link the main line north of I-10, main rail line north of I-10 to the Cecil Commerce Center and increase transportation access for manufacturing and for logistic companies. This project alone is expected to bring 500 new jobs in manufacturing and logistics to the area with an economic impact of over $14 million for the city of Jacksonville. And in fact, I know they've already been talking both at the local level and state with some companies that are eyeing this, and this would be enough for them to want to come. So stay tuned. I think you're going to see some good announcements in the not too distant future. So Cecil Commerce Center is conveniently located near I-10, Cecil Airport, Cecil Spaceport, and Jacksport, making it a prime location for companies that need to move their products anywhere in the country. And businesses in need of new talent will also be able to draw from the Florida State College at Jacksonville Cecil Center, which houses the college's aviation and commercial vehicle driving programs. So we believe that this is a great use of the Job Growth Grant Fund. This is going to make a big difference in terms of the manufacturing and other business footprint here in the state of Florida and in Northeast Florida in particular. So I'm happy to be able to do that. Dane, do you want to award that? Who's going to come up from Cecil? All right, yeah, Lynn.
Right.
There we go. All right, there we go. All right, congratulations. Absolutely. All right, Dane, you want to?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dane. Thanks, Mayor. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Look, thank you all for being here. Thank you to the governor for his leadership on continued economic development. The Job Growth Grant Fund is a great tool that we, DEO, in partnership with EFI, Deputy Secretary Laura DeBella, who is hoping to be here, work to try to look for competitive opportunities across the state, whether it's in infrastructure or in workforce. And the governor has done a number of these in the Jacksonville area. We were here not too long ago, I think a year ago, announcing another $6 million plus money from Space Florida and other opportunities. Jacksonville just keeps on delivering. So I know the governor is not only looking across the entire state, but this area in particular has been a significant recipient of awards. I know we were here recently announcing PaySafe. About a year ago, we had Dun & Bradstreet. Your local leadership is doing an excellent job, but the governor, it's not lost on him what we can be doing and doing more. I mean, talk about a hurricane hitting the state, and a few days later, A1A is washed away, but it's rebuilt within that record time. The governor did the same thing with bridges in Southwest Florida when my home community was hit. So we're going to continue to look for ways that we can help people and businesses lift themselves up. Government can't do everything for you, but this governor is aware of those opportunities that we can be continuing to invest in so that the local communities can do their job and help attract jobs. And of course, with the free state of Florida and this governor leading the reins, we're going to keep doing that for years to come. So thank you, Governor, and thank you to your local leadership.
Thanks. Well, we're excited to be able to do this. We're excited to make an impact, and we're going to do more, of course, over the coming days, weeks, months, and years, particularly as it relates to some of these key projects that really make a difference. You know, fortunately, Florida's never been in better fiscal shape in the history of our state. We have massive budget reserves. I mean, even like they finally got with the tune, because, you know, when COVID hit, they're like, oh my gosh, it's going to be such a disaster. Then they realized, like, well, okay, after a few months of this, like, actually people are coming to Florida because we were, you know, open, and we saw things really take off, and we were always bringing in more revenue than they were projecting for the budget forecast. Finally, in August, they revised it upward, saying, okay, like, you know, if you're saying there's going to be X number of revenue and they're bringing in $500-600 million more a month, maybe you got to change those estimates. So they raised the estimate, saying, you know what, this economy you know, it just shows you that good policy does matter. It makes a big positive impact, and we're going to be able to do a lot. We're going to do a lot with tax relief. We're going to do a lot with infrastructure. We're going to do a lot with you know, I promised toll relief. We're going to do toll relief for our commuters. So there's a whole bunch of things we're going to be able to do as a result of good management and good stewardship. And so we're happy to do that. We're also happy. I think it's the first time I've been back since the election in Northeast Florida. So thank you, Northeast Florida, for coming through so big for us. We're honored for the support, and we'll make sure to do you proud. So, okay, anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. I mean, I think, you know, look, I've asked for as many reports as possible, but by and large, this was a very transparent, efficient, and effectively run election. And that was not true in every state in the country. I mean, just think about this. We get into the week of the election. Monday before the election, I had to declare a state of emergency for then Nicole, which I don't even know was a named storm yet, but it ended up being Hurricane Nicole. So we do that. People start mobilizing. We have the election on Tuesday, and it was fine. The storm hadn't hit yet. Wednesday, the day after the election, I'm in the Emergency Operations Center working with our guys. We're bracing for this storm to hit in the wee hours of Thursday morning. The storm hits. You've seen further south in Jacksonville some of the coastal erosion, and it wasn't that this storm was that powerful, but it was like they already got hit with Ian, and then this coming on top was that. So you did that, and so you had, as Dane said, there was A1A washed away in different parts of these counties. St. John's had damage. Flagler had damage. Volusia. And I was on the scene. We were working. Everyone's doing.